Oh boy, this thing's going live. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm gonna start speaking soon, but the stuff I gotta say is deep, so I'm gonna get my links out. VOD viewers, you can just do the usual thing where you skip a little ahead to where it sounds like I'm saying words and then skip back to where those words seemed to start. You know, human core stuff. Alright, got my Twitter link out, going over to Discord. This is going to be a long one. Really going to want to settle in for this one. People might be afraid to even click on this video because I'm so insistent that I'm going to have your money. People will be afraid. They're gonna be like, "Uh-oh, I can't watch this video. It's gonna somehow get my money from me." Guaranteed. It was promised. It was stated. It was up front. I don't know who is here right now. There's 2 concurrent viewers. No one's in chat yet, but to you 6 concurrent viewers, I ask, how many times in your life have you had the thought or even stated out loud, I'm going to stay up all night and fix everything? If I just could go one night without sleep, I could fix everything. And then you stay up late, you stay up a little later than normal, trying to get your energy back up, so that you can stay up late and fix everything. And then usually you crash. You crash out. You just fall asleep. At least this is what happens to me. I sit there, I listen to A$AP Rocky's Fuck Sleep over and over again. Getting myself all hyped up for the thought of not sleeping and instead continuing to work all through the night. And then I pass the fuck out. Well, I stared that reality in the face tonight. I looked at it. I sat with it for a couple hours. I sat there and I said, is it really possible for me? But ultimately, you know what? I'm somebody who, when the chips are down, I pull through. I wish I knew how to pull through when the chips weren't down. I wish I knew how to pull through before the chips were down. But when the chips are down, I know I will pull through. And the chips are down because this is the last day I can earn any money this month as of 25 minutes from now. It's 11:30, close to midnight. So, the way I see it, I really want with all of my heart to make $2,000 this month. It's all I want. I want it more than anything else. I can't even think about anything else, actually. Like tonight, I'm going to be trying my hardest to find something to think about other than how badly I want to end the month with $2,000. But in the meantime, I will just keep insisting on the probability. No, not even possibility, not even probability. The actuality of it happening. The fact of the matter of its definite transpiration. The impossibility of failure. The conclusiveness of, what's a word for seeing the future? Foresight. I will use all of the willpower in my tiny frame to make it happen. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what kind of bribery, what kind of begging, what kind of thievery is going to be necessary to make this happen. But it's happening. I guarantee it. If anybody has any ideas how I can make this happen, how do I take $400 tonight? Show boobs? I can't do that on YouTube. And also, what's your offer? Like, I'm not going to show boobs and then expect super chats to come in afterwards. You know? That doesn't make any sense. But I don't think that would make me $400. I just simply don't think it would be worth. I don't think I could make $400 just for showing my boobs. But I couldn't do it on YouTube anyways, and I don't have an active OnlyFans account, so I can't make that happen. Sorry, Dave Carlisle. Thirstiest person who's ever been in my stream. Technically you said show Bob's, so I don't know, maybe you wanted me to show like a Bob, like a photo of Bob Saget or multiple Bobs. Bob the Builder. Yeah, get some Bob. Okay, we can show some Bobs. If you just want to see some Bobs. I thought you were just misspelling it to get around like to get around censorship or whatever, but oh, I guess if I type Bob's. Okay, so we've got Bob's the hairstyle first. Then we've got Bob's Burgers. Then we've got Bob's Discount Furniture. None of this is really what I was expecting. I mean, I guess Bob's Burgers is a guy named Bob, but I was expecting just a bunch of, like, famous Bobs. I wasn't expecting hair. Let's see, Bob's Furniture, Bob's Shoes, Bob's Gun Shop, Bob's Boats, Bob's Stores. Definitely a lot of Bob. Plenty of Bob to go around. Dave Carlisle with Canadian $5 says, nice Bobs. Thank you very much. All right. I gotta find... I feel like there's gotta be a better... Let's just Google better Bobs. Bob's Better Bars. Okay. Those are probably alright. Bob's Better Burger... I don't want something that is Bob's that is better. I want a better Bob. God damn it. Alright, guy named Bob who rules. Bob, given name, okay. Whatever, Vladimir? Bob is a nickname for Vladimir? Because Vova resembles Bob? I guess Bobu, wow. Well, that's unexpected. Information I didn't expect to learn today. I should, probably make the zoom a little higher on this page. It's a lot of fucking Bobs. Bob Hope. I'm Bob Hope. Bob Lil Bob Bobowski. Ba 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 ba. What next? What do we do now? What's happening next? Where am I in this earth? Where am I on this planet world? I'm jumping to conclusions here? Yes, exactly. I've put the conclusion at the beginning. It's like, what's that movie that YMS likes? Synecdoche, New York. You know, where the end is baked into the beginning. I just decided that I'm making $400 on this stream. And so now, it's the stream where I make $400. That's just the way it is. There's no other way for it to happen. If it doesn't happen that way, then it means that reality wasn't real, and then we'll all be really fucked. Oh no, there's an ant on my tea bottle. I'll use the other tea bottle. Good thing I have more than one. Prepared. Bob's Gun Shop has got to be the most American thing ever. That's true. I think that is like a huge gun shop around here too, like a massive place with a huge ad in downtown Norfolk that you hear about on the radio. If I'm not confusing it with another gun store, but I think it's that one. For $400, how many dollars are we at already? Well, we've only been going for 10 minutes so far, but we are at $4.13 US, which is Canadian $5. So so that's we are 1/100th of the way there so far. But if 100 people like Dave Carlisle decide to give Canadian $5 to recommend some Bobs for me, then this will be a quick effort. Would it be ridiculous to ask for a tier list of all your albums? I know you did a similar tier list years ago, but I'd love to hear your current opinion. Still revisit all of your music regularly. I could do it if I don't know if there is an actual Topsters tier list of my album. I don't remember if somebody had made one. Oh wait, this is not this, not Topsters. I meant Tier Maker. Topsters is the other thing. I don't need this site to be zoomed in. Okay. Let's see if Trial of the Golden Witch has anything. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so I'll just I'm not gonna make it a whole thing, but if you super chat to request that, I will tell you what tier I would put each of my releases in. I'm not going to make a whole chart out of it because that would take a lot of editing. I could maybe afterwards at some point edit a chart together out of it. If you're interested in that, but Gary always just wrote Homestuck. Zero context. Zero. I have no idea what made you say the word Homestuck just now. Was it something that showed up on screen a moment ago? I don't even see any indication of any Homestuck. What was the context, Gary Always? Why did you say Homestuck all of a sudden? Should I make it so the chat is on the video as well? Should I put the chat on screen? I don't really have a good space for it right now. I really need the "I would like to take your money right now" text, obviously, to remind you constantly. You can do this as a smaller window and then pop out the chat and just have it over here. I like the idea of the chat remaining in perpetuity. I know that YouTube does chat replay, and that's cool and all. But what about when that is gone and the video file is all that's left? At some point in the future. Hey, Landon is here. We're doing good, I think. I hope. I guess it's up to everybody else to answer how everyone is. Hey, there we go. Now everything's on screen. Because 413. 413. What? Oh, the amount of money. Oh, okay. I get it now. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm understanding now. It's all making sense to me. Trixie's streaming 28 hours a day now. It's true. I will stream until the cows come home, and then leave home, and then come home again. What do y'all think we should do tonight? What should I work on? What should I talk about? What should I encourage? Who should I bully? Who should I support? What should I promote? What should I endorse. Did I already say that? This looks weird.
I gotta go outside because I was being too aggressive in that last video. But to be fair, that shit was annoying. So, giving everything I understand, it is physically true a couple of things.
A Theodore Thibault? Is it just Thibault? Just a lot of letters for Thibault? Tybalt, maybe even? Like Shakespeare? Theodore Tybalt? Try the Golden Witch tier list, please. Love your stuff, Trixie. Thank you very much. Alright, we'll go to the Bandcamp. Okay. So I'm going to say right off, By Daybreak, my latest song, is probably my favorite song that I have made so far. It's lyrically consistent. I think every bar of the song is good. I think all of the flows are good. I think the ending segment in particular hits, like, it's a song that, like, starts off as the usual, like, workout, crazy, high energy, spazzed out stuff that I do, but then, kind of calms down, gets into a little bit of an emotional pocket here at the end. It's got all the aggression. It's similar in message to Get Action, but I feel like it's less sort of pretentious. It's more just like, hey, it is what it is. I am gonna slap your ass into action. I'm not even telling you to get action. I am forcing you to get action. So for me, this to me, I don't know if any of my music is God tier, but if we're talking about the top tier of what I do, I think By Daybreak, the song, is top tier. And I hope that everything I release on this album will be top tier. My next song, 100K, I'm undecided if I like it more than By Daybreak, but I at least like it as much as By Daybreak. And I haven't released it yet, but my goal is that every song on that album I like equally. And if anything falls short, I'm just not going to put it on the album. So that's where we're at with top tier. Now, Rescues and Rarities, another of my most recent releases, this is 42 tracks, and it basically is structured in tier list form as it is, because it's a collection of songs that I just released in other places or on other albums that that weren't on Bandcamp, so I collected them all to put them here. And so, like, Long Way Up is my favorite song. I mean, 1 Minute is like a fun meme song. It's really good, but fun meme song. Long Way Up is my favorite straight up rap song on here. So this one I would put in probably top tier. And then On the Wrong Side is really fun, but I would say right from here it drops from top tier to high tier. So On the Wrong Side, high tier. Weed Rib, like, all of this is high tier, all the way through Boiled. The first 12 tracks are all like high to top tier. This is like my really solid stuff. So that's like a small album in and of itself, like, this is the small album of really good songs. And then Trixie the Chopper is a mega mix, so it's just where I took, like, all of my fastest rap segments from other songs and compiled them into one track, just for the sake of, hey, who wants to do fast rapping for 8 minutes, Actually, Cut My Limbs Off, I Can't Sleep is also actually, this might be my most God tier song. I might take back everything I said before about that other songs being my favorite. This is a very different song from most of my stuff. It is not, what would I call this? Like a demented R&B song or something? A dreary pop song. The most weird. It's my favorite weird song of mine. Ethernet's production is fucking phenomenal on this. I love this song. I don't know how many people even know this one. I'll just play some of it, actually. We're not going to listen to the whole thing because it's 2 minutes long. But we'll give it a shot. I'll mute mine so it's not echoey.
I don't wanna lay my fucking head down. Don't ask what I'm on about. I don't have the fucking words right now. I just wanna pound. I just wanna pound.
I got so into listening to it, I started to forget I was still doing a live stream. But I was also reading the chat talking about paying $50 to watch an episode of anime. So what I would do is the camera is up on top of my second monitor where I've got all the stream gear. So I could easily just watch it off screen on the second monitor. We could do a little timing thing where if you wanted to open up your own episode and hit play at the same time, we'll do it like didn't mean to do that. Go So Hard brings you back to the style you really lean into on Captivating Vacancies. It was definitely around that period. This was like probably a couple months later that I recorded that. Maybe not even that much longer. It actually even could have been beforehand. I can't remember exactly when this came out, but it was definitely around that time. And it was originally on the Dempa Mob album that I took down. And I think all of the all caps songs on here, except for Break, were from that. And Dior is from... Actually, this was only ever released on the Spotify version of the Vizier and the Golden Witch EP. This one's fucking wild. This one, I'll play a little bit of this. I don't like it's a little obnoxious, but I think it's worth remembering that I made this. So I'll play a little bit of it.
What y'all making tonight? Tell me what y'all making tonight. Tell me what y'all making tonight. Tell me what y'all making tonight.
On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit. On the Dior shit, right outside the store shit.
Fucking high, 'cause I couldn't keep it going. Gotta keep these dollars flowing, 'cause I spend like I ain't owing. I don't need to be told to do.
I spend like I ain't Owen. That's a fun line. Firespawn said, I'm trying to remember how I found this channel. Chances are it was how to recognize a terrible anime in just one episode. Because that is by far my most popular video of all time. Or Sword Art Online Analytical Diatribe, or The Asterisk War Sucks Complete Edition. Those are my most popular videos. If not one of those, it could be any number of other things over the last 15 years that I've been doing this channel. So anyway, yeah, like Dior is like mid-tier. Like this is so to continue the tier list aspect of this, I would say everything through Suck My Cock I Might Vote is really good. What could you what could you possibly even fucking do? I also really like. So yeah, the first 16 songs are all like ones that I really like. And then from Unpause, we kind of get into stuff that I enjoy sometimes. Like I have to be in the right state of mind. I guess that's always true for my music, but like Unpause, Time Skips, Ativan, and Alcohol, I think these are all really good songs, but maybe not like my favorites. So I'd put them all in high tier. And then Always Something is like the end of high tier songs. And then Coffee and Tanqueray Tonic, this is where we start to get into like kind of mid. Like Break is maybe better than that one, but like these are all fine. They're fine. They're fun, but they're kind of mid. And then the further down we get, the more they kind of get sloppy and just not that great. And then the last few are straight. Cheap Taste is particularly sloppy. That was me just doing a really bad job on production. But these three are like especially strange, just pure vocal songs, like songs where I don't know how to play any instruments, but I have an idea for a song, so I just did it with just my mouth. These probably belong in the shit tier. So I should be proud of that video I made years ago, still getting my channel attention and subscribers. It's awesome. I am definitely proud. It is nice. Particularly that the video that is the most popular, I still like. I still think it's funny, you know. I still think the point I'm making in it is important. Like, even though I actually will probably give anime a lot more of a well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not trying to watch every single anime all the time anymore. So if I bother to give a show a chance, I will probably give it more of a chance than I used to, just because I'm not burning through fucking 65 shows a season, you know? But yeah, I do think telling people like it's okay to just stop watching, you know, is important. Like you don't have to put yourself through 3 episodes every single time. If you can tell it's bad, just don't fucking watch the show, you know. And I think that's the message that resonated with people. I think my specialty in life in general is giving people permission to throw things away. I'm very good at, like, that's why I do, like, the bit where I'm just like, unsubscribe. Like, if you don't like the content, please unsubscribe. Because I don't want you to be going through your life, like, harboring, like, garbage. You know, like, it's like having trash in your car. It's like, I don't know, instead of, like, talking about how dirty your car is all the time, clean your fucking car out, you know? And, like, if I'm part of the trash in the car, get rid of me, you know? Cut me out of your life. I want to be there because you treasure me, not because I'm still in your car because you haven't thrown me away yet, you know? So, yeah, thank you for saying well said. You said that and it made me think that was well said, and now I'm all self-important. No, but, yeah, I am always happy to tell people to throw things away. My I come from a family of hoarders on my mom's side, and it's something that only the show Hoarders existing like made my mom like wake up to and recognize like the habits, and myself to recognize those habits and be like, oh, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to hold on to everything, you know. I got to learn how to let things go. I have a literal problem. Like, you might notice I'll just be holding on to vapes sometimes because I literally have trouble letting go of things, especially things that make me happy. It's like, well, if I have it on hand, I know I've always got it on hand. Isn't that nice? But it's like, I will literally forget to put things down, and then I go to try to interact with other things, and I got too much shit in my hands, and it all falling all over the fucking place. It's a bad habit. Anyway, more album tier listing. Bitches That Wanna Mosh, definitely I would say the song, Bitches That Wanna Mosh, the song is top tier for me. What's Going On is high mid. It's good. I like Kale's verse a whole lot. I like the lyrics of my verse. I think the song is maybe a little too abrasive, a little too grating. I think we could have worked on maybe adding a little more structure to it so it's not quite so repetitive, but it's still very good. Rogue Alien Pet, this is my best production. I would put this on top tier as an album. It's pretty consistent. Belle of the Ball is probably the most chaotic, difficult to listen to song, but that's also what's fun about it. It is kind of a challenge. Depending on my mood, I either think Cavalcade Prose is like the best or worst sounding song. But like, to me, the whole second half is just like phenomenal. Like, the first half is very fun, very cool, and the second half is where I'm just like busting, you know? So I'm very happy with this. As far as self-production goes, like, it's still kind of a sketch of an album. Like, it doesn't feel complete in the sense that it's been like fully studio polished, but in terms of just like getting my ideas of song structures and like just, you know, using all these bars that I had that I wanted to get out there, like I think it's the most thought I've ever put into producing an album, and it took the most effort I ever put into producing an album. So I'm very proud of it as something that I made, you know? Like, I don't necessarily think it's like, no song on here is as good to listen to as By Daybreak is, but the energy is very different. Where By Daybreak is like me showing off how amazingly I can rap over a great sounding beat. Rogue Alien Pet is like, this is who I am. This is an album about me and who I am and the world I live in, and sort of bringing you into that world and taking you on the adventure with me, you know, which is why the videos are all like adventure videos, you know. It's all me out doing shit because it's like portrait of my existence up until moving back in with my parents at the start of this year. Like, pretty much this is the portrait of what I was doing last year is on Rogue Alien Pet. Bitches That Wanna Mosh was actually from 2 years ago. Rescues and Rarities is like collection. So like the only really brand new after Rogue Alien Pet, Day by Daybreak is the brand new. This is where I'm going now. This is the daybreak of the new style, and basically me going into my next project with the intent of making every single song something good, and in order for that to be possible, none of it can be just me. Like it all has to be something where somebody else was there to check it and make it as good as it's supposed to be. In this case, Cement City was the producer, because each of my albums, they come together one of three ways. You've got albums like Traveling Cemetery. This I would put in high tier, like mid-high. It's pretty good, but not amazing. But with this album, it's just beats I grabbed off of YouTube. In the case of The Great Pumpkin, it's literally the beat from that Aesop Rock and Lupe Fiasco song, whose name is slipping my mind. Pumpkin Seeds. It's supposed to be like my sequel to their song, basically. So it's a song about their song, and it almost like a remix. Like if I invited myself onto the remix, except that I just made an entirely new song. Stealing Dan, this is mid-tier. It is a shitpost. It is just me. I made some like ridiculous sounding edits of Steely Dan songs, and originally I was going to rap over them, but like the style I wanted to hear over them was not a style I felt like writing in at the time. And then I realized it was Danny Brown. Like, I just wanted to hear Danny Brown style raps. So I just took Danny Brown acapellas, whatever I could find, of which there were not a ton, and I put the Danny Brown acapellas on the Steely Dan songs, and it's fun. The Best Hour of Trial of the Golden Witch, I mean, this definitely belongs at high tier, because it's pretty much all the best songs from the first 7 years of me making music. Hurricane Season, I'd put at high tier. This is the best collaboration that me and ASE presents. Vizier, Riley, Young Klippa, whatever you want to call him, the man of a million names. This is our best project together. Cranberry Dave produced the whole thing. This was like a very inspired project where it was when Riley, Mint, and Dave were all living in just the shittiest little one-room apartment with like this. It was the tiniest apartment, but it had this like relatively large stoop, so we just spent all our time hanging out on the stoop, like rapping and smoking and stuff, and that's why Stoop Life is on here and all that. And it was, hurricane season, and we were in town for a weekend, me and Bird, and just me and Riley just kind of cranked out all the best beats that Dave had, we just cranked out all these amazing bars, and then let Dave like sort of polish the project for a bit, and it came out really good. So yeah, I like that one. All You Need Is Kill, I would put at mid-tier, but all the songs should be high tier. It's just a problem of my performances are not good on this album. This is like, these are songs that were in a style I've never really tried to do, and I didn't know how to do well. And a lot of the times with my music, by the time I actually record it, I haven't practiced it enough to know it that well, but that's because like I can't listen to it. Like there's not an extant version for me to listen to and practice. And so sometimes I make a song, and then like maybe a year or two later, I've gotten really good at performing it. I've gotten really good at singing it. And then I look back at it and I'm like, fuck, this should be a good song. But like, I Try to Keep Smiling conceptually is one of my favorite songs I've made. It's just not performed very well. So like, and I don't own any of these beats either. This was like, as it says here, there's a beat producer called Nevada on YouTube, and I just really liked the sound of their beats. So I grabbed a few of them and rapped over them. And again, I like the songs, but I think the performances aren't that strong. You're going to get hit with an ad, some of you, very shortly, just letting you know. Boogie Pop Duo and the Golden Witch was my best self-produced album up until Rogue Alien Pet. I would put this one at mid to high tier. I really like Every Single Myself. I like Smarter Than Everyone and Good Girl conceptually, but they're kind of difficult to listen to. I'm Ethereal is one of my favorite songs. This is my favorite non-rap song that I've made, other than Cut My Limbs Off, I Can't Sleep. And this is even less of a rap song than that is. It's more of like a freak pop math song. I don't know how to describe it. Math funk. Hey So What's one of my most emotional songs. This is like the only song that will like make me cry that I've made. And the last two songs are just freakishly fucking weird. They're fun, but you have to really be in the right mindset to listen to that shit. Witch and Gold, another self-produced album that is tremendously strange. This is probably my weirdest, most experimental rap album. And it's similar to similar to All I Do Is Kill, where I think that some of these are conceptually really strong songs, but the performances aren't all the way. Like Mother Heaven, I love the way that song. I love the way the beat sounds. I love the way the flow is. I love the lyrics, but I don't love the way my voice sounds. I think I just went way too into this one particular weird voice that doesn't quite sound good, you know? But I really like Soothe Speak. I really like Manic Pixie Nightmare. And I really like Yengire. I'm going to play some Yengire because I don't know how many people have heard this song. But, just give it a second, all right? When it starts up, you're going to be like, I can't tell what I'm hearing. This is an indistinct wall of noise. But if you find the pocket, if you listen to it enough to kind of figure out what's going on, I promise it makes sense. And just imagine me playing this live. Just imagine that you're standing in a crowd full of people like moshing and losing their shit, and I'm screaming this on stage. Just imagine that when I play this. Until I'm fucking crazy, Yongita, Yongita. Just imagine going apeshit to that in a crowd. Fun until I'm fucking crazy, Yongita. Bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out. You'd be beating the fuck out of people in that mosh pit. Bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out, bleed 'em out. I definitely want to play that song live someday. I'll have to I mean, it probably wouldn't sound so shitty without the vocals on it, right? Like if it was just the absolute chaos of the beat. That song, by the way, what it is, like what the instrumental is a song called Yandere, I think, by God damn it, what the fuck is the band called? I just got a $49.99 super chat from Devin Hall. My brain like skipped a beat. Like I saw it come in, and then I saw over there where chat revenue is, and it went from like whatever the number was to 61, 62, and I was like, it's happening. It's all happening, y'all. I told you I was gonna make $400 tonight. We've only been streaming for 40 minutes, and we're at 61, 62. Sometimes you just gotta tell the future what it is. I recommend Jobless Reincarnation Season 2, Episode 18, but I don't know if there is much to rant about. Also, trying to avoid you suffering. Honestly, just let chat pick, preferably an anime airing this season. Maybe Jellyfish Can't Swim at the Night. Devin just told you all to pick what episode of anime I watch. Gary Always with $2 just says, fuck yes. So, okay, Devin Hall is suggesting either Mushoku Tensei Season 2, Episode 18, which I would guess is that the newest one? Because I know Season 2 is airing again right now. You all know I'll hate that. But it said, trying to avoid me suffering, let chat pick, preferably an anime airing this season. Maybe Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. I've never heard of that show, so I don't know what that is, but yeah. Landoname says Jellyfish is shit. I dropped it. I'd like her opinion on it. That's funny. Brittle Bullet, obviously. Is it Yandere by Yu? No, not Yuyo Yuppei. It's I know who you're talking about. I have heard that band. Yamantaka Sonic Titan. God, what a fucking band name. Let me look up real quick. Yeah, Yamantaka Sonic Titan. They're cool. They do like their shows. They'll have like a big old like Chinese paper dragon, you know, like in the festivals. Like they'll have that shit going around on the stage and through the crowds and stuff. And they wear like wacky costumes and face paint and stuff. And they're like Canadian, but they're like some of them are part Japanese, so they sing in Japanese a lot. This album right here, YTST, I guess you would call it, they're self-titled, is really good. The song Queens is awesome. Reverse Crystal Murder of a Spider is fucking amazing. Hoshi Neko is fucking amazing. So, yeah, those songs in particular I highly recommend. And then I don't know where they did. Doesn't look like Yandere is on. I think whatever album it's on is not on this Bandcamp page. So it's probably somewhere else. But I know they have an album. Let's go find it. What album is this? But yeah, it's like sort of a metal song. But like a groovy metal song. So I think I just like probably sped it up a bit and like distorted it or put some kind of fucked up filters on it to make it sound so ridiculous as it does. It's also possible I just played another song over top of it or something and I've forgotten what that song is. Yeah, we're horizontal note mode tonight in part because I couldn't figure out where I left my phone arm, and also because I really just wanted good audio. Like, the last couple streams I did, the audio was particularly shit because I've been, like, trying to stand farther away from the phone. It's not so bad when I'm holding it up, just walking around, like, being right at my phone. But when I stand a few feet away, like, the audio just totally goes to garbage. And I figure late night, probably more people are at their desktop, you know, than chilling with their phone. Although I guess you could be in bed with your phone, but you know, I don't think people are. Well, I don't know. I guess either way would have made sense. It would have made equal amounts of sense to do it either way. Anyway, continuing to rank my albums, Captivating Vacancies I would put at mid to high tier. Some songs are Captivating Vacancies itself, great song. Juiced Up is pretty good. I like the beat a lot. I think both of me and Vizier have like good parts of our verses and then parts that are kind of whatever. Jacked In is really fun. I always forget about this song, but this is the Ryan Long samples in particular are fucking hilarious. Fruits and Nuts is okay. It's nothing special. Face Down is fun. Polybrain's not that good. Lupin I really like. Just conceptually, this is a really fun. Actually, I want to play Lupin. This is another one of those where I'm like, man, I want more people to know about that one.
Should have known he was as good as dead when we wheeled him in. You did everything.
Stupid fucking music got me looping.
Everything except save my patience.
Stupid fucking music got me looping.
Everything in the books.
Stupid fucking music got me looping, looping. Stupid fucking music got me looping, looping. Stupid fucking music got me looping. Stupid fucking music got me. Yo, would I be happier now if I'd have done what they told me I doubt?
Everything in the book. Everything in the book. Everything in the books. Everything in the book. Everything
Would I
in
be
the books.
happier now if I'd have done everything without a doubt? I doubt. Yeah, right. Stupid fucking music got me looping.
Very well.
Stupid fucking music got me looping.
Do what you want to
Stupid
do.
fucking music got me looping. Stupid fucking music got me.
Apply 100 milliamps of current directly to the heart, then massage by hand. I'll handle the brain area.
Stupid fucking music got me looping. Stupid fucking music got me looping. Stupid fucking music got me looping. Stupid fucking music got me.
Everything in the book. Everything in the book. Everything in the books. Everything in the book. Everything in the books.
Project Red Plum. Prepare for flight countdown.
I'm off the red eye, I can take a jet. I said, fuck the Fed. I said, fuck the next guy. I'm taking what's mine. Only way to.
Yeah, I think Red Eye is like my mom's favorite song of mine. That's the one she always references. Red Eye, which is a reference to Cowboy Bebop, of course, the drug from the first episode of Cowboy Bebop. Dissolve is one of the more harrowing songs. This song just sounds so fucking angry and bitter and ready to be done. I think Fallby's Beach House is like conceptually good but not well performed. If I liked Polybrain and Fruits and Nuts and more of Juiced Up, I think I would overall really like this album. But I'm gonna put it at mid-high. Fire on My Name, also mid-high. Another one where conceptually I love this song, but I don't think the performance nails it. It's a great workout song. Well, not even really the performance. It's more the production. It's that I just don't know how to mix vocals. If this song was redone with a different vocal mix, I think it could be a very good song. Dave would probably want to touch up the production sound too, because it is also like very video game sounding, you know? The melodies are really good, but the instruments aren't necessarily the best sounds. Baroness Phantom. This is my most unique self-produced album. I'm very, very proud of this project. I might even put this in my top tier, even though I don't think every song on it is amazing. But just because I feel like I invented a genre on this album, and it's a genre that I want to exist. Like, I mean, the way I described it here, like Death Consciousness by way of Denki Groove, like Fuck Your Emotional Bullshit by way of Koltar of the Deepers, like Boogie Pop Phantom by way of Baroness Grey. I I think literally the other day when we were walking around the Norfolk Outlet Mall, this might have been yesterday even, somebody asked me, like, what mashup of genres would I most want to hear? And I think my answer was basically something like, yeah, you know, like screamo metalcore combined with, you know, like jungle and in post rock or whatever. Like basically what made core eventually ended up being. But this is a much more experimental, raw version of that idea of a sound, and I really love Ashes All Over My Brand New Clothes. It's one of my favorite vocal performances of mine, one of my favorite instrumentals. I just really love it. Prince of Queens, this one, I don't totally love how it sounds musically, but I do really love the vocals, particularly because this was completely improvised. And I think it... Let me just sing it for you with lightly, you know, I can't sing too loud. Granddad's asleep in the next room over. But completely improvised. I made this up. I was born in a world where I was the only one. We looked the same, but I was wrong, and so they crowned me Prince of None. I survived how I could, grabbed a branch, chipped the wood. Now I've grown in this shape, and I'll never see myself the same. I lost every part that I sought of me. I'm running the distance from peace to peace. Bring me back again. I might need all of you just to reduce the lengths I will go to, just to see myself again. And then I hit this ridiculously high note that I would have to be really loud to even get. So yeah, I just think that's an incredibly strong melody for something that I made up off the top of my fucking head. I haven't ever knocked it out that hard. This one was also, Niter is also improvised, I believe, but it's not nearly as like, wow, that just sounds like a song, you know. Big Low, this one is about, so this whole album is sort of about the fact that here in Virginia, we get a lot of these low pressure fronts where, like, before a major storm comes, the air pressure just gets super dense, and I tend to get headaches and, like, really dissociated on those days. And oftentimes I don't really know why it's happening at first until I realize that a storm's coming. Big Low is in specific about the feeling of that. Smelling clouds just off the coast, the pressure front grips tight around my skull and I can barely breathe. Letting go of everything I am, becoming this. Rolling up another smoke. This is like the best pop song, like the most accessible song. The only song I've ever made that I could imagine like a college radio station playing and nobody would cringe or, you know, complain, call in to complain. Void Gazer, meanwhile, is basically a black metal song, digital black metal. And then Ghoster is like my favorite fucking song I've ever made. I love this fucking song. I love this song to death. And it's because it's my version of like a Jesus and Mary Chain, like 80s new wave or even revival, like Place to Bury Strangers, from the perspective of someone who cannot play guitar. Like, as somebody who's got a digital audio workstation and samples at my disposal, how do I create something that sounds like that, you know? Particularly, I would say it sounds like Death Consciousness by Have a Nice Life, like, because that's a band that is all trying to do something similar, but I do think they actually, you know, are playing real guitars and not just using samples. The sample in this song that this song is built out of is The Church and the Dime by The Deer Hunter. So it's like the main start, like the very beginning of the song The Church and the Dime by The Deer Hunter, run through like gross beat and with like drums put on top of it that I made. So so it's like, yeah, okay, I can create the guitar sound I want by just stealing someone else's guitar, doing some shit to it, and then turning it into a new song structurally. All right, did y'all ever figure out what show I'm watching? Let's see. We've got okay, the votes. Brittle Bullet, episode 1 of Astroscore, episode 1 of Odd Taxi, Mushoku Tensei, Jellyfish, Mushoku Tensei, Jellyfish, Fooly Cooly, I think Jellyfish is winning right now. Any chance you'd be willing to make that 1 hour Madoka vid for $100? Willing to watch? Leaf Blady, are you asking if I want to watch a 1 hour Madoka video? Come back at like 7 in the morning, and I might do that. when no one's here and I'm really out of ideas, that might be a good time for me to do that. Jellyfish. All right, it's looking like Jellyfish is gonna be the guy. Okay, let's go find this show. Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. This is the one. Oh, this girl's cute. Airing now, 8 episodes. Damn, I didn't realize we were this far into the current season already. I guess that makes sense. I just have done nothing but live stream all month, so I haven't watched any anime at all except for the first 3 episodes of fucking 100 Girlfriends. Alright, I'm gonna go piss real quick, and then we're going to do this. I'll play another one of my songs. Actually, I'll just play Ghoster since I was just talking about how much I love it. Although, that'll scare everybody away. So, instead, I'll play the Snowblind cover. That's a little more pleasant. And it's a Black Sabbath cover. Enough of that. If you want to watch this show with me, you should get your episode ready. And I'll do a countdown, and I'll say 0, and then I'll hit play on the episode. I will have the audio. Well, should I have the audio coming through my desktop? Because then you don't need to have audio on your end. Yeah, so you could just listen to my end. So yeah, if you want to watch the visuals of this, get the episode ready. You can listen to the audio through my... Well, no, it'll get copyright struck for the audio too. Never mind. You have to play the audio of the show on your end. I'm going to mute the desktop audio. You will vaguely be able to hear the show's audio through my microphone, but mostly you'll just hear me if I have anything to say. But yeah, so I've got this at 000 on my screen. It's a 23-minute 40-second. I'm on AnyWave, so you can find it there. Is everybody ready? Let me know in the chat if you are ready for the group. If you are trying to watch this with me, are you ready? As soon as I get like 2 readies, then we're gonna assume that you're ready. Tetsuan Iron Chan is like kind of mid. It's all right. Return to a World of Love, I would put at mid to high tier. Zen Huxtable is amazing on this album. It's another one where a lot of them are conceptually really good, but like Slippery Slopes could have been performed better. Tip of the Iceberg is fun, but it's fucking wild. Couldn't I Be Honest could have been performed better. Fear of a Falling Blade is my favorite, and Try Again is my favorite. These are the 2 really good songs on here. This could have been improved with a better performance. This could have been improved with a better performance. Actually, the performance on that song is whack as fuck. Alright, we're good to go. Everybody, not on 1, but on 0, alright? Or I'll just say go. I'll say 3, 2, 1, go, alright? So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, cool graffiti. The first things in my mind are Jellyfish Princess and Red Jellyfish, neither of which I'm sure has anything to do with this, but they're just Japanese things about jellyfish. Definitely seems like the Japanese tend to romanticize the jellyfish. Cute. Oh, I like her. Oh, I really like both of their tops, actually. Their outfits are really good. I mean, hers is like a little bit Instagram core. Like, I'm sure it looks good in anime, but it would look terrible in real life. Her outfit, though, actually looks great. Like, I would definitely wear what she's wearing. I like the camisole. The backpack especially. That's true. That's why I'm doing this. Oh, I love the socks. Wow, all the clothes are great. I like their clothes too. Oh, wow. Okay. Fan service. Wasn't expecting that. How old is this girl supposed to be? I mean, I'd say my tits are almost the same size as hers. Cleopatra. I like their voice acting. They have surprising amount of charisma for being in the first episode of a show together. I don't know if these are actresses who know each other or anything, but they bounce off each other good. The shot compositions are good. I like the mood lighting of this scene. I like their school uniforms. It's kind of like Hibike Euphonium, but without all the shiny shit. Dude, they're all doing the same. We're high school girls. I really like the character designs of this show. It feels modern in a way that, like, it, like, suggests to me, like, wow, like, what, does anything else look like this? You know, like, is this the first time anime has thought to look like this? Because it looks great. I'm surprised how new it feels. Considering that it's not, like, outrageously unique. But there's something just a touch different. And I love the outfits. More of the socks. I liked that guy's scarf in the background. Wait, hold on. Oh, I don't want to go back because then it'll fuck up the timing for everybody. But I hope you all saw that guy's scarf in the background. Also, I forgot the image is not even on screen, so it's not like going back would have helped. That was an awesome cityscape shot. That was that felt like real, like what it would really look like to look up from the streets, like at a big building. It was a really good perspective shot. Sharp Lemon. I like her headband. I want to quit. I want a shirt of that lolly that has the shirt that says, like, I want to quit, like something like that. I don't remember. It's just like I think an Idolmaster girl or something wearing a shirt that just says, like, fuck work or something like that. I literally do all of those things. I'm doing all of those things, like, right now, actually. That girl's got some cool hair. I kind of had hair like that. I never did blonde and blue at the same time, and now I'm really regretting it. Like, I'm looking at that, and I'm like, how did I not think to just do blonde with blue streaks in it like that? Because it looks awesome. It seems obvious in retrospect. Ooh, they're doing the mural. Okay, so she painted that. Is that true? Can jellyfish not swim on their own? Like, at all? Kono henna e kurage no rakugaki? Okorareru yo. I love when 5-year-olds talk and I can understand everything they're saying without reading the subtitles. Oh, they're doing a performance in front of her graffiti. That's fun. Oh, she put posters all over it, though. She's pissed. Is this gonna end with her becoming a live streamer, or like what? Uh-oh. She's about to go viral, is it? Oh, no, she didn't do it. That would have been your viral moment. Start shit, start shit, start shit, start shit. Oh, this girl's gonna start shit for her. Yes. She is our girl. Hashtag our girl. Yes. This anime's good. Everyone, I have good news. This anime's good. Look at her fucking beanie. Bitch dresses like Zillakami. We are watching The Jellyfish Can't Swim at Night. We're currently at 8 minutes 23 4 5 seconds. What if I said the idol is one of the best characters? Even better. I didn't even think she would be a character, but if she's amazing, that'll make it even better. All of the environment shots are great. I'm sure that a lot of reference material was used in creating this show, both in the outfits and the backgrounds, which is a good thing. All the animation is very consistently coherent and quality also. It's not easy to do this type of emotion with character designs this like thin. Like you really got to track those lines to make that look good. Like particularly with the legs. I feel like that cut where, you know, the one, this whole side angle interaction feels more technical than it probably seems to me, just because of the character designs. Omatase shimashita. This is like the most relatable anime I've ever fucking seen, by the way, at this moment. Like, it's literally just like internet famous artists meeting each other and geeking about how much they like each other's shit so far, for the most part. And the fucking drip on this blonde girl is just outrageous. It is unfucking fathomable. Has any young person ever said the phrase "rizzed to the nines"? Can you be rizzed to the nines? Is that a thing? Or do you have to go to the, like... Can your riz be over 9,000? Can that be a thing? Can we say that her riz is over... Oh, she's doing some fan servicey shit with her mouth now. Whoa, skateboard. What little fan service is in this show does feel kind of weird. Mostly because it feels like it's just like for the audience, like the characters aren't noticing it happening at all. It's just like, and then in this shot they look really hot and you're like, wait, but does that matter at this moment in the story? Like, flame war, flame war, flame war. Ito gomen. I love sky bridges too. So like this is exactly, if I was hanging out with somebody in Tokyo, this is most of what I imagine I'd be doing, is walking over sky bridges all day. Just like, I want to see every sky bridge in the whole city. Would it ever really be this unbusy? I guess Tokyo's not really a late night city. But it can't be that late. They're fucking middle schoolers. Jellyfish. Huh. Did she get the spelling wrong? She said she got the spelling wrong, but that looked like how I would spell jellyfish. Yeah, no, she spelled that completely correctly. I don't know what she means by she got the spelling wrong. That's so funny. The one time they got it completely right and they made fun of it. Why did they do that? Oh, okay, you're saying that she had spelled it wrong in... She revealed in showing that it's called jellyfish that she had spelled it wrong previously in writing Jellee. I would have thought that was obviously a marketing tactic, like she had done that on purpose. I would not have assumed that it was spelled wrong by accident. I'm not saying it's unreasonable for her to have thought that either. You know, she's not a marketing person. I am, so I'm thinking of it from the perspective of like whoever made the show, you know, thinking about what they're going to sell later. My goal is to get 100K followers. 100K, 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 100K. Hey! Yes! Yes! My goal is also to get 100,000 subscribers. Down to 100,000 subscribers. If I had 100,000 fully active subscribers who like watched every video, if I had 100,000 subs and my videos got more views than that, that would be perfect. Now I'm on a train. Haruindashi. There is something incredibly quaint to me about like watching a show where the main character's goal is to do something I've done. Like I can't think of... I don't know if I can think of one other show I've ever seen where like the big stated like big goal of the show is something I've literally done. It's a weird experience for me. It's like makes me feel I don't feel like I deserve it because I currently don't have 100,000 active subscribers, but like at the same time I'm just like, yeah, I mean 100K, sure, yeah, sure, you can do that. I know you can do that, you know. Cute blonde girl with a great personality, probably gonna get 1 million subscribers if I'm being honest. I think she's batting a little low. I bet you've never hated yourself ever. That's a very assumptive thing to say to somebody. I love your art and you seem miserable. So what does that say about me? Bitch, I hate myself. Bird is definitely asleep. Bird has to wake in the to work in the morning. I am working through the morning. But on the one hand, like, the fan service in this show is light and innocent enough that it doesn't make me feel like skeevy watching it, but I just know the fact that it's there at all is gonna be enough that like this can never be a huge success in North America without censorship that would make it controversial, you know? It's just like you were like 3 shots away from making a show that could have played to mainstream American audiences with no problem. There's nothing in this show that would make it difficult for mainstream American audiences to tolerate other than the fact that every once in a while it just like really gets fan servicey about a 14-year-old. And granted, like Code Lyoko did that, so maybe it wouldn't be impossible if it was like kind of just slipped under the radar. But I don't think anything slips under the radar anymore. I don't think Code Lyoko would have slipped under the radar if it came out today for doing all that stuff. So, you know, Landon says this show makes my ass bleed. Landon, the Everclear is making your ass bleed. It's not the show. You gotta put down the Everclear. The show's fine. I don't know. This show, so far, I've really enjoyed it. Seeing Ellen say that apparently it doesn't go anywhere makes me think that it's hard for me to imagine watching the whole show, because like I feel like I'm getting everything I'm going to get out of it, but at the same time I have no idea where the story is really going. I mean, if it's not going anywhere, then the answer is I guess nowhere is the answer. But I'm not gonna just take your tertiary account, you know. I really like her outfit and her voice. Don't go defiling a song I love. Damn, she really said it. Happy Halloween. What the fuck is she supposed to? Oh, I guess they're an angel and a devil. Wow. I'm with you, Ellen. I don't think I could watch this show without knowing that other people were watching it with me. Simply because I would stop paying attention too easily. Like, I like the visuals, but something about knowing that I can kind of talk over it and then get back to paying attention to it is helpful for sure. It also helps that the dialogue is simple enough for that, like, I'm not really, like, heavily reliant on the subtitles to understand what's happening. If you come out with an album or something, I'll buy it for sure. I mean, I've said that to some friends. No, I haven't, because I never buy fucking anything. I'm the least purchasing ass motherfucker. I buy Patreon subscriptions, I guess. I never think to just buy my friends' music. I should do that. I should just, at some point, go buy all of my friends' albums. All of them. All of my friends' albums. They'll probably be a little expensive, though. Okay. Oh shit, it's actually a jam. What the fuck? I hated that, actually. I hated that shot. That was way too much for what the music is. It didn't make sense. This is too much like trying to be God Knows, and it doesn't match the tone of the music. I like, if I don't look at it, I'm enjoying the song more. Sarah said, "Don't do that. You'll go broke on my Discog alone." Well, what do you charge for them? I mean, unless you have like meme albums that you charge like $9 grand for or something, I could see that being the case. I think my whole digital discography is like $45 or something like that. Actually, I've got it like on screen. It's 46.64. Oh, what a funny palindrome. Buy it right now while it's still a palindrome, everybody. Wow, that scene really made me feel awkward because I really enjoyed the music, but I thought the visuals did not fit the tone of the song at all. It was so rapid, it was so like intense. It started going into all the memory sequences, but there was just so much cutting. It feels like they didn't leave themselves time to do what they were trying to do. Like, that level of intensity didn't need to happen this early in the show. That should have been... You know, God knows it's episode 12. Like, it's just... very strange. That was a really strange edit, and like by far the worst part of the episode. Even though usually it's that I don't like the music that ruins the final scenes of these first episodes of these shows, not the visuals. And it said it gave me a headache. I literally put my hand in front of the screen so that I wouldn't be looking at it, because I was like, it's kind of a worse experience having to see it. Oh no, oh, did she catch her? Yeah, I got her. That's a cool shot. This is another scene though where now the music doesn't fit the tone of the scene, where the music's too hyperactive and what's happening feels a lot more sentimental. That was a really, really good shot. There's a lot to like about this from like just a Yuri Goggles perspective. The fact that it looks great, like just full stop. I mean, the first, it just autoplayed episode 2 for a second, and like the first shot looked awesome. It was like a close up of a girl's face, and then she walks out of frame, and the racks focus to the background, and there's like a room with a piano, and like just yeah, all the shots are great. All the animation is great. The characters have really good chemistry. Like, the girl had great chemistry with her sister. She had great chemistry with the blonde girl. You know, I like the characters, so it's easy to imagine wanting to see them succeed and go through their adventures. I think it would probably immediately need to introduce more characters to shake it up. Because it went so hard on exploring the dynamic of the main two in the first episode that if you just start retreading that ground, it'll get old right away. The song sequence was really bad at the end. And the overall like plot of the episode, it felt like it was setting a lot of stuff up that it didn't really. Like, okay, we know they're trying to get, like, the one girl's trying to make 100K subscribers. So that's, like, the overarching goal is, like, we're going to become a sensation. I wasn't really clear if the other girl is, like, doing anything directly to help her, if they're just friends. Like, is it just like, a more of an emotional support thing? Or did I miss a detail where she's going to, like, help her write or... I guess she does art, so I guess she'll support her in her art. They'll just support one another in their art. Is that the idea? Landon says, update your fucking Mal. All right, we'll go update the Mal. God damn. Landon's like, you better not forget. You better not go 3 minutes without forgetting to update your fucking Mal. I know you just watched that show, motherfucker. I saw you do it. All right. What the fuck was this called? Jellyfish. I was expecting more with the jellyfish stuff. Like, it went so hard on the jellyfish imagery at the start. And, like, there were a few, like, kind of mentions of, like, aspects of jellyfish that I guess the show will reflect in its themes. But it wasn't as immediately clear what they meant as I expected. Like, I don't know. Even Jellyfish Princess, which also was not really about jellyfish, the jellyfish was more involved. You know, like she had a pet jellyfish. She was obsessed with jellyfish. Jellyfish was a part of the story, you know. With this show, I'm a little bit lost on what the jellyfish stuff is about. It hasn't really translated as like a meaningful metaphor to me. It looks like there's 2 more girls that will show up. I'm interested in this girl. She looks hype. This one kind of looks boring, but I would watch just to see what this girl's deal is. Maybe a little bit more of this show. But yeah, everybody. That's the first time on this stream that somebody has paid $50 for me to watch an episode of anime. And essentially put it up to popular vote what we would pick. What would I score this? Would I give it a 3 or a 4? I'd say a 4. I'd give it a 4 out of 5. I liked it. Just based on how Mal does stuff. But I mean, if it was out of 10, I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10. It was a solid 7 out of 10. Very strong visuals, very strong voice acting. good character writing, but kind of lacking in the plot department. The fan service was weird. It didn't necessarily put me off, but it made me think about how off-putting it would be to other people that would otherwise like the show and have no reason to think it was anything weird or sexual if not for those scenes being there. So yeah, it's good, but it's not great. It's got an 8.17 on my anime list, so I would say it would have to improve for sure before I would feel that strongly about it. Well, let me know how you feel. Let me know if you think it's gotten better or worse, or if I definitely should check out more of it, or if you think that I will pretty much just think it's a 7 out of 10 the whole way through. Let me know. Amy said the show has Sublime vibes. Yeah, it definitely does have that. It was a very easy watch, but not a very compelling watch. It was like I never felt offended until the very end with the song segment. That was the only part that bothered me. But like, I never felt like, oh wow, I'm so like oh man, this is so good. I need to fucking soak in every second of it. But every time I looked over at it, it was pleasant, you know. So it was never like offensive, but it was also never super engaging. So that's why 7, very solid. I'm curious about actually who made this, like who directed this, who. Doga Kobo, okay, that makes sense. That feels right. Ryohei Takeshita. Alright, what have you ever directed? Episode director on Nozaki-kun, that's a great show. I don't know what episode he did. Arrow Manga Sensei director. Well, this is a fucking hell of a lot better than fucking Arrow Manga Sensei. I can definitely see... Okay, that down shirt is just from Arrow Manga Sensei. That whole scene with her and her sister in a laundry room is just from Arrow Manga Sensei. So he did that because he knew that sold a lot of Blu-rays last time. But I just don't think that was the right move to do here. I don't think they should have pitched this show straight to otaku like that. Like, Arrow Manga Sensei was a pornographic show. It was supposed to be like that. I don't think this show needed that. Arrow Manga Sensei wouldn't exist without that. That was all there was to that. Was that one girl's ass and down shots of her barely extant chest. What else has he directed? I hope it's not just that. Arrow Manga Sensei OVA. Come on, you've got to have done something other than the Jellyfish Show and the Arrow Manga Show. Besides a lot of key animation. What is this show? 1000 Mankai Hug Nanda? It's a music video by Cloverworks. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go watch this right now. Because I always have time for a 3-minute music video. Let's see what 1000 Mankai Hug Nanda is. Anybody else want to load this up for yourself? I'm once again just going to play this on another screen. So if you search up on YouTube 1000 Mankai Hug Nanda, get it loaded up. If a couple of people tell me I'm ready, I'll hit play. And we'll watch this music video directed by the guy who directed the Jellyfish Show and Arrow Manga Sensei. I'm seeing one ready. Alright, that's enough for me. I'm not waiting around. 3, 2, 1, go. We have text on screen that has not been translated. This is a good shot. Cool, this is a really cool aesthetic. Very dreamlike. It's like Kyoto Animation, but they cranked up the unreality of it. Like the KyoAni, like Hibike Euphonium style, or Koei no Katachi style, but like trying even less hard to feel real. Gorgeous character designs. For being something not by KyoAni, it certainly looks very KyoAni, but it's Cloverworks. Huh. The imagery they chose for that sequence was so very specific and strange. I love these character designs. The girl with the mask with the little face on it reminds me of the pink magical girl from what the fuck was that show called with the Otaku Ranger? Something, no, Otaku Maho Shoujo Anarchy. You know what I'm talking about. I should probably turn this down. I'm gonna get copyright struck just having it play through the speakers. This is good. And the reason I say so is that I feel as though I am like these characters do exist in a show. You know, like it feels like this is an OP for a show that like has enough content in it that it makes me go like, yeah, like I like that show. It's a show I've never seen, but I know I like it. And you know, the best part about it is that it's only 3 minutes long, so there's no space for it to fuck itself up. It looks good, and it has no evidence to the contrary. Like, it's a fictional show that is good because you want it to be good, and you have no reason to think it wouldn't be. You know, you can just invent in your brain the version of this show that you want it to be. That's the real power of this. So I think that one for me is an 8 out of 10. No, realistically, that's a 7 out of 10. I'll give that a 7. That was good, though. I liked it. Okay. It's been mailed. This little ED to the song is cute, too. Alright. I gotta pee again. So I'm going to play another one of my songs, and I think we've answered all the super chats I've gotten up to this point. So, I mean, I guess I could finish tier listing my albums, but pretty much all of the ones that I'm going to talk about are, well, okay. The best ones are The World Over is top tier. Fuck Off Mixtape is like high, nearly top tier, in my opinion. I like Ain't Yo Shit, high tier. Gay and Dead, high tier, top tier, probably top tier. There's not a lot of, there's almost no skips on this album, I would say. Body Rolls can be a skip sometimes, but it's still a good song. Emotional Anime Raps, top tier. Above the Earth Haunted, high tier. Bedroom Bedrock, high tier. Everything else is kind of trash, but in a fun way. All of this is just... None of this was me really seriously trying to make something good. It was me just trying to make something. Like, what can I do? What am I capable of making? That's all I was trying to do. AC, BC, and CC are like my first attempts to really like make something intentful and not just like experimental and in the moment. What's the word I'm looking for? Rather, improv. Like most of this is improv. Most of all of this is just improvisation. Sometimes with my friends, sometimes by myself. And then AC, BC, and CC are the first things that are not improv, but it's still just like nonsense experimentation. So I'd put all of this in... BC and CC are like low to mid. AC is like low tier. Everything below it is low tier. Except these ones, the first few that I did with my friends are like low to mid. But, and Cougar Life, you know, but like Live Noise, Dronegasm, those two are shit. Life Without Silence, shit. The rest of the stuff's fine. It's fine as a curiosity. Been There is fucking intense. I enjoy it. I would put it at mid. Vapor Noise is low. Improv Ain't Dead, mid to high. Some songs on here are really good. This is essentially me with Soft Girl, before they were Soft Girl. And then Bedroom Bedrock was the first time it was like, let's try to make a good album. I would put this overall at like mid to high tier. It's kind of cringe, but kind of intentionally cringe. It's definitely an artist finding their footing, but it's inspired. Above the Earth Haunted, I think, just sounds better. Like, it's just better realized songs. So I would say I would put this above this, but it's only 4 tracks. Emotional Anime Raps, unsaleable, but also unassailable. All these songs are great. This was me, like, this was the first time I just got good at writing raps. Like, my songs started to be meaningful and all emotional and, like, reveal who I am as a person. And then Gay and Dead, I was like, all right, now I did all that good shit. Now let's make emotionally dead raps about how I don't feel anything and I'm a piece of shit, you know, and I'm abandoning all semblance of my humanity. And then Ain't Yo Shit was my first self-produced thing. This is just me trying to see if I can make beats. And I liked it, but it was like the only idea I had. Like everything I tried to make just kind of sounded like more of that. Manic High, Manic Low mostly sucks. This is mostly like, I've got a girlfriend now, and I'm going to make songs that are about my, you know, having a girlfriend. The only good one is Human Connections. This is one of my best songs. This is just me being angry at my friends and people online. This is the ultimate just, you know what, fuck all y'all. Just fuck all y'all. Actually, it's all sucked. You know, and it's just done perfectly. This is my next self-produced project. This is literally listened to JPEG Mafia once and went, I have to try. Like, I heard Veteran and I went, I have to try self-producing an album. And this is the results. And it's alright. I prefer the visual version. The one, like, if you consume this with visuals, I would put it in high tier. Without the visuals, probably mid tier. We already established Fuck Off Mixtape, I would put high tier. Emotional Anime Raps, sort of mid-high. The second one, I mean. Mid to high. Some of the songs are really good. 10 Gallons of Fuck. Mid tier, but it does have Everything is Devilman, which is amazing. And Hackin' is really fun. This Ain't It, Chief. This was like the songs I had laying around that I was like, I don't know what to do with these. Like, most of these were from albums that never materialized. Like, they were the first track on what would have been an album concept, but they just weren't quite good enough to actually do that. So they're all fine. Like, this is the epitome of a mid-tier album. It is literally songs that are just good enough that I wanted them to exist, but not good enough that they really deserved a whole project based around them. The World Over is like my favorite album I've made. Conceptually, it's just me rapping over .hack music, and I think lyrically, this is the most high concept shit I've ever done. It's a apocalyptic cyberpunk horrorcore trapped in the internet conceptual trip hop anime OST mixtape, in which I rap, sing, scream, and produce over .hack music. Genuine Article is my best workout song. This is just like, hey, are you going to the gym today? Do you remember Megalobox? This is the song for you. If you remember Megalobox, Genuine Article is the song for you. How I Distract Myself, this is definitely low tier. This is like the shittiest. Numbers is a catchy hook, but is a terrible song. Biting Cold is got a catchy flow, but is a terrible song. This is just listens to Lil Uzi Vert once. I listened to New Paddock too many times and I wrote this song. Or maybe I'm thinking of Snow Halation. Yeah, I'm thinking of Snow Halation. One of these two. Y'all Don't Make No Fucking Sense is almost good. Bread and Butter is my favorite on here. This song's kind of hard to listen to, but it has some of my favorite lyrics I've ever written. The hook is, Amazon is gonna hire your moms to sell the secondhand bongs from all the retail throngs, and you gonna take that grass and smoke a mountain of grass before you put on blast some other YouTube asshole. It keeps going from there. It's really good. Sleep Never Came is a terrible experiment. Invalid Litter Department is a terrible cover, and God on Man's Road is not that great. So yeah, this album is bad. It's my worst one. Melodic shit posting. This is a shit post. It's very fun. It's got my greatest jingle ever, Drip Check. I don't hear anything. Hold on. This is even better with the video, but yeah, it's basically like me taking like the style of this charming man's vocal performance and just singing about my drip. Learning to Love to Hate Yourself. This is my most aggravated, dissociative. Actually, it's very similar to Been There in emotional palette, but Been There is just the most like crushing, fucked, like loud, just chaos. I'm really just upset with existence. This one is more like I have everything I want and I'm not happy, and I don't know what to do about it. That's where I was at when I made this, particularly Out of It. I really like this song. These are all songs that I still get stuck in my head. Like they're really weird, really experimental songs that probably would be too abrasive for most people, but when I actually like listen to or think about them, maybe not Cold Shit. This is probably the worst one on here, but like Out of It, Nothing Will Survive, Below the Caldera, and Aggressed are all songs I still get stuck in my head. So I would actually put this on like mid to high tier for me. Old School Underground Remix Tape and Nujabro are both mid to high tier because they're both albums where I just took a bunch of my favorite raps and redid them on different beats. Like this is all Nujabes beats, so pretty much I picked whatever I liked that I hadn't used on this. And Old School Underground was like all of my favorite raps that I thought could be done differently. Like Freak Power, I wanted to see what it sounded like with a deeper voice. Ready for War, I just thought the original beat was too chaotic and that it was a little too fast to understand. Devil Gin, the original beat was too hard to understand the raps, you know. Dear Future was on a unsaleable beat. Fuck Away was on a weird experimental song on the Fuck Off mixtape. It still sounds like a weird experimental song, but not nearly as much as before. You know, Human Connections, I just wanted to make a more chilled out sounding version of it, which is cool. Tunnel In to make it like tolerable. So yeah, this is a really solid album because it's basically me just making better versions of a bunch of songs that I thought originally had really strong verses but were hard to listen to songs. Discarded is very low tier. This is me just getting weird and emotional over part of a Cure song. There are some like catchy hooks in that, but it's just so weird. And then Devil Lady Dance Classics, the only one I don't think I've measured yet. I would put this in high tier. Big Skirt Energy starts... I think the Screamo part really needed to be redone. Like, I don't hate this conceptually, I just don't like my performance of it, and I don't like how it takes you out of this amazing flow that you have at the start. But I really like Never Find Me. I love Off My Drip. Off My Drip is maybe top 5 of my favorite songs. And I know that it sounds like shit, but it sounds like shit in such a particular, deliberate way. And I can easily see why a lot of people would hate this song, but it's for me, it's like it sounds exactly how it's supposed to. And I really love it. On My Body is really good. I don't even remember Know Myself. Oh yeah, Know Myself is kind of a weak performance. That's another one that's conceptually alright, but just not that strong. Fire Up Me Now, another one, performance could have been better. Great idea for a song, bad performance. Also the beat kind of sucks on that. Salt and Salsa is just weird. It's okay. I think the recording is a little blown out on this song. And then Time and Place is another one where the performance could be better, but I do think it's conceptually really strong. Very emotional song. This is another one that kind of makes me cry sometimes. So yeah, I would put this in mid-high. It's almost high tier because it's got Never Find Me, Off My Drip, and On My Body. But the rest of it all is kind of like, this could have been better. I'm going to play Off My Drip while I go to the bathroom. Torture you all for real with this song that I know it sounds fucked up, but you just got to believe me. It's a good song.
Or I could be in style. I could be anything but fine with denial. I could be a ratchet or I could be in style. I could be anything but fine with denial. I could be a ratchet or I could be in style. I could be anything but fine with denial. I could be a ratchet or I could be in style. I could be anything but fine with denial. Brace yourself and go. Like an armored blanket, settling my stand with down. I've been on my trip for way too long. I done written too many sad songs. I've been on my trip for way too long. I done written too many sad songs. I've been on my trip for way too long. I done written too many sad songs. I've been on my trip for way too long.
Sarah said this would go absolutely crazy live. I know, though. It's definitely on the list of songs that, like, dream live songs. That one, fucking, Jan Gire, 100K is definitely on the list. I realized that, I don't know if you were there for that stream. You probably weren't. I went to this park in Chesapeake, which is a city nearby to mine, and they had this big-ass outdoor stage, and, like, the amount of people you could fit there, I was like, well, this would be a fucking huge show. And I was, like, trying to visualize the crowd and myself performing to that crowd, and I was trying to perform by daybreak, and I was like, it's too fast. Like, a crowd this size, I don't think could have their attention. It's like too ADHD, but 100K is exactly the right amount of ADHD. Like, it's not a fast song, it's just a constantly changing song. So it's a constant evolution of feeling, but it's always at this bouncing rhythm. And when I imagined like a whole field of people going, popularly played in your room like PlayStation, probably delayed in the gloom from creation, I'm like, oh my god, it would fucking cause an earthquake, like people jumping to that bit of that song. So that's definitely on the list. Yeah, By Daybreak is definitely a grimy basement song, and it would go off live. But yeah, it would have to be in. Well, it's like rap moments in that regard. Like Rap Moments is a song that I wrote basically for the club I knew I was going to perform it at Smoky Vibes, because I had gone, I'd gone to record 2 shows. Basically, there's 2 bars in Elko, Nevada, and that are like on the same strip, that both of them I filmed shows at, and then both of them I did shows at. And so after, when I filmed the shows, I wrote the song Rap Moments about the experience I had filming those shows in Elko, and then performed it at the show I did in Elko. But like I just knew it would go exactly right on that sound system and with that crowd. Now, granted, none of those people had ever heard of me. And when people have never heard of you and you're the opening act of a show, they don't really move. They just kind of stare at you. And you can kind of tell if they're digging it, because they're paying attention, and they were, but they weren't really moving. And so, like, it's hard for me to get, like, I didn't get the effect I wanted of, like, seeing a crowd moving to that music. And I think the only way you can really make that happen is you have to make something so undeniable they cannot not move. Like, when I think about 100K, and again, hitting that part where it's popularly played in your room, another dream live song for me, Massive Witch Hat. I wrote Massive Witch Hat to be my live song. Like, that's the guaranteed show-stopping, like, that's the encore song, And it's because when you get to the part where I say, I can't remember the build-up to it. It's hold on. Everything from this certain point onward. Let me grab it. Since we still have this Bandcamp open. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. When we get to... This is for my furries and my anime chicks, growing anime tits, licking anime dicks, and banging them hits from the Golden Witch all day, cause you know that's that bitch! Just that whole... Cause it feels like you're building up to something, and then you get that little stop, and then boom, hit in the face with that bitch. Hell yeah. And then it just goes with non-stop energy from there. So it's, this is for my furries and my anime chicks, growing anime ticks, looking anime dicks, and begging them hits from the Golden Witch all day, cause you know that's that bitch. Hell yeah. Break a speaker off a con hall ceiling, just off raw feeling. Y'all gotta fucking feel me. I'm raw, I'm really not frontin'. I'm touching myself on stage, and I might be fucking coming. Got a massive witch hat, and you can't teach that. It just keeps going. It's like you get halfway into this 1.5-minute song, and you just blast off, and you never come down. So I can't imagine playing this live and not at the very least stopping everyone in the room who is like, if you're not paying attention, if you're having another conversation, I think it would end. You would have to leave the room. If you weren't enjoying this music, you would have to leave the room, because you would not be able to talk over it. You would not be able to pay attention to something else. When I start screaming, that's that bitch, hell yeah, break a speaker off a con hall ceiling, just off raw feeling, y'all gotta fucking feel me. I'm always trying to make the most unignorable bars, I always want my song to be something that, like, you hear it and you're like, I can't forget that I heard they hate because I'm a chick with a dick, but they love me when it's all on their lips. Like, you can't forget that you heard that, Maybe you'll try, you'll put it out of mind, but it's sitting somewhere back there, What's another good example? I mean, I did really try to start every single song on here starts with some kind of punchline. Born dumb and I've only gotten stupider. Women come from Venus, men from Mars, and I'm from Jupiter. She hella tall, but she's still my shawty. Belle of the ball, but she skulled that fouty. Here come the worst thing to happen to rap since Ben Shapiro. Don't fear the snow, this is absolute zero. That's actually, Cumberland Gap doesn't have a punchline at the start. Tetragrammaton with the hammer on is kind of a punchline. It's more of a rap, more of a rippity rap type of thing. Write a beat like a big dick. Blessed with intelligence, that's why I live without limits. That's also more of a rippity rap bar. Straight cis bitch dicked down by a trans dyke. Really went for it with that one. You would think we're Scooby-Doo and Carmen Sandiego, where they always asking where we at. They told me, simmer down, you're at a 10, we need you at a 2. That's kind of. How the fuck do I exist? The last song is just simply, how the fuck do I exist? So yeah, that's me just trying to be like, every single a song is going to open with the most, like, immediate hook. The most, like, what did I just hear, like, line that you could possibly have. Alright. We did it. We talked about all of my albums. I don't even know if the person who asked for that is still here. I just thought, you know what? This is the opportunity. Let's fucking do it. Let's just talk about every single goddamn one of them. You know why? Narcissism. Alright, we are 2 hours into this stream, and I've made $63.62. Now, you know, I've got 24 hours before the month is, well, not anymore. I've now got, what? So if we've been going for 2 hours out of the 24 and a half that were allotted to me. But the amount we've made is like, what, 1/8 of the goal or something like that? I don't know. I can't fucking do math. What's 400 divided by 63.62? Google, why didn't you answer me without me having to type anything? 400 divided by 63.62. I see all the love and stickers. I appreciate it. 6. Okay, so we've already made it 6.2. You know, we've already won 6.2th. That's what I want. That's the phrase I'm looking for. We've made it 1/6.2th of the way there. So if, I guess I should have thought about it in the beginning. If 8 people wanted me to watch first episodes of anime, that would be it. That would accomplish the goal right away. It would just take, 4 hours? No, probably 3.5 hours of actually watching the shows. Maybe 3 hours of watching the shows. We'll see what happens. We'll see if anybody else does that. That was a fun time. That was probably the most fun I've had doing a group watch of anime. It's not something I've done a lot of, but it went really well. It felt like people were watching it with me. It felt like we were all on the same page. You know, it was a show we all had opinions about. Overall, a pleasant experience, but not all of us loved it, you know? So it was intriguing. What should we do? Even if you're not super chatting me, just tell me what to do. I need ideas. You know, I'm gonna be here all night, so I need stuff. I need suggestions of what to do. Whether or not I take your suggestion without money is truly up to my flippant whim. We're not watching Love Live. You definitely would have to pay for that, and you can't afford it, Landon. Don't do it. Die Anywhere Else says talk about neurotyping again. Well, I don't know. I just shared all of my thoughts about it in that video from the other day that I edited, so I have not had any new thoughts since then. Just found this channel, like, for the first time ever. Welcome. This is the weirdest channel that you'll probably ever find yourself on. It's got, I mean, this channel has 1.2 thousand videos on it, dating back about 15 years. Right? No, this one's 12 years. This channel's only 12 years old. I have other channels that are older than this, but this one's got 1.2 thousand, and if you go to the every YouTube video featuring the Golden Witch playlist, there's over 5,000 YouTube videos I've been in, so the rabbit hole goes astronomically deep. Here's a question I have for people in chat. If somebody just discovered my channel for the first time, or who I am even, not limited to this channel, but like, if somebody just found out who I am, what would you tell them to go watch? what would you be like? Oh, you never heard of Trixie? How? Or you've probably done this, maybe introducing people to my content. Like, what do you use as like your go-to? You need to see this. You know, the lore is immense. It's true. The lore is endless, and it's not really well chronicled anywhere either. I still have to make at some point a Rise, Fall, and Death of Digibro video because nobody's done it, and I'm the only one probably qualified to do it. But like, I would love to do a lecture style video about the rise, fall, and death of Digibro. Stoned as fuck watching Technolize randomly and searched a video about it. Then yours popped up. Your vid effed me up, mate. Yeah. Hey man, this show effed me up. That show is difficult. Technolize. I think that video, I wrote that right after. It's an older video. I want to say it's almost a decade old. But I distinctly remember that night because me and my friends went to Denny's, and my friend Brandon kept insisting as we were on our way there that Denny's is racist. And he had learned this in like a marketing class he's in, that they had made they'd done some kind of racist thing in their marketing. And he was explaining it to us, and I wasn't really taking it that seriously because I'm like, well, that's at the top. That's in the corporate. It can't possibly be like racist at Denny's. And then what happened, lo and behold, was one of the most shockingly strange events I've ever witnessed. I mean, we had pretty bad service at the Denny's. At one point, we saw the manager like chewing out one of the servers, like just blatantly, you know, like where everybody could see. It took forever to get the food. It took forever to get out. And then as we're on our way out, and the guy at the front, you know, you bring your receipt to the front of the Denny's, and there's a dude who checks over your receipt. And he was like, we were splitting the bill. It was like 5 of us. We're splitting the bill, and he's asking, like, he's trying to math it out. And then he starts, like, giggling. And we were all a little bit confused. And Brandon, who was the one, you know, saying that this place is racist, he's wearing a shirt of the flayed man sigil from Game of Thrones. You know how they all have the house sigils? He has the flayed man, which kind of looks like Attack on Titan. You know, it kind of looks like the Titans from Attack on Titan. So we thought maybe this guy's giggling at the shirt at first, right? And what he says is, well, I shouldn't say why I'm laughing. And we're like, why? And he's like, that's offensive. And he's like, you could say it. And he goes, well, you should probably have him do the math because he's Asian. We all just kind of stared at him like, what? And then he said something about nice Attack on Titan shirt. And he was like, it's not. It's actually a Game of Thrones shirt. It was pretty mind-blowing that Denny's was racist. And moreover, the food is very bad. And I left feeling all fucked up. Like my body felt bad. And I couldn't get to sleep. And I was just kind of like, man, I can't believe I fucking spent $15 on racist Denny's. And so I couldn't get to sleep. And I felt like shit, so I watched Technolize all night. Because Technolize is basically just watching a man feel the most like shit possible. You know, like, you'll never see someone suffer. You'll never see the world suffer more than in Technolize. It's just watching bad, you know, watching bad thing. And so it's, you know, if you're already feeling miserable, it's not going to make you feel worse. It's not going to make you feel better. But it's not, it falls to your level. It's something you can do while you feel miserable. That's a good way of putting it, right? Like, usually you feel so miserable you can't do anything. I know a lot of people listen to, like, really sad music. For me, that makes me feel worse, so it doesn't help. But, you know, if I felt so just gruelingly awful, you know, at least Technolize is not going to be, like, abrasive to my senses. It's going to be like, yeah, that's about where I'm at, You know, that's me. That's literally me. Ichisei right there with one arm and one leg cut off. Yes, that's Chiaki J. Kanaka with character designs from Yoshitoshi Abe. And I believe animation by Madhouse. And it's directed by the same guy who did Shigurui and the first season of Steins Gates. He was like the chief director. He mostly... The first episode is the one that most feels like his other work of Steins Gate, I mean. Anyway, welcome to the channel. Right now I'm just doing whatever anybody super chats me to do, pretty much. And hanging out. Trying to make $400 before the month is over. Because I want to have $2,000 when I get my money from YouTube next month. And that's how much it takes to bridge the gap. I mean, we made 63.62 on the stream so far, so that means there's $330 left to go before I've hit my personal goal of how much money I would like to have on the 22nd of June. Within reason. Obviously, I'd love to have $1 million fucking dollars, but like something I think is achievable for me is to make $400 today. But it will take a lot of effort. It will take pretty much being live until I make that amount of money, however long that might take, you know. But I don't think I can. I can't just cut the video and then come back and expect I'm gonna make $400. It's got to be epic. It's got to be stupid. It's got to be self-destructive. You know, it's got to be some kind of stunt. It's got to make people go, well, you know, I feel bad that she is so stupid that she does things like this. So I'm going to give her money. You know, it's donation to the mentally deranged. Have I heard Lupe Fiasco's Drill Music in Zion album? I have, but not enough to talk about it in any depth. I've liked every Lupe Fiasco album I've listened to in a general way, but they're very dense, and like I always feel like I would have to hear them like 100 times to fully internalize what they are saying. Do the Kai Cenat Elden Ring idea. Where was this? Is Kai Cenat a person? I don't know what you're talking about. Dabble into VTubers at all? Not really. I'm not a fan. It just feels weird to me. Maybe just because I think I should be doing it. Like I basically am conceptually the same. I just happen to be a person instead of a cartoon avatar. I probably would be more successful as a cartoon avatar. But, you know, maybe I'll do that eventually. But it's hard for me to imagine watching other VTubers. Or YouTubers for that matter. There's not a lot of people I really watch. There's only very few live streamers that I will tune in for at all, much less all the way through. You know, for the most part, it's just Stig Masterson. That's true, Landon. The Denny's we went to was not that bad. I remember being shocked, actually, by how good that Denny's experience was up in Indiana. I'm sure I could do great as a VTuber, and I have one. I have one that's not rigged. Like, I don't have it on this computer, but I paid a guy to do a design, so I have the design, but I could then not afford to get the rig done. So it's an incomplete VTuber. Other than the bitch waitress and Bird asking for $15 out of spite. I don't even remember. I don't remember the waiting, but I'm glad you reminded me of food, because I keep thinking I'm kind of hungry and then forgetting I have like a half a cheeseburger or most of a double cheeseburger here. Look at this fucking thing. What's the design like? It's pretty simple, but it's like blonde, witchy girl with necklaces and kind of like a black smock dress type thing. Shark teeth. I'm gonna take another bite of the burger that you dropped in the trash last night. No, that's a Jesse thing. I would never. Y'all hear about this Donald Trump's guilty? Seems probably people probably happy about that one. It's nice to see somebody held accountable for their crimes when they're like bad. Let's watch this video. We were gonna watch this earlier, but then somebody paid me a lot of money to do something else. So let's get back to this. See what this guy's on about. This only has one view. It was probably me earlier, so we'll be the first view of this video.
I'm sorry because I was being too aggressive in that last video. But to be fair, that shit was annoying. So, given everything I understand, it is physically true a couple of things. You say that it has to take more than just explaining something until the environment can no longer deny that it's possible. But that's how we physically work socially. That is our physical behavior. That if somebody says something, if in the game of deciding what should happen next in a shared limited state, when somebody adds their logic and they say, this is why I think this should happen next. This is why I think things should go this way. And nobody else can say why it shouldn't, then that path is the one taken. That's a physical law. There's your physical explanation. Why do I need to explain anything further? Stop holding me back. And this is not the same thing as guys who get stubborn and won't communicate anymore and think that them not listening to anybody is the same thing as somebody not being able to say why what they want can't happen. That's not the same thing. We're talking about an actual structure, an actual social structure that is acted out by physical objects, our bodies. If you say that something can occur and no one can say why it can't, then they have to back out and let it happen.
I think he's walking around outside in this video, like maybe walking to the gas station because there's suddenly like Bob Marley playing in the background. Also, this is a hilarious frame to stop on.
That's a real thing. I don't get why I gotta try so hard. Stop holding me.
So, before I started streaming, I actually watched this entire 26-minute video. And it's mostly pretty repetitive. I wouldn't want to play this whole thing. It is more of him just arguing with his alters inside his brain. There's a part towards the end where he has a really interesting revelation. The way he talks about this fascinated me. And I think maybe some of you will be interested to hear it. I'll say that, like, however dissociated, schizophrenic, whatever the fuck is going on with this dude, however mentally, I don't want to say ill, well, it is mental illness because he's clearly suffering from it. He says in this video that he is completely sane. Like, there's a part where he says, like, I'm realizing I'm starting to sound like I'm mentally ill, but I assure you that I'm completely sane. I wouldn't call him insane. I would call him struggling deeply with his mind. But the way that he talks about it is actually with such clarity that it borders on self-awareness. And it feels like the argument he's constantly having is like, well, I'm self-aware, but none of the other me's inside of my brain are. And so he's basically yelling at them about not being self-aware, like that they aren't self-aware, and being upset. Anyway, this last section's really interesting.
I notice there's a pattern here. I say life isn't real, and some guy goes, "You're telling me this isn't real?" Immediately gets physical. Physical structure. They are limiting themselves to physical occurrence. Whenever they can no longer add logic to defy what they want, to defy what they don't want from happening, they just get physical. They say logic doesn't matter. Now we're at the point of physical collision. I don't care what makes sense anymore. If my body can win the fight, then it means I was right somehow. So we know that at the point at which they lose logical... Look, like right now, I'm just physical until I have logic, which is what justifies my brain communicating with my fucking body to move it. Until I have logic and tangible structure holding up my body's just fucking flesh on the ground. Logic and tangible structure is what hosts civilization. It's what hosts our ability to communicate with each other. You lose that shit, we become physical. We start fucking fighting. That's what this bullshit is, bro. And so, I say something that defies the logic that people are readily using to accomplish a goal. And now they want to get physical. I say that something is possible, and now all of a sudden I feel like things just got physical and I need to explain myself to some physical resistance that doesn't have any logic in it anymore. That's just saying, this is what's physically occurring, you have to make sense of this now. Even though it took years of logic, it took years of tangible structure to make this physically occur. No, it doesn't matter. We just started existing now. We just started existing. Nigga, are these guys constantly fucking having a new consciousness? Dude, that could be what this is. That could be what this is. Bro, it could be that these guys, every time they get overwhelmed, that same God complex that I described in the last video, they fucking start a new one. They start a new consciousness to protect the new God complex and attempt to control or stabilize the environment for their own understanding. And so that's why it suddenly feels like you just restart it and have to explain yourself from zero all over again. Because they just opened up a new consciousness, a new, disprovable, last Thursdayism. Everything just started existing. Makes sense to that now. And so now you gotta wait for them to learn why things are possible. And they always reset to not knowing why things are possible so that you can't explain it to them. I fucking know what the fuck this is, bro. I know what the fuck this is, bro. Let me have my fucking life. I'm too fucking good at this. Let me have it, bro. I'm pissed. I'm so pissed, bro. I'm just kidding. It's a show, guys. We're writing. I got writers in the other room. We're trying to figure out the most entertaining way to explain, to do all this for you guys. It's a plan. God's little plan. Drake. So, yeah. So pretty much, we're just like setting it up so that you guys can just accept some new information without freaking out. And we're just doing a little show for you. Yeah, so... Oh, we're also sponsored by, Dollar Shave Club. Whenever I need to shave, I'm sorry, that was Mom and Friends. I couldn't think of another sponsor that was readily available. What's that one MMO? That one app MMO, the fucking, damn, I should have done that one. The one that has power levels and shit. Damn, I should have done that. Alright, anyway. I know for a fucking fact that I'm right. This little idea that there's just something I don't know is fucking physical now. It has no ability to actually explain what it is I don't know. It's just a fucking physical construct. It's you don't know something, therefore it won't work. And it's being stubborn. It's a dyspective. Get the fuck out of my way, bro. Get the fuck out of my way. Like, seriously.
I feel him so fucking hard. Like, I know what he's talking about. I'm not struggling with what he's struggling with because it's like, it feels like every time like he has a thought, that to him seems to be like a person. And like every time a thought comes to his head, especially a thought of self-doubt, he's like externalizing that as if it's a person telling it to him. And then he's like struggling that these people are constantly talking to him. Like every time he tries to do something, somebody's yelling self-doubt at him, and he's just like turned that into people. Like, and it's really interesting. I don't know if that's a good way of living, but it just seems like he really struggles with how intensely those voices treat him. Like the rational version is the one that can talk to the camera, but all the voices inside are clearly like way more intense, you know, anthropomorphizing his thoughts. Yeah, I think that's a way of describing what alters seem to be, is like because it takes your mind, your brain uses different processes to do different things. So like you are kind of like a different person at different times. And if you can't reconcile that, like if you feel really strongly that like, no, this is who I am, and then you do something that contradicts who you are, it's like, well, that can't be me. So that must be another person. And so this dude is like, he's got all this confidence in the things he's saying, but then he hears this self-doubt in his brain, and he just can't, like, and he's telling, he seems to be telling that voice, you are me, but the voice disagrees. The voice is going, nuh-uh, I'm something else because I wouldn't make the mistakes you're making, And that's a lot of what the argument he's had. Like, this video is him cyclically arguing with himself for 24 minutes, and then that last part is basically him finding a conclusion that allowed him to finally stop and, like, calm down for a second, make some jokes, and end the video. But he gets really upset with himself in this video. I didn't want to show anything that would be, like, too boring or depressing. The ending is kind of the eureka moment. But the stuff he says right here in particular is super interesting because he is identifying basically how the brain works. It's just that he's viewing, like, so sometimes when you have to do a task, you sort of like almost create a version of yourself that can do that task that goes away when it's done. Like if I'm going to fold laundry, the normal regular me doesn't want to do that, but if I can just kind of put myself in the mindset of, okay, well, I am the person who does laundry now, like, and then just be the laundry person until it's done. Like, to me, that's not being a different person literally. To him, it seems to be like it seems like at the very least those other personalities like assess their reality over his. And so that's just, listen to what he says here. It's super interesting.
Logic in it anymore. That's just saying, this is what's physically occurring, you have to make sense of this now. Even though it took years of logic, it took years of tangible structure to make this physically occur. No, it doesn't matter. We just started existing now. We just started existing now. So basically what he's accusing is that these voices keep coming up that basically act like they don't understand everything that he's already parsed through logic. Like, the naysaying voices that he hears in his head, he's like, you are acting like you literally just sprang into existence. Because if you understood everything that I've been doing, everything I've been saying, how could you possibly think this? And I think second guessing is just a mechanism of the mind. It's just like to make sure, it's to reconfirm with yourself, And I know people, both my mom and Bird are both people who really don't like to have to repeat themselves. Like, if they say something and you have like an answer that's like, oh, like, really? And they're like, well, yeah, what did you think, I'm lying? It's like, well, no, I just want to be I just want you to say it twice, like, I want the reification of the data. I think for him, even his internal voice, like questioning himself, he's like, well, why are you calling me a liar, to the voice inside his own head. And I think this is something we all kind of do on some level. It just doesn't usually manifest itself to talking to yourself like it's you and another guy, But this part is particularly interesting when he realizes what this means. What he's about to describe is legitimately how the brain works. It's just that the way he's describing it sounds wild, but just pay attention. Nigga, are these guys constantly fucking having a new consciousness? Dude, that could be what this is. Bro, it could be that these guys, every time they get overwhelmed, that same God complex that I described in the last video, they fucking start a new one. They start a new consciousness to protect the new God complex and attempt to control or stay.
They start a new consciousness to protect the new God complex. So basically it's like, you receive data, you become precious about that data. You don't want to start doubting it, so you have to, create a you that will stand up and defend this thing. And for that to exist, it must also be rejecting the data that is telling it that it's wrong.
stabilize the environment for their own understanding. And so that's why it suddenly feels like you just restarted and have to explain yourself from zero all over again, because they just opened up a new consciousness, a new disprovable last Thursdayism. Everything
Last Thursdayism. That's a phrase I've never heard before. I'm wondering if that's a real thing. Omphalos hypothesis. All right. One attempts to reconcile the scientific evidence that the Earth is billions of years old with the literal interpretation of the Genesis creation narrative, which implies that the Earth is only a few thousand years old, based on the religious belief that the universe was created by a divine being. Okay, yeah, I get that part. What is the last Thursday part? Okay. Beginning of false creation. Although Ghosts' original Omphalos hypothesis specifies a popular creation story, others have proposed that the idea does not preclude creation as recently as 5 minutes ago, including memories of times before it created it. Okay, yeah, the idea of the world could have been created literally at any point for all that we can perceive it. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that my dad will come up to me and be like, but, like, what if we're living in a simulation? Because, like, all of our memories could be, like, something we're programmed with. So it could be that, like, the simulation just started running today. And I'm like, Dad, I thought about this when I watched The Matrix when I was 12. Like, why are you... You're just thinking... No, actually, I know you've thought about this before. In fact, you forgot that you've already had this revelation before, you know? Or maybe you're still intrigued by it in perpetuity. But it just... To me, it's like, yeah, okay, you know, sure, maybe we did, maybe I got created just now, or just now, or just now, or just... I feel like parodying that revelation is basically what my light novels are. Like, the start of, you know, I wrote this light novel in, like, a day, where it's just the main character dying over and over again. Like, how many times can I kill the main character before I get bored of doing it? 6, okay, now let's do something else, you know? I guess I've gotten so over doing existentialism by myself that now I have to watch, like, people who are really struggling with it go through it to have fun with it. I think this guy's a very strong content creator. Context. Let's see what this says. Introduction to context.
People carry with them a developing perception they believe will always make sense with or without their influence. A few individuals fail to acknowledge that their entire perception of reality is based on a combination of what they've been taught, their personal experiences, and the ideas or theories that make sense of those experiences so far. How many times have you found yourself in a scenario where you and another person witnessed the same event occur, yet you came to your own conclusions about why it took place, what the intentions of each party involved was, and the metaphysical principles that allowed it to happen? It became obvious that you both had your own filters through which you were running all new information. These sensors, checkpoints, or parameters through which all new information must pass are displays of your individual boundaries of perception. You each come from your own point of existence. Your realities carry with them momentum, and these momentums make the effort to fuel themselves by allowing in and pursuing only the information that rationalizes and further develops your current perception of existence. Picture two separate snowballs rolling down the same mountain on their own trajectories. As each one rolls, it collects its own debris, and that debris forms the mass of each snowball as they age down the mountain. By this point, each snowball has its own history, its own perception. Every single experience each individual snowball collected along the way has added up into two separate stories. Now, imagine that there exists a point in which those two stories will converge. You could consider this point an event or an arc. Both snowballs arrive to this point at the same time, but to each snowball this point looks different. Their individual stories affect their perception of the event, as their lives and its parameters will be affected differently by this event.
Let's say this point of convergence is a piece of branch from a tree. To the first snowball, this branch will have been one of many branches it's come across in its journey, a trivial, disacknowledgeable experience by this point in its existence. However, to the second snowball, this branch is the first time it's seen anything like this in its journey so far. This branch is enough information alone to alter this snowball's perception of what's possible. Though, with or without their significant perceptions, the branch is just a branch. The effect this branch has on their individual paradigms is what will alter their ability to perceive the next arc or point of convergence on their path. Have you ever noticed how some people walk around describing why they are who they are and telling stories that justify why they are where they are at any given moment? Furthermore, pay attention to how those same exact individuals often describe other people's behaviors, specifically those who obstruct their desired outcomes, in contexts that make their behaviors seem crude, strange, or unacceptable. It can be said that through this social system, all religions, beliefs, movements, etc. exist to justify a set of behaviors within or against a specific context. Some individuals caught in a competitive mindset are constantly trying to describe bigger and more tangible contexts in order to reduce everyone else's behavior into producing their desired outcomes. It becomes obvious how easily contextual disagreements can develop and escalate once you take a moment to consider what would occur if two contexts, both equal in tangibility, were to oppose each other's desired outcome. Here's a basic example. Two individuals wish to create different outcomes for themselves, but their goals obstruct each other's desire in some way. If they cannot agree to a coalescence of their desired outcomes, then they go their separate ways. However, they now attempt to create and spread a tangible context in which the opposing party's effort must be obstructed. This can be accomplished a number of ways, such as spreading rumors, falsifying a perception of a person in order to stall their efforts with misunderstandings and confusion, searching for and aggrandizing each other's flaws, and the lowest of all tactics, surrounding, isolating, and forcing each other's loved ones and closest friends to prove false claims wrong until they lose track of all the lies being discussed. All of these tactics involve the same principle: steering other people's perception as to cause each other conflict. The goal of a contextual disagreement is to eventually trap your opponent entirely within your desired context without the opportunity for escape. Technically, the disagreement isn't over until one party agrees to rewrite their context in adjustment to the other one's goals. Although it doesn't mean they genuinely agree, the losing party must accept the winning context in order to continue trading and socializing for its continued survival, as, once surrounded by a disagreeing context, an individual is threatened with ostracization and the inability to rely on assistance from others for needs basic to a human. Refusing the winning context will only result in a survivalistic ejection from society. It's agreed that what others think and say of you alters the opportunities available to you from society. So we must acknowledge our efforts to present one another and take responsibility for how we affect each other's ability to succeed and survive with everything we say. How can we proudly speak little of one another to reduce each other's opportunities for success, yet find ourselves embarrassed at the idea of speaking highly of one another to increase each other's opportunities? If it's not considered lying to speak only of each other's chance for failure, then it cannot be considered a lie to only present each other with an image that nurtures a future for success. If we are capable of obstructing each other's success, then surely we are capable of supporting each other's success through the same system in which the conflict is allowed to function. As members of a larger community, we each individually contribute information to it as our eyes, ears, and other sensors contribute information to our brains. To keep metaphors simple, let's just focus on our eyes. Most of us have two eyeballs, both of which take in information from slightly different but specific angles. Both eyeballs relay this information to our brain, which then combines both sources into a cohesive, well-informed image. Without honest and direct communication between both eyes, a person would find themselves struggling to maintain balance. I mean, imagine if your eyeballs were to argue with one another and each individually claimed that the information it had alone was a fact and the other eyeball had it wrong. You'd be practically blind. Well, we each behave as an individual brain or eyeball that communicates with the other brains or eyeballs in order to contribute to the larger collective image shared between society. That being said, if all of our opportunities are affected by how we describe life to one another, then should we not always try to find ways to describe life in a positive direction? Well, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
That was a really good introduction to context from a philosophical angle. The stuff about the eyes really got to me because I never really thought about, like, yeah, your eyes are two different images, kind of, and I know for a fact your eyes take in all the information upside down. So, like, you actually see upside down, and then your brain turns it right side up, in addition to it being two separate images combined. And, but the separation of them is particularly interesting to me. I was born with a bad cross eye. So was Bird. Bird actually had one of his eyes fully pulled out, like fixed up and put back in, and had to wear an eye patch about it for a while. I just wore glasses till I was like 12. And like I didn't notice any observable problems after a certain point, so I just stopped wearing them. But I do think that my eyes kind of struggle to agree, to use the phrasing he used, on what they're seeing at a given moment. And so I do kind of feel like everything always feels a little bit shaky. You know, like my vision is never quite purely solid. It can be worse and better at certain times, you know. But like there are times where it definitely feels like my eyes are doing something slightly different, or like they're having trouble reconciling with one another. And you'll notice that the shapes of my eyes are in fact different. Like this side of my face is like almost sunken in, like a just the eye sockets are differently shaped and they're not even. One is like further into my face than the other. So I think there is legitimately some level of struggle between my eyes. And I kind of tend to look at everything just slightly off. Like I'm always kind of looking slightly to the left so that my eyes feel more straight. Because when I'm looking like perfectly straight, it feels slightly off. So Sarah says I'm legally blind. Damn, I didn't even know that. Those must be some intense glasses you got on. But yeah, I never really thought about that, like that weird shakiness, and it can kind of give me, like, using my eyes very intently can give me a headache. It can cause me to start doing crazy blinks, you know, like I just, particularly when I was on Wellbutrin for a while, and now I'm thinking like maybe that's what the problem was like Wellbutrin was affecting the problem I already have of the eyes not doing their thing right. You know, and making it worse. It's really interesting. I did not expect to be thinking about that from that video. And yeah, I'm sure we all noticed he was way more coherent in that than normal. So I think maybe right now he's just not in a really good spot. Jano Mako with €5. Thank you very much. Why do poor people always complain about money? Well, have you ever had no money? What kind of money do you got? Let's see. Poor people. Poverty is a state of lacking financial resources. In 2022, the U.S. Census reported that 11.5% of the U.S. population, or 37.9 million people, lived in poverty, which was the lowest rate on record. However, the supplemental poverty measures rate in 2022 was 12.4, which was an increase. Whatever. Really, that few people live in poverty? I mean, I guess I gotta figure out what's considered the poverty line in the U.S. because it feels like it should be. I feel like there's a lot more poor people than what is being indicated here. I mean, I know there's a lot of people with money in the U.S. I drive around the U.S. a lot. I'm always shocked by how much money people seem to have because I have so little money. So I'm always like, where the fuck are you all getting your money from? What the fuck are you doing that pays so well, you know? And no one I've known has ever had a lot of money. So it's always like, you know, I'm like, who are these people? Where do they come from? All these people with money. So maybe I just happen to spend all my time with the 11% of Americans that don't got shit. But what is the U.S. poverty line? Let's find out here. Minimum gross income. Okay, so for individuals, $15,000 a year. So if I made less than 15 grand this year, I would be considered under the poverty line. I've definitely been under the poverty line for like 4 years. I would say at least 4 years. I've made maybe 5 or 6 years. I don't know how long it's been since I've made more than 15 grand in a year. So definitely I am below the poverty line. So why do I complain about money so much? Most of this month, I could not simply go get something to eat or drink that I might want at any given moment, and I couldn't, really be choosy about what I was going to eat or drink. Now look, you can eat or drink good stuff on the cheap, but it's going to be the same stuff every day, I like making egg salad sandwiches, but I could eat something other than an egg salad sandwich every once in a while, I do a lot of eggs and bread. I live with my parents and I don't want to be a burden on them, Every time, if I were to, let's say, drink one of my dad's sodas and mix it with vodka like I did last night, and I want to replace it, I'd like to be able to do that, Also, I need to get a fucking place. That's the main thing. I can't afford a fucking place. I don't have a fucking place to live. I live with my fucking parents. That's why I'm mad and complaining. Anyway. Does that answer the question, Jane O'Macko? Devin Hall just gave me another $50. Last one for the night. All right. We dodged the jobless reincarnation bullet, but not this time. Watch season 2, episode 17. Only way you can get out of this is if someone else donates $50. If that happens, whoever donates can also change my suggestion. Huh. Interesting gamble. So the options are either all of us are stuck watching Mushoku Tensei season 2, episode 17, or somebody else pays $50 to deflect his suggestion. I mean, I'll allow it. Obviously, I make all the rules, and you don't just get to make up your own rules. But I'll allow it. All right, I'm going to go get Mushoku Tensei Season 2, Episode 17 ready, because I will be shocked if somebody actually does contribute $50 to not watching this show. But I'll also be ecstatic. We'll be 8.53. Come on, people. Someone have taste ever, please. Christ. So frustrating. I'm already mad. I haven't even started the show. I'm mad at the score it has on this fucking website. So this would be my older brother's feelings would be the... Oh, no. It's going to be about his sister wanting to fuck him, isn't it? We're about to watch the most boring episode. Great. Thanks. Amazing. All right. Just to make sure there's time in case anybody does want to pay this not to happen, I'm going to go to the bathroom again. Do I want to play another Schizo video, or do I just... Oh, you know what? Let's play one of his songs. His songs are actually really good. Actually, we'll play the Insomnia one since we're all up late together. That song's great.
Been a year looking back at the past, and for a year I was trapped in a scene. Could it be I was moving very fast, and could it be that I couldn't even think? Was trying to tell her I was feeling pretty bad, and she was telling, didn't ask, can you leave? Look at me, I don't have any cash, and look at me, I don't have anything. You don't gotta give me any answers, cause baby all your answers are wrong. I was only ever taking chances. Maybe we just don't get along. And you can quit with your dancing, cause I don't even listen to the song. And girl, you've given me cancer, and now I won't live very long. I don't really think I ever liked you. You might have just played me apart. Look, I don't wanna fight you, cause baby, I would tear you apart. Yet you think you got it tougher than I do. Every evening I fell to the start. Look, I kinda wanna fight you, cause baby, I would tear you apart. Spend a year looking back at the past, and nowadays I just tackle my dreams. Could it be I was moving very fast? Could it be that I couldn't even think? Just trying to tell her I was feeling pretty bad, and now she's telling you can stay here with me. Look at me, I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Look at me, I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Look at me, now I don't have any cash, but look at me, now I have everything. Now I have everything.
I kind of want to like make that the official theme song of this. At the very least, the late night streams. That is definitely the official theme song of my late night streams. I might limit covering Eyes Everywhere to when we do late night streams, because this is the kind of content that in the daytime I feel like I've got things to do, but at night I'm like this is where my real fascination lies. All right, nobody has tried to counter offer the Devon Hall super chat, so we'll go ahead. By the way, we are currently at $119.02 within 3 hours of streaming. So we have kept up a shockingly good rate. I mean, Devon Hall has kept up a shockingly good rate. Not by himself though. That extra $20 came from like 5 other fucking people. So y'all are killing it tonight. This shit is on the road, and now we have to watch Mushoku Tensei. So everybody's about to get real miserable. I hope you've all loaded up episode 5 of season 2, core 2, otherwise known as episode 17 of season 2. Gobo Strips, the Canadian $2. Thank you very much. I don't know if you meant to put a message in there, but if you just type it without the super chat, I'll read it anyways. Sometimes that happens, especially when people haven't sent a lot of super chats before. I love your avatar, by the way. I think that's 21, right? Henchman 21 from Venture Bros. Not 21 Savage. That's probably what people now think when you say 21. 21. Oh my god. Has anybody done that? Has anybody done like a 21 Savage Venture Bros? Has Venture Bros referenced 21 Savage yet?
Awesome. We are back, dude.
You heard him. I'll pick you up in 5. Be outside.
I don't want just him being savage. I want like a music. I want an AMV of scenes of 21 set to 21 Savage doing his 21. Whatever. I guess there's not enough crossover in the fan bases of Venture Bros and 21 Savage. Damn it. Gobo Strips with the butterflies. Thank you very much. The Mighty Monarch. Alright. Let's fucking... Is everybody ready with Mushoku Tensei? Tell me when you're ready. If I see any readies in chat, I don't know if anybody's actually planning to watch this along with me. You're not going to understand what's happening, though. It's just going to be me going, ugh, if you don't have it open. Alright, y'all seem to be ready. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, wait, it didn't work. Hold on. Restart. For some reason, that didn't play. Wait, what the fuck is wrong with my shit? Hold on. Let me figure out what's wrong with my shit real quick. What the fuck are you playing, you son of a bitch? You made everybody else have to go back. Okay. Alright, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. They're walking down a hallway.
ノルンが引きこもった。
ボス、ちょっと待つにゃ。リニア、やめるの。
I hate these two. I hate this shot because
その行為
CGI
は俺にとっ
background
て
doesn't look
非
right
常
with
に
the way
重
the
い意味を
2D
持つ
characters are moving on it. That guy kicked a basketball. Oh, he's remembering his past again.
ノルンがもし同じ地獄を味わっているというのなら俺はそこから救い出してやりたい。俺のことが嫌いでアイシャのことが嫌いでそして今の状況が全部気に食わないと思っていても俺の
Enough with
妹だ。
this. I didn't like this when Pokemon did it, and I don't like it here either. Audio playing. Oh, oops. Hold on. Yeah, let's go ahead and mute that desktop audio. Shit, I paused the video when I did that. Whatever, let's just skip right past the OP. And if everybody can skip to 2 minutes 37 seconds, I will redo our hitting play together. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. From 2 minutes 37. There should be a woman saying, Rudius, we're in the middle of class, and... Oh, is he gonna fucking jack off in front of the whole class? Oh no. My sister. Okay, he's talking about his sister. Wow, this is so much less interesting than that fucking jellyfish show was. How long has this shot been on the screen for? Of just all these kids dead-eyed staring at nothing. This whole scene is brown. There's the only color, or I guess burgundy, like this deep reddish brown. Like everything in the scene is the same color. That woman looks like trash. She looks like a fucking... Ugh. Everything looks like a background character. Even the main character looks like a background character. Oh, he's angry. He's an angry one. So this is just about him trying to suss out who's bullying his sister, right? And he's being a real douchebag about it. This is so boring. Why is there no life in the scene? The shot compositions are garbage. This was not a problem in Season 1. Season 1 did not look like total garbage all the time. How long have we been on this shot? She's not moving except her mouth. She's not even blinking. She wasn't even blinking. Ah. Oh my god, this is a slideshow. What the fuck? This has to be the result of like the realization that whoever likes this has no taste and they can do whatever they want, right? Like we don't have to put effort in. It'll be fine. No, I'm being too mean. They're probably trying their best and just suck. Animation quality? I think you mean fucking illustration quality, because nothing's moving. And it still looks like shit. Dude, why is the arc about his sister getting bullied entirely focused on his emotional reaction? Oh, the guy who got bullied growing up is pissed that it's happening to his sister? I'm shocked. I'm so fucking amazed with this depth we're being given to his fucking character. Oh my god, it's so bad. This show is so fucking bad. Shut up. Fucking die. Oh god, her voice is so fucking annoying. Worst cat girl I've ever seen. Possibly the worst cat girl in all of anime. It's just so mind-numbingly boring. The slowness with which the scenes move is astonishing. because I just keep thinking back to Jellyfish and how, like, there was, like, the pacing of Jellyfish was like this. It was like, there's a cool shot, there's a cool shot, there's a cool shot, there's a cool shot, you know, like, and this is like boring. That was just a shot of a floor. That was a full 20, not 20 seconds, that's exactly, a full like 3 or 4 seconds of the floor, and then Rudius's shadow passing over it, like in the corner. Like they realized that if they I don't know why they didn't make the shadow bigger. It doesn't, I can't even, the dramatic, just, it looked so undramatic. So many head-on flat shots. Oh man, so many tightening in so we can draw less. This feels like it was definitely like a B team. Like, it feels entirely structured for budget constraint. Like, this is an episode that feels like it was made entirely, designed entirely around what would save money. You know, like, what would save time and money. Like, what would make you have to draw the fewest amount of drawings. Like, this is less ambitious than Kamikatsu in the animation department. She said with disgust and held her face in a state of terror at the thought. Good God. I don't even think this is production hell. I think it's supposed to be like this. Because it's not like, it doesn't look like they're fucking up something ambitious. It looks like the ambition was to make something easy. That was so goofy. Like, in that case, that shot actually looked okay, but then the movement looked so bad. It just kind of looked like his knees bent into place and then out, and like they didn't move. There was no animation. It was just can you even call those keyframes? It was just 3 illustrations that like are more connected by concept than by. Nothing has happened in this episode. Takunomi looks way better than this shit, Landon. Takunomi had that fucking alcohol budget. This show has... Well, it's deep enough in that the only people watching it are fans, so they don't have to make it impressive. Like, who are they trying to bring to the show? All they have to do is not scare away people who already like it. And those people are necessarily fucking idiots. Like, if you made it through Season 2 Core 1 and you're still hyped for Mushoku Tensei, you're a fucking idiot. There's no other way to put it. I don't know how I could defend that type of person. Like, I don't know what I could say about, like... I don't know how anybody... I will sit here and defend Season 1 of Mushoku Tensei. Season 2 is dog shit. Through and through, 100%, no redeeming qualities, nothing good about it. I can't respect liking this show. I can respect you as a human being, but I can't respect liking this show. It's something I would hold against you if I knew it about you. If it was something factual about you, I'd just be like, I'm sorry, but I'm always going to think a little bit less of you because you like Mushoku Tensei. Especially this episode. If you could fucking sit there and flat face tell me this is a good anime episode, I'll fucking bitch slap your ass. This is hell. This is actually hell. I'm glad you're having a good time, Devin Hall. I'm glad this is funny. People said this was good. Most people said this was good. Is it because they listened to the little twinkly pianos and it fucking made them cry? bitch little hearts. This is the fucking lamest shit I have ever seen. The subject of the bullying hasn't appeared on screen. This episode is about his sister getting bullied. We haven't even seen her on screen in the whole episode. It's just been him reliving the same trauma that the entire show is already about again, because now he knows his sister's going through it. And he's not even thinking about her. He's thinking about his history that we've already spent the whole fucking show exploring. Mushoku Tensei fans are fucking insane. Landon has died of Mushoku AIDS. Coomer Bait show past season 1. It was always Coomer Bait, but like, the show is about being a Coomer. Like, that much, I don't... Accepting that helped me understand the show. Like, the first season, I didn't like it at first because I thought all the sexual stuff was just there for no reason. That's not the case. It's a show about being a degenerate, shithead Coomer. But unfortunately, it really is just out to reward that behavior. Like, it's not out to criticize being a Coomer. It's just out to criticize the way that he went about it, I guess. But all of the things that make this show so frustrating are that the characters are fundamentally coon-brained, and just the plot goes so far out of its way to accommodate that. Sup, what are we talking about? We're currently watching episode 17 of season 2 of Mushoku Tensei at 13 minutes, 47, 48, 49, etc. And it's the worst garbage in the world. As usual, Devon Hall paid $50 to put us all through this suffering. It's worth it for me. I don't know what's in it for everybody else. Maybe he really wanted to torture the rest of the chat. Maybe he was like, you know, Trixie will just appreciate the money. She doesn't care. But the rest of you are going to suffer. Until you pay her as much as I did. This is a good punishment, actually. It makes sense. It is a good way to punish everyone else for not paying as much as you did towards the stream. It's clever. I see what you did. This is a clever move. Yeah, chat, you could have saved me. It's true. That was a weird match cut. That was more distracting than clever. It's always funny when an anime character is trying to sound emotional but has to say like a really stupid sounding fake name. Or Aluda said, I thought it would be funny. That's why I didn't put mine in yet. I now learned. I mean, everyone knew it would be funny to hear me get angry at it, but the show itself is not funny. Mushoku Tensei is just... This episode in particular has been so dreary. Like, so moody and melodramatic with the music and the soft piano the whole time. And, like, nothing's fucking happening. Nothing is happening. The first episode was about telling us that she was getting bullied, and now the second half is about showing us how she's getting bullied. So it's the same information has been repetitively doled out through the entire episode. Emotionally, we have made no progress. This is literally a depression simulator. This is what depression feels like. Watching Mushoku Tensei, this is what depression feels like. Like, I'm resisting it with all of the force of my brain. Like, I keep talking to remind myself that, like, I'm cool and life is good and I'm still enjoying myself and, like, I got paid to do this, so you know, if I have a brain aneurysm, at least I will die rich. But like, this is actually what depression feels like. Is just like, oh, it's never gonna end. Like, it's never gonna go. Like, it's all gonna stay bad. Like, you know, you identify early on that the next 22 minutes will suck. Like, you can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do to make this a better experience other than just will. Sheer will to enjoy yourself. Will to live. Will to power. This is a test. This is psychological torture. This is what Guantanamo Bay is like, I think, probably. This is probably what waterboarding is like. Probably. That's my review of Mushoku Tensei Season 2. Probably what waterboarding is like. Anton Town with $2 says, thoughts on Tim Rogers' long game review guy. We'll get to that in a moment. I actually don't know if I've heard of him. I would much rather type that into Google than continue watching them play fucking scenes from Season 1. Oh, wait, that's not what's happening. Wait, did she meet? Oh, she met that guy. I'm glad he's back. I literally perked up to the screen because I saw this bald-headed man who is the only good character in this show and has not appeared in Season 2 fucking at all. So it's cute that he met the sister, I guess. I just searched Tim Rogers and what I've gotten... Wait, is it Action Button? Is it this dude? Because I think I've seen some Action... No, wait, I don't... No, I've seen Turbo Button. I don't know Action Button. Is it this guy? Okay, yeah. Well, we'll check him out. We'll check him out after this is over. This is a 6-hour-long video on a game I've never heard of before. Tokimeki Memorial. Oh, it looks like I've watched a little bit of this Tokimeki Memorial video. So at some point, I definitely watched some of it, but then I probably bounced off of the fact that it's 6 fucking hours long. Actually, Doom is the one I'm the most curious about. Yeah, Mushoku Tensei is still fucking happening. Dude, it's still going on. I actually have, like, an acute migraine. Like, there's a part of my, like, this area up here, like, there's, like, a ringlet, like a halo-shaped headache that happens every time I look up and just see that it's still like this. Oh, I need to get some fucking Advil. The weed's not doing it any more than that. Mushoku Tensei is not a 420 Blaze It show. This is definitely a high killer of a show. Oh, man. Jesus Christ, she's crying now. It's an ugly cry, too. Oh my god, it's still going. X Snickers with €10. Thank you very much. Have you read the Higurashi/Umineko visual novels? What are your thoughts on them? If you haven't, any takes on the anime versions? Yes. I'm just gonna fucking talk over this episode. There's a couple minutes left. I have a physical copy of Higurashi, the first book, because of when Manga Gamer, I think that's who it is, first started releasing visual novels here. It was like one of the first visual novels to like get a Western release, so I bought that. And I played a bit of it, but quickly realized that like this would be a very long-term commitment to sitting and reading and like listening to that music on repeat endlessly, and I never ended up making that commitment. I did watch the whole anime and I loved it. Higurashi was a show that like I thought was just like edgelord shit when it first came out, and so I instinctively made fun of it, and then I watched it and decided it was actually like super sincere and super adorable, You know, like, despite how dark and fucked up it is just like a power of friendship show. It's basically just K-On! If they got trapped in a murderous time loop, you know? So, yeah, I ended up really liking it. And then I really enjoyed the Umineko anime as well, but of course, like, right as it's starting to really get interesting, it ends. And I've never read the visual novel. I have a video I put out, I clipped from a live stream where somebody asked me about it, where I talk about what I think it would take for me to play the visual novel. Basically, I want to organize it as like a massive live streaming series, but the game is so long that it would take, like, I would probably have to dedicate like 3 nights a week to doing like 5 hours of Umineko, and it would still last more than a year. Like, that's how much it would take to get through that game, live streaming it the whole way through, which is the only way I'm ever going to do it. So I would have to know that there was like a strong demand, and I suspect there is, because I get asked about this a lot. I am named both online and in real life. I chose my name based on Beatrice the Golden Witch. So the personal connection runs as deep as it could be with a piece of media that I don't really have actually completed. You know, ordinarily I wouldn't let this happen. Ordinarily I would not tie myself so strongly to something that I don't actually know the full story of. But there's something about the mystique of it that makes it even more enticing to me. And the fact that everybody agrees it's such a good fit. Like, anybody who's read the story or not read the story, everybody who knows anything about the Golden Witch is like, yeah, no, you are Beatrice the Golden Witch, made manifest into reality if such a thing could ever exist. So I look at that and I say, okay, that necessitates I have to play this game at some point. And it necessitates that I have to do it in front of an audience. I just have to know. Basically, I just need to be more popular. I just don't want to do that show until I've got enough viewership that, like, it's not... Because it's going to be diminishing returns. There's not going to be... You know, it's going to be hard for new people to just show up to it while it's going. And it's also going to be, like, less popular than me just doing a general content live stream. So let's say that I had like 1,000 regular viewers. Like, if every time I did a stream I got 1,000 viewers, and maybe if I did Umineko it only got 300 relative to that 1,000, that would still be worth it. 300 regular viewers is great. If it's that I have 25 regular viewers like I do currently, and Umineko takes me down to 3, yeah, that would suck. So, you know, I want it to be that, you know, if I'm going to do something that niche and also that time intensive, that I need to know there are like several hundred people that are going to tune in however many nights a week, you know, at least pop their heads in to watch it. I think that's possible. Just not anytime soon. But we'll get there. Talking about it all the time helps, you know, like hyping people up to the idea so that there is a sense of demand definitely helps. I just can't imagine that there's anybody else on planet Earth that people would more want to see play Umineko. Like, if you're not going to play it for yourself, who else would you rather have, like, not just because I would play it, but because I would have chat. And, you know, I'll read chat, and you know that I'll listen to everything chat says about the game. So, like, holistically, we will analyze this game. Like, if we as a community play Umineko together, there will be no stone left unturned in this game. It will be the most comprehensive analysis the game's ever going to get, is going to be me playing it live with a couple hundred people, all, you know, half of whom have already played it and already know what's going on, and the other half have never played it. And the ones who have already played it are going to be fucking with the ones who haven't, because they're going to just be lying to them constantly. You know, they're just going to be lying incessantly about what's going on, or telling the truth and nobody can tell because so many lies are around it. So I know there'll be metagame to it too, and that's what'll make it fun and interesting, but it needs a lot of audience to work. We'll get there, though. This stream is a fine start. You know, I'm good at actualizing things. We're at $133.38 so far in 3 hours and 20 minutes out of the 400 that I'm trying to make before tonight, you know, of which it's 3 in the morning. So I think we're on track. I think we're on track to realize all of my big dreams and ideas, as long as I keep being heinously overconfident and braggadocious and self-insistent to the point that people can't help but want to be on my side. Like any good politician or piece of shit. You know? Demo D Near Automata streams are kind of what you described. So yeah, more people is definitely the missing factor. Yeah, that's exactly. That sounds like I can imagine the same level of excitement of like Demo playing that game as me playing Umineko. Like it's easy for me to imagine exactly the same sentiment of everybody going like, "There's no one I'd rather see play this game than you." You know. All right, let's get into that Tim Rogers dude. Let's formulate an opinion on him based on his Doom review together. I just got another super chat, but I will read that in just a second because I promised we didn't look into this yet. We're not gonna watch very much of this. It's 3 hours long, but I just want to get a sense of what this guy's about from a game I know. Oh, I got to turn the computer noise on, don't I?
Hello, and welcome back to Video Games. I'm Tim Rogers. You are watching the Action Button review of Doom, a video game developed by id Software and published for the Microsoft Disk operating system on December 3rd, 1993, the Sega 32X and Atari Jaguar in 1994, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System and the Sony PlayStation in 1995. The Panasonic 3DO in majors, unnecessarily for Doom 3D card-equipped PC in my college dorm at Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana. Finally playing the almost unrecognizably iterationally twisted post-release epilogian final episode of the original Doom on that monster PC 1 month before Quake 3 existed felt like playing Doom on another planet compared to playing...
I'm noticing I'm already subscribed to this guy, so apparently I watched approximately 15 fucking minutes, 28, okay, I watched 28 minutes of this Tokibeki Memorial review, subscribed, I guess, under the intention of probably checking out more of his content and then never having done so, but yeah, he seems cool. Alright, Sweet Lime Juice with $4.99 says, do you listen to Charlie XCX? If so, favorite track? I've never really made an effort to listen to Charlie XCX, but I know I've heard something I liked from her, and I'm gonna figure out what it is. She's really hot. I like her album cover where she's got her tits. Let's see. Have I heard any of this stuff? It's probably been a while since whatever song I've heard her on came out. Oh, with Rina Sawayama. I like her. Okay. This is like music that if I heard it in the mall, I'd be like, yeah. But I could never see like putting this on. Let's see. Someone recommend me a really good Charlie XCX song that I can skip around because I can't really listen to it without copyright problems. Because I know that she's like the most beloved pop star among music critics. Like every music critic just fucking loses their shit for Charlie XCX. And I just don't listen to a lot of pop music in general. I don't listen to a lot of like upbeat, easygoing music. I like it, But it has to be like really vibey usually for me to be able to appreciate it, you know? Like that one Doja Cat song that's like, didn't even notice. Like that's the minimum level of wavy a song has to reach before I'm like, all right, I'm not upset that this is on, you know? Which that last song was kind of wavy like that, but it was just a little bit grating. Click? Is that the name of a song? All right. Kim Petras and Tommy Cash. I don't think I've ever heard of Tommy Cash. Kim Petras is like a hot trans chick, right? This sounds fucking weird. This is like borderline C-punk.
I'm zooming my wear on the globe. Don't care about the records you sold. Cosign if you did it alone. I'm so 2020 with my vision, 2020 with precision. I'm so legit. I'm so 2021. I wanna go pop out, goddamn hits. Click the research, get the camera, click it up, click. Down, look at Maris, I'm such a show. Designer everything, Versace, Louis Goya. They wanna change.
I'm not really into the vocals on this song. Like, the beat is fucking wild. But I don't really care about what they're doing on it, and it doesn't change enough for me. I like my music to be very ADHD, so, like, I know she's got some stuff that's more in the vein. I think I've heard her on, like, I haven't listened to a lot of Girl Talk, but I know she was, like, involved with them, and I'm sure I heard her on, like, a song with them or something. Maybe a 100 Gex song. Sweet Lime Juice with another 199 says B2B is a good one. She got bars. All right, let's check that out. And thank you once again. Ooh. Yeah. You think I could, like, you're saying you think I could make hyperpop? Don't worry, my music is plenty influenced by 100 Gex as it is. But you gotta realize, I cannot make music. I mean, I can, but the stuff I make is weird because that's what I know how to do. Like, I rap over other people's beats that are good. So, like, if one of my friends sends me hyperpop, we got hyperpop. You know, like, for example, I don't know if this person considers me a friend, but I'm just saying, if somebody who I work with, like, no thank you, sends me a beat like this. Now, you know, I definitely fall on the metal side of hyperpop, but tell me what you think. If this...
I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras? I like some.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that's considered hyperpop. It's definitely in the vein. Anyway, let's hear some more of this. Ooh. Okay, actually, I really like this one. This is going on my my summer nights playlist for sure. Cool Summer Night, that's what it's called. Hold on, my phone, I can actually look at my phone for once because I'm not using it to stream off of. Holy fucking shit, I can show you guys my Spotify playlists. You don't understand how much of my personality is actually contained in my Spotify playlists, because I practically every fucking song I listen to, I try to figure out where it fits into, like, what vibe does it go in, what category. So Cool Summer Night is this playlist that contains the following: the song Under the Sun by Spelling, that's Spelling with 3 L's. That's the ultimate sunset song. Drive around, listen to the song at sunset while you're driving or whatever. Perfect sunset song. So that's your transition into nighttime, right? Then you got Fuck Sleep by A$AP Rocky featuring FKA Twigs. Obvious choice. Fuck sleep, and I mean, fake homie. Can't forget that I'm golden. Can't forget that I'm OG. So fucking good. And then FKA Twigs. They call me a bitch. Fucking amazing bar. I've got 7 Chakras by Cess Crew, which is okay. It's pretty good. You know, Gadamus, a little bit of a shifty man. You know, he kind of got dissed by the homie Twistello, so I got to duck and weave with that guy, but he can still rap. Higher Gravity by Twistello, the big homie. This song, the way this song begins. Hold up, I think I have my Bluetooth on. Let me turn that off. The way this song begins is ultimate. This is on an EP. The EP, I don't know how long it is, but this track is fairly deep into it. And every time I've listened to this EP, I'm like just starting to get really high and zone out. And then I hear this bar and it snaps me back to attention to keep smoking.
I ain't stopped smoking since the EP started.
I ain't stopped smoking since the EP started. Every time I hear that, I'm like, fuck. I've been out smoked. I'm sitting here starting to zone out and chill, and then he's like mocking me for the fact, like, oh, you're already leaned back. All right, I ain't stopped smoking since the EP started. Anyway, Bass Jam by Danny Brown. Fantastic song. What's my Spotify so we can follow your low playlist? I'll release all these. The problem with my Spotify is it's this string of numbers. Hold on, let me make sure you can see this. Yeah. I don't know if this is like an account you can find or whatever. If you could just, I don't know how Spotify account searching works, or if there's a link I can give you. What happened here is that I made my Spotify account foolishly through Facebook. I used Connect with Facebook. I pay for the Spotify account. I pay $10 a month, but it's like the Facebook account got hacked. So I have a totally new Facebook account. This is still connected to the old one, I guess. I'm just perpetually logged in on my phone. I can't log in on anything else because I can't get into that Facebook account. So I've just got Spotify locked to... I mean, I guess I'll just cancel it whenever I could probably just make a new account, right? Like, I could probably just cancel my account and make a new one. But this is the paid account I have. Is 12383889033. That's just what my name turned into after the Facebook account got hacked. It's never had any effect on my Spotify. I've never had my identity or my card stolen. Just the Facebook taking over. But anyway, thank you, Sweet Lime Juice, for the $5. Who said, what's your Spotify so we can follow your playlists. I guess you just accidentally typed that twice. Such a summer vibe. Well, and I've got a few. I'll go through all of my summer lists here because I'm obsessed with tracking almost and I'll also get to your super chat where you said her track with 100 gex is called Ringtone. If we keep bumping Charlie, I'll keep donating Lamau. Yeah, we'll play that one momentarily as well. Let me keep going through this playlist here. Okay, so Cool Summer Night. This is not a super long playlist yet, which is why I'm going to go through all of it. So we had Under the Sun by Spelling, Fuck Sleep by A$AP Rocky, 7 Chakras by Cess Crew, Higher Gravity by Twistello, Bass Jam by Danny Brown, super mellow song, Ice Melt by Crumb, also a super mellow song, W4TN by Cakes Tequila, which stands for Wild for the Night, I think. We get wild for the night. Your Teeth in My Neck by Kali Uchis, super sexy, kind of upbeat song. I can't actually say the name of this song because it's got the N-word in it, but it's another song by Twistello. It's all one word. I know that N-word. I can't get it to focus. God damn it. Just IKNODATNIGGA. We got 4 a.m. by Anti-Mask, which is the Mars Volta, but they didn't use the name the Mars Volta because the album kind of sucked, except for this song. They should have just released this song. They should have just released 4 a.m. They could have just called it a fucking Mars Volta song. Whatever. They didn't need to make Anti-Mask. They didn't need to make a whole album. There is literally one good song on the album, and it's the first track, 4 a.m. Specials by King Gru. You are my Oh, what is that voice? You are my special. The opening theme of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, which Bird is obsessed with. 1539 North Calvert by JPEG Mafia. Fuck the Nordic Model by Guys Guevara, who is sort of like somewhere between JPEG Mafia and Denzel Curry in terms of sound. What They Call Us by Fever Ray. That is just an amazingly good, like, slinking through the nighttime feeling cool as shit song. I listened to that actually right before this stream because I was playing this playlist. But yeah, What They Call Us, highly recommend. Everybody, I think most of you would enjoy this song from Fever Ray. Boys in Town by Divinals, which is a song my mom put me onto. Spawn 01 featuring Syst from the new Igloo Ghost album. Untitled 02 by Kendrick Lamar from Untitled Unmastered. Sleep Never Came by Trial of the Golden Witch, which is, by my own description, a terrible song, and it is mostly just a remix of Fuck Sleep with me making just heinous noise over it. But whatever, it's on the playlist. If you're up this late into the night that you make it to Sleep Never Came on the playlist, your brain's probably fried, and it sounds good to you by that point. And then, lastly, Reekyod, or Reekyod, by Madlib, Black Thought, and Your Old Droog. That's what's on my Cool Summer Night playlist. But in addition to that, I basically have each stage of warmth and cooling off as its own playlist. So there's warming up, then there's getting warm, then there's summer heat, then there's reaching a boil, then there's growing cold. There's Cool Summer Night, the one we just read, then growing cold. I think that's as cold as it gets. So like on growing cold, what we've got, right? It's a totally different vibe. Because these are like icy, chilly. Like these are songs literally about becoming colder as a human being. Things Done Changed by Notorious B.I.G. The Fun Place by Annihilator. Crossing Guard by Model/Actress. Mind Playing Tricks on Me by Ghetto Boys. The Last Hurrah, or Huzzah, by Mr. Motherfucking Esquire, and a whole bunch of other people. The Old Man by Genesis Owusu. That's a song where the chorus is, there's an old man waiting in the sky just to fuck my life up. The Sign featuring Pace Rock by Nujabes. It's one where he's ranting about how you do not see the signs. Do they not see the signs? Baby Blues by Audrey Nuna. Lucy by Earl Sweatshirt. Veins by Earl Sweatshirt. Scapegoat by Atmosphere, Slug, and Ant. Gallows Hymn by Primordial. That song is fucking legendary. Gallows Hymn by Primordial is the most like if you ever wanted to listen to a song that makes you feel like you're being crucified, it's pretty much a song about being like murdered for religious, like for paganism. You're like being publicly executed for paganism and just like shouting out to the crowd like your last words as it's about to happen. It's a fucking good song. Thank you, Gobo Strips, for the Canadian dollar. Let me get over there and heart that shit real quick. And like it. And then we got this is still on the Growing Cold playlist. Ice Cream by Rico Nasty, Smoke featuring Josiah by Sempra or SXMPRA. I assume it's pronounced Sempra. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Brand New Guy featuring Schoolboy Q by A$AP Rocky, and Die Very Rough by Mario Judah. If you don't know Die Very Rough by Mario Judah, another song I would definitely recommend to everybody in here. I'm just going to replace the N-word with baby so that I can quote these lyrics and say them, but I'm a big dog, big bear, baby, I'm a lion. I'm the predator of the prey that is hiding. Oh my, I have found you, baby. Don't you run from me, little baby. You are not fast enough. You are not brave enough. You are out of luck. Now it's time for you to die very rough. I really want to work with Mario Judah. I really want to be the Mike Shinoda to Mario Judah's Chester Bennington. I really want to make an album where I get Sarah Louise and Kale to like work together on all the beats and just make the like most dumb, hard, fucking ridiculous sounding metal rap album for me and Mario Judah to jump on. He's on his religious vibe now? Really? I mean, I listened to his new album. I didn't get that vibe from it. Or EP or whatever the fuck it is. This short collection of songs. But, like, Endure. Yeah, the thing about Endure, all the songs are good, but they don't sound finished. Like, they're all, like, a good idea for a song that's just really missing, like, something a little extra, just a little bit more songwriting, and I'm like, that's what I could bring to the table. I could just, even just having another person on there would add a lot, you know, like making it less samey. I think it needs rap. I think the beats he's using, just singing over them the whole way through, like, they need more structure if it's just going to be singing. If it's going to have rapping, that could be the structure. I'm just saying. YouTube got playlists too you could share. It's true, but I'd have to go build all these on YouTube. And I just have all these playlists on Spotify. I don't have them on YouTube. Because Spotify's algorithm is really, really good at finding me new music that I will like, or old music that I will like, and particularly super obscure shit that I've never heard of and neither has anyone else. So, like, I like using Spotify because its recommendation its algorithm is so powerful. But yeah, as a result, all of my playlists are locked in here. But I do sometimes share them either on Twitter or I write articles about them. But a lot of them I just consider incomplete. Like, the ones I just read are kind of long. Some of them, like, okay, here's a playlist called Lifted, right? All that's on it right now is Hermanos by JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown, Casting Agents and Cowgirls by Bus Driver, Those Who Can't, Those Who Can by Toe Hider, and Degeneration by Liturgy. Now, those 4 songs sound almost nothing the fuck alike. The only similarity is that they are lifted. What does that mean? I don't know if it's clear enough through those 4 songs what it means yet. Certainly not enough for me to write an explanation of it. But like Growing Cold, which I read earlier, like pretty much all the songs either just have a very cold sound or literally are about getting colder as a person. Like Things Done Changed is like, yeah, just the world has gotten colder. Everything around me is getting worse, you know? There's an old man in the sky waiting to fuck my life up. You know, The Sign is about nobody reading the signs, about like just becoming more cynical, basically. Baby Blues is about another person watching someone else become more cynical, basically. So, yeah, that's sort of the theme of that one. Whereas Cool Summer Night is mostly songs about, like, staying up and, you know, trying to kind of keep yourself going and energetic through the night. Warming Up is all songs that just sound like you're starting to get the groove running, you know? So that one starts with The Good Book by Cakes to Killa, Gone Guru by Lifeseeker, Memory Lane by Nas, Politics as Usual by Jay-Z, Register of Free Negroes by Fantastic Negrito, Bleed It Out by Linkin Park, The Ongoing Horrible by Maps and Atlases, Bring the Pain by Missy Elliott with Method Man, Big Mama Thang by Lil Kim and Jay-Z, Shimmy Shimmy Ya by Old Dirty Bastard, Lost Ones by Miss Lauryn Hill, Let Me Ride by Dr. Dre and Jewel, Twins featuring Fat Joe by Big Pun, The Rain, Super Duper Fly by Missy Elliott, Pressure Cooker by Daisy, Military Gun, and someone whose name's getting cut off, I'm the President by Knower, Now by Prince, New Balance / New Moon by Enjoy, which is the only song I've ever heard by them. That's one of those things Spotify just gave me. Same with this one, Gold Guns Girls by Metric, Tony Tone by A$AP Rocky, It's Da Lovely by Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga, Hey There Fancy Pants by Ween, which I sampled at the very start of Planet Hearse, Untrustin' Us Together by Clarence Clarity, So What by Field Mob with Bricks Crumble by Dialect, Longview by Green Day, God, this is a much longer playlist than the other ones, Collard Greens by Schoolboy Q and Kendrick Lamar, Gut Feeling by Anguish with MC Dialect, Sign of the Times by Queensryche, Shattering Song by Sausage, Right on Shooting Star by The Pillows, Feather by Nujabes featuring Cy Star, It Ain't Hard to Tell by Nas, Ice Melt by Crumb once again, OG Beeper by A$AP. Wait, Ice Melt is on Warming Up and on Cool Summer Night? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I guess I put it on Warming Up because it's called Ice Melt, but it's definitely more of a Cool Summer Night song, so that's coming off this playlist. OG Beeper by A$AP Rocky and Fight Fight by Josiah. That's my Warming Up playlist. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's play that other Charlie XCX song that was recommended earlier. Ringtone. Yeah. But yeah, that B2B song is going on the Cool Summer Night playlist. Actually, let me remember to do that right now. At some point, I'll do like a whole... maybe each of these will get like a video or something. But yeah, the more of these playlists I complete... I have a one called Rap Lessons that has like 105 songs in it, and it's all songs that I think learning them will make you a better rapper. That's why it's called Rap Lessons. So that's one I definitely think should be shared because, you know, it'll literally make you a better rapper to listen to it. Even just listening to it. Like, your ability to comprehend rap music will increase just by listening to the playlist. If Maddox got the N-word pass, I think you're safe, Trixie. No. First of all, Maddox does not have it. And second of all, neither do I. Hello. I just saw a bird. Oh, I'm gonna go say hello to Bird for real quick. I'll play some more of my songs.
Jeans so neat, can flow, tattoo, on latest, no blood, way deep in the gut. I keep it blowing up, counting the laser gun view. I am not down at the same league. how could you miss it? Maybe I pissed off all my kinship, got too distant or relentless like my dad. I know if I had to, I'd hop fences, breaking into just to eat. He made sure I never starved, and to this day I afford my treats. When it seems blinking, I just think this little peak I nested on is so much greener than the ones around me seem to see this lawn. We can sow the soil and grow upon the guidance of the sun. This little light of mine is bright enough for shelter when it's done. So come rake it, rake it, rake it in. 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 Come rake it, rake it, rake it in. Come on, rake it, rake it, rake it in. Come on, rake it, rake it, rake it in. Come on, rake it, rake it, rake it in. I got a long way up. 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 I got a Well, I woke up this morning on the wrong side of my life. Head hung low in mourning for the dead dreams left behind. Older, always older, always older till I die. When the quiet comes, at least I'll hear no cry. See no evil, speak no lie. Every piece of technology thinks I'm retarded and treats me like a piece of shit. Incomplete plastic hunks that my entire livelihood has been built around, telling me that something is 95% done for 95% of its loading time and then breaking. I want to burn this nightmare shitstem to the goddamn fucking ground. The petty idealism that lets you sleep at night makes me want to claw your fucking throat out. My life would be measurably improved if most of you died, but made worse if I killed you, so I'm becoming religious to have something to pray to for your demise. I sincerely hope that it works because I'm sure it'll be better you than I. Every time I turn my fucking head, another bill has landed on my desk, another bug is crawling under it, and the scent of my shirt makes me realize I've been too busy or distracted to shower in 3 days that felt like 3 hours, and another good person has been burned at the stake because the worst monsters are the people who think they're doing something righteous and that the other guys are wrong. If you're violent, you're wrong. If you're hateful, you're wrong. You are wrong, you are wrong, you are wrong. Well, I woke up this morning on the wrong side of my life. Head hung low in mourning for the dead dreams left behind. Older, always older, always older till I die. When the quiet comes, at least I'll hear no cry. See no evil, speak I've been on the wrong side of the gun since 1991. No fun, never the one you called on. I've related to nothing and no one for so long, it's hard to believe that I'm someone.
The second verse is not as good as the first verse, but that's On the Wrong Side. Track 3 on Rescues and Rarities, which is a collection of songs that were originally on SoundCloud and other places. I think this is actually like the most popular song on my SoundCloud. Let's head over there and find out. Fucking... What, did I change it? I'm not going to make my password visual on stream. Whatever, forget about it. It's a popular song on my SoundCloud. Let's hear this goddamn 100 Gex Charlie XCX song real quick.
When he calls me, I go crazy. Call me when my friends are that is on ringtone.
Okay,
It's
so
the only one I know. It's the only one I know. My voice got its own ringtone. Or he smoke got his own ringtone. It's the only one I know. It's the only one I know. My boy's got his own ringtone. It's the only one I know. It's the only one I know.
Basically just ringtone, but with a couple guest singers on it. I don't know, my impression so far is that I feel like Charlie XCX, the music that she uses I like, but I'm not particularly fond of her voice yet. Could just be that it takes some getting used to, you know? Anybody with a really bold sound can take a moment to really appreciate what's good about it. But anyway, we've got $151 right now at about 4 hours into this stream. I'm pretty excited about that. That means we're more than a third of the way towards the goal of $400 in less than a third of the time I thought it would take. So I'm happy about it. So far, I've mostly been getting paid to watch anime and listen to music, which are my two favorite things to do. So this night is going very well. This night's going really good for me. I gotta say, getting paid to talk about my Spotify playlists, listen to hyperpop, talk about Higurashi, watch a cool YouTube analysis video. I mean, watching Mushoku Tensei, that wasn't fun, actually. That was pretty fucking nauseating. That was pretty headache-inducing. But it was fun to torment the audience with it. So, ultimately, you know, it's a yin-yang situation. You know, you got to have that little black spot in the middle of the white circle and the little white circle in the middle of the black spot, or else it's not a yin-yang. You know, that little bit of yin-yang. Got to yin your yang up. You got to yang it with yin. Who's better, yin or yang? Actually, let's run a poll real quick. All right. What the hell? There's a Q&A thing now you can do? Wait. What does this do? What, do I ask you a question or do you ask me a question? How the fuck does this work? How the fuck does this work? Start Q&A. What the fuck is happening? You all see. Okay, now I guess I fixed it. What? How does one engage with this? Okay, I guess I can swap back and forth now between the... I mean, isn't that what it fucking just is, though? Is it not all a Q&A? Okay, well, let's start the poll I wanted to... That was distracting. I just didn't know that was a thing you could do. What the fuck was the poll I wanted to ask? Oh, yeah. Who is the better anime character? Yin or Yang? I don't know what the deal is with the Q&A thing. So far, nobody has input anything into it, so I assume none of you can figure out what to do about it either. I'm just going to end that. That seems like dog shit. I don't know what the point of that is. Alright, so far, Yang is winning. Yang is still winning, but it's starting to even out a little more. Yang is definitely... So here's what I'm the most curious about, right? I have a Yang that came to mind immediately. A Yin that came to mind when I thought about it, and I'm like pretty sure her name is Yin. But I'm curious what Yin or Yang each of you thought of. I'm sure there's probably only one. Yang Wen-Li, right? Yang Wen-Li is the Yang we all thought of, I assume, from Legend of Galactic Heroes. I don't know if there is another Yang. But there's probably more than one Yin. And I don't know if the Yin I thought of is like a very well-known character. But this is the Yin I thought of from Darker Than Black. The stoic Rey clone. I don't know if she's like a robot or got autism type, you know. She's pretty fucking cute, though. Honestly, very underrated waifu. Like, when this show came out, Yin was definitely, like, talked about as a waifu, but she's disappeared completely. But she's cute. Definitely underrated waifu. So that's your competition, is between Yin, unless you can think of another Yin, and of course the legendary Yang Wen-Li. Handsome boy, greatest general in history ever, literally the greatest general in all of human history. Like, within the narrative of the show, they are fighting the greatest battle that ever will have been in human history, like the greatest war. He is the greatest general of that war. So, kind of tough competition. Kind of hard for the grown-up version of a deadpan lolly. Well, the aged version, slightly older version of a deadpan lolly character versus the greatest general in all of human history. Well, there's been 11 votes and Yang is winning, and I don't think anybody else is voting. But we'll leave the poll open in case new people show up to offer their heading to bed, Landon. Good night. Have a good sleep. Indiana is my favorite place to sleep. Landon's house, most comfortable place to sleep I've ever slept. Easiest place to sleep for like 12 consecutive hours is Landon's house in Indiana. So I'm sure that Landon will have a good sleep, because I don't think it's possible not to. Wait, no, I forgot. He's got a fucking smoke detector that keeps going up. Wait, you're probably not at home, are you? You're probably not at your house with the smoke detector that won't stop beeping. Anyway, enough about Landon's house. Hopefully you're sleeping soundly and not with a sound. She likes clothes on her neck. Yeah, she sure does. Well, I guess it's just that she only wears like a couple things. But yeah, she pretty much always has some kind of neck thing going on. I really like this outfit, this look. This is something I could see myself trying to do. Like, because I don't like shoulderless dresses. Like, I like the way they look, but I have kind of big shoulders for a woman, so I feel like if I wear a dress like that, it just makes me look hulked out in the shoulders. But I could see wearing like another thing that just covers up the shoulders to kind of create a more consistent shape. In her case, it's probably bulking her out. Like, she's wearing that because she's so fucking thin that she would look too thin without that extra layer of coat. Although right here she looks perfectly fine, so I don't know. Yin versus Yang. Da 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 da. Beast Wars. Hey, X Snickers just sent €5. Thank you. Thoughts on Tenshi no Tamago / Angel's Egg? I heard it's getting a remaster sometime soon, which I'm excited about. I actually think I got asked about this on a recent stream. And I was talking about how I've only seen it once a long time ago, like really long time ago. But a lot of it does still live in my head, and in part because I've watched people talk about it, and I've seen it used in like AMVs and stuff. So, some of that imagery I've now seen a number of times, even though I haven't rewatched the film. But at the time, it was the kind of thing where I didn't find that much, like, I didn't find a lot of meaning in it until the ending, when it kind of makes the meaning explicit. And then, but I never went back and like watched it back through and tried to make sense of everything that's happening. And the closest I've seen to somebody doing that is Best Guy Ever. He's got like a 30-minute video dissecting Angel's Egg, where he goes into what are the major themes, what does each scene kind of I don't remember if he goes into that much depth about each scene, but he talks about like what it is trying to say in a way that makes sense and made me go, oh, that's what the movie's about. Like, that's clearly what it's saying, So yeah, I'd say it's a good piece of art in that it manages to be so weird and so aesthetically driven while still making sense, like still communicating something on a level that if you do think of, like, I do think it makes the overall theme pretty explicit in the text, but like how that extrapolates through everything else just requires you to think about it a little bit, but while using very little dialogue and using this very artsy expression that hits you more emotionally, more, long before it ever hits you rationally. And so, I always think of just all the images of the girl kind of running through town, like those shots where it'll just be like a super wide angle, and you see like the harsh shadows, and just like a big wide shot of the town and this little girl running through it. I think that stuff probably speaks to me the most, because that's the kind of imagery that just in real life speaks to me, is like just images of alleyways and like being just sort of feeling over, like you are small in the face of the architecture, that's the part of it that speaks to me the most, I think. I know a lot of people really love like the all-seeing eye imagery, and like that stuff looks fucking cool, but that never hit me as hard as just the scenes of the girl like running through town and all the crazy architecture and shit. And that one part where there's like a bunch of machines moving. I can't remember exactly what type. I remember seeing like this huge machinery and just being like, whoa. So yeah, like the imagery is cool. Yoshitaka Amano's art is always gorgeous. It's probably the most beautiful animated realization of his art. Mamoru Oshii is a brilliant filmmaker. Pretty much everything he's done is worth watching. Like not all of it's necessarily likable, but it's all super interesting. And I think all of his movies get better the more you watch them. Like every Mamoru Oshii film, because you don't really know where it's going and it's fucking slow, like the first time you watch it, you're just kind of like, all right, well, what is this about, And then once you do know what it's about and you watch it again and again, then you kind of start to feel like, okay, I get what's going on in each scene. You feel a little bit more of the tension. Like I'm thinking of Skycrawlers as an example. This is a film the first time I watched it just thought was kind of okay, and then the second and third time I got like way more into it. Ghost in the Shell, same story. I didn't care that much about that movie the first time I saw it, but by the time I made that video, like Becoming Someone New, Ghost in the Shell Becoming Someone New, like that was where that was like my third or fourth watching of the movie where it finally became a 10 out of 10 for me, where it's like, now I really feel it. Like, before I understood it intellectually, now I feel it, in a way I didn't know I was going to be able to. I just didn't think it was that emotional of a movie until I'm in that emotional state that the movie's about, And that's where I was at when I wrote that video. Oh man, I look forward to my Perfect Blue script. Whenever the world gets to see the fucking however many 50 pages or whatever of Perfect Blue writing I've done, I think that's gonna have an impact on some people. But yeah, Angel's Egg is good. Apparently that remaster is coming to theaters. Like, it's not just that it's getting remastered for Blu-ray or whatever, but like it's G-Kids is supposedly doing like a theater run. I don't know how limited that's going to be, but if they play fucking Angel's Egg at a theater near me, I am going to do whatever I can to find mushrooms. That is definitely a movie I want to take like a fuckload of mushrooms and watch and just melt into it. Because, man, I can't even imagine just, like, sitting in a theater just, like, staring up at that thing. Like, yep, this sure is happening. Fucking, I thought Furiosa was, like, a bit much of, like, man, this is just, like, a sensory experience, Angel's Egg would be wild to watch in that context. Yeah, definitely check out Ghost in the Shell. The movie's really good. The TV show is really good. The, standalone complex show. And the original manga is really good. I cannot necessarily vouch for any other part of the franchise. The second movie is crazy. That's another one I haven't wrapped my head around yet. That's one I probably am gonna have to watch a few more times before I'm gonna understand it. Because when I watched it, I was just like, "What the fuck are they talking about?" It starts off already kind of slow and confusing, and then like halfway through, it just totally breaks from any semblance of trying to make conventional sense. It is like probably Mamoru Oshii's films could all be considered post-structuralist on some level. That one is just flat out postmodern. It's just like whatever. At some point, structure just goes away, and it just becomes this like endless conversation. And then there's like a crazy ass awesome climax at the end, and you're like, "How did we get here? What happened for the last 30 minutes? Like, am I alive? Was that real? Did I experience that?" Yeah. It was the first movie I didn't necessarily consider like a difficult watch. It's just slow and heady, and like again, it's not like I understood the themes the first time I watched it. It's just like the second time there's definitely a difference between understanding something intellectually and feeling it, like thinking about the experience and being like, "Oh, that's interesting," and then like having had an experience that you actually relate to that, where like, because art is always metaphorical, so if you take it on a literal level, you can find some meaning in it, but if you're feeling it on a metaphorical level, that's when it's really gonna hit you, when it's like, "Oh shit, I relate to this metaphor," like, "Oh fuck, I'm seeing myself in here." And that was that was where I was at when I made that video about Ghost in the Shell, as opposed to my original Ghost in the Shell video, which is more about like just how good this like how good Ghost in the Shell is as a story. I think you're about to get hit with ads or something. Yeah, okay. I was worried for a second that I stopped being live. I am still live, yes? Let me know if something fucks up here. Yeah, okay. I think it's just the place I'm watching myself back is not able to keep up with the load of the internet. Let me know if it's getting skippy or weird. Alright, if anything gets weird, just let me know. Alright? Because on my end, it was looking a little sus. Looking a little suspect. Sweet lime juice with $4.99. Hold on, actually, I just closed out of my live back room, which is even more suspect. It makes me feel like I'm not live at all. I don't know why I did that. How do I get back in there? I am live. I don't need to go live. I am live. Okay. It still says I'm here. I'm alive! And I got the goods. Alright, sweet lime juice at $4.99. I tagged you in a post of my art. Oh, god damn it. Why does this keep happening? On Twitter, I would love your opinion in rant form, Lamau. Does it count as a rant request? Sure, yeah. It counts as a rant request. Alright. You posted your art to me on Twitter. Where? You tagged me. Hold on, let's go to the mentions tab here. No, not mentions. Tagged. Should just come up and... Here we go, here we go. Alright, alright, alright. This looks cool. I like the butt. My first focus goes right to the butt. Alright, good face, good hair, good armor. Cloth all seems to be hanging right. He's got a dunk ass, so that's a very good sign. Interesting shoes. I'm guessing this is like for climbing something, like spiking onto trees or some shit. It's like some kind of samurai slash ninja somewhere in the shinobi spectrum. It looks like. I like his little earrings. Yeah, this screams to me like yaoi with a plot, you know? I feel it. I like this design. Okay, what's next? Alright. Okay. It's got kind of a dead-eyed expression. It's not... This one doesn't inspire attraction with me. He looks too bored. Just a little too bored of life. He looks a little too over it. Maybe even sad. He kind of looks sad. My main thing here is the jeans. Like, the jacket comes up kind of... Like, his jeans look high-waisted, but then the jacket is also, like, above them, so it just seems like his jacket is really short. And, like... I get, like, leather jackets usually do kind of look short, but I don't feel like you would wear them with your jeans. Maybe it's just because he's really tall. Like, he's got really long legs compared to his torso height. Or head height. I don't know. Something's off here proportionally. I can't put my finger on it. A smarter artist than me could probably figure out either the legs are too long, or the head is too small, or he's overall too broad. Just something has to change here for the proportions to be right. And I can't put my finger on it, but he kind of looks like a brick. Everything was right in this one. This one, but his legs are way... his torso is twice the length in this one that it is. I don't know if this is probably the same guy, right? His torso... In this one, his torso is like 1/3. And in this one, his torso is like a clear half. This proportions works. But this one, something's wrong. His arms are too short. Maybe if his arms are a little longer, but then the jacket needs to be... Something's off. This one's great. This is excellent. Her face kind of looks like Jolene Joestar. Again, a little too expressionless. Like, she just looks very bored. I don't know if it's just that you're trying to make, like, the most standard like, you know, this is their resting face type thing just to get the design down, but I would prefer something that denotes their personality, because right now it makes it feel like they don't have one if they just kind of look bored. But yeah, I really like the belt. I like the way that her nails match the belt. I like the different... use different pinks, but they don't clash. This goes well with it also. I like the charm. Her hands are a little... This is a little off. Something's going on here. There's too much length in the hand. But I really like her shirt a whole lot. And yeah, there's like a very hip hop energy. Like, she looks like she's about to start breakdancing, and I like that. And then this guy. This is a fun... I like what you did with the fire in the background. I will say that this looks like paint, whereas this looks like digital art. So that kind of creates a little bit of a contrast. It almost makes him look like a 3D model. Like, this kind of looks like a Guilty Gear cutscene a little bit. I think maybe the shadow could come down just so slightly farther. Because his face looks kind of long, but I don't think it's that the proportions are off. I think it's just that this shadow could come down a little farther. Kind of almost looks like he's wearing a face mask, like Utawa Ray Ramono, or Underwater Ray Romano, as it is sometimes known. But yeah, otherwise solid. Definitely my favorite one is the first one. This is really strong. I have almost no complaints about this. This upper jacket part does feel a little bit short, but I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Although it kind of, if this is any type of armor, I guess I would want this part to be covered too. So I could maybe make that a little bit longer, and it might look a little more styling. But I like this design. This is good. All right, there you go. That's a whole ass design rant. And the chat seems to like your designs too, so that's good. Too much ass for me, but it's good. No, never enough ass. Ass is universal. Ass is the one thing that looks great on a man and a woman. You know? Well, I guess other than like an attractive face or I guess legs. I mean, but you want different type of legs, right? I don't know. Debatable with the legs, but no matter what, they got a nice ass. They got a nice ass. You know, it's universal. Ass universal. Hey, there's a new Company Man video. Oh, and it's about Diddy's crimes. All right, trigger warning. We're gonna watch a video about Diddy's crimes until I get another super chat.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
Mike, check. Analysts, it's all happening. Thank you guys for rocking with me today. Thank you all for supporting this channel through the Linktree, through the Cash App, through the kind words you leave in the comments section, through sharing and spreading the good word. Every little bit helps. Big shout out to my man, Didi Ella Kubi. Been rocking with me for a long time. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for donating to the Linktree as well. Anyone else who wants to support the channel, feel free to do that. It helps keep this mission going, like I say all the time.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
Mike, check. Analysts, it's all.
Oh, I forgot to unmute myself. I had muted myself to put that video on, but then it wasn't fucking loading. And then I was just kind of ranting in anger about how the video wasn't loading, forgetting that I had muted myself. I fully intended to just sit back, kick back with my muted self, watch that video. But then when it gave me guff, I immediately went into such a blind frenzy of rage. You all saw that blind frenzy of rage I was in, right? That's what that looked like, didn't it? From a distance? Unable to hear what I'm saying? No, I was just complaining about the fucking Wi-Fi being so dog shit that it can't play me a 144p video consistently. Okay, let's try this again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Kind words you leave in the comments section, through sharing and spreading. the good
I
word.
can't even comprehend.
Every little.
I cannot comprehend how it is even possible for it to stutter on a 144p stream. Also, why is my computer putting out fucking noise like it's having a heart attack? It's not doing anything. Nothing has changed. I didn't newly start doing something that takes a ton of strength from the computer, whatever.
Little bit helps. Big shout out to my man Didi Ella Kubi. Been rocking with me for a long time. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for donating to the Linktree as well. Anyone else who wants to support the channel, feel free to do that. It helps keep this mission going. Like I say all the time now, man, like, you know, I haven't solicited sponsors or anything like that yet. I haven't taken sponsor content on this show yet. So every little bit does help. I'm thinking about starting a Patreon. It's probably a good idea. Maybe that's probably maybe I should punch myself in the face for even questioning that. But if that's something you guys think would be more efficient, or you guys think that is something I should do, let me know. I've got a bunch of unreleased interviews and videos that I haven't put out, believe it or not. So maybe that could be some good exclusive content for Patreon. That's really been my biggest hang up with it. It's like, I'm not quite sure what to offer outside of what I already do over here. If you got ideas, let me know. Also, we got a contest going for a NanLib t-shirt. Her designs are incredible, so check the community section for more information on that. I'm gonna share it today. I haven't shared it on social yet, so look out for that. All you gotta do is just like, subscribe to the channel, and comment. It's all happening, and you'll be in the running for one of her dope designs. We have a Kendrick Lamar shirt and a MF Doom shirt that are available for you to win. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and give it a shot. It's all happening. Now, there's a lot of Diddy news that broke this week, so we're going to break it all down right here. Rolling Stone published a hefty investigation into Sean Diddy Combs, looking into the laundry list of allegations and lawsuits Diddy is currently facing. The writers, Cheyenne Roundtree and Nancy Dillon.
So if you're wondering about the comment I just frantically typed while watching this video just now, it's because he was like, maybe I should open a Patreon. And so I wrote, forget Patreon. It's a nightmare user end as a creator. As a writer, you'd probably get more out of Substack, which is oriented around writing articles. I've been using both basically as long as they've existed. Complained about Patreon for a decade and it keeps getting worse. Haven't had to complain about Substack yet after 3 years. This is my advice to everybody, by the way. If you're trying to pick one, I don't think Substack would work for everybody better necessarily, but if you're a writer, like if you're based around writing articles first and foremost and like creating videos is secondary to the fact that you write, absolutely Substack is built for those people. That is what it exists for. So yeah. Subscribestar I have never tried using, so I can't speak on it. I never heard of it being better than Patreon in any particular way. Substack appealed to me because it's for writers and because it's formatted so similarly to WordPress blogging, which I spent like 10 years doing WordPress blogs before doing YouTube. So, well, like 7 years before and then 3 years of doing it while YouTubing. But yeah, like, so to me, it's a very familiar place. And yeah, Patreon has banned tons of shit. Patreon's got all kinds of restrictive rules. I don't know what Substack's rules are. I don't know what they've really invited to the platform. But again, it is so focused on people who are going to write articles that I can't really imagine they are going to run into the problem of having to ban artists and stuff. Patreon's been, yeah, they've been a whole pain in the ass in all kinds of ways to deal with. I've been literally on the platform since the beginning. I am one of the people who has longest had a Patreon account. I know that they know about me because I've received a care package from Patreon from somebody who was a fan of me who worked there early on. I have then proceeded to bitch about Patreon consistently for like 7 years, and they just keep breaking it worse. And was it earlier today? Yeah, earlier today, or yesterday, I guess now, it's 4 in the morning. But yesterday I was like really fucking screaming about the Patreon layout on what was the stream called? It was Mental Maintenance. On the Mental Maintenance stream, I got like super pissed off about the Patreon fucking layout, and just I'm probably gonna make that a clip because I want them to see it. Because I do a comparison between it and Substack where I'm just like, this is unreasonable. Like, Substack is so much cleaner. It's fucking insane. Like, Patreon's UI is one of the most dog shit, like, front ends of a website I've ever seen. It's unbelievable. I think a bunch of you just got hit with ads. So, enjoy that little ad break while I watch this video again.
Reached out to over 300 known associates, employees, and artists about Diddy to paint a narrative of a violent narcissist that's run roughshod over everyone he's ever been associated with. 50 of those 300 people agreed to speak with the publication. The piece covers abuse allegations during his time at Howard University, the fatal CCNY celebrity basketball game where 9 people were shot, alleged explosive and abusive behavior while Diddy was at Uptown Records. It also talks about the infamous 1998 nightclub shooting, several SA allegations from various women who crossed paths with Diddy, and of course that disgusting video of him dragging Cassie through a doorway in nothing but his towel and socks. It's a lot. Now, the article also talks about how Tupac had a disdain for Diddy. Kirk Burroughs, he's the co-founder of Bad Boy and president at one time. He was fired in 1997. He was sourced in the piece and talked about how Diddy spent a lot of time studying Tupac's classic I Get Around. According to the article, Combs was fond of Shakur, admiring his ability to marry street credibility with mainstream appeal. Burroughs notes that the Bad Boy team spent the summer of 1993 studying the rapper's buoyant hit I Get Around as a blueprint for a commercial hip-hop record. Desperate to be taken seriously, Combs tried to foster a relationship, but Shakur wasn't interested.
Seems like my computer
Pac didn't
just
have
doesn't
any
like it
kind
if
of
I try to
respect for
play this
Puff,
video
says
not
90s
in
hip-hop photographer
full-screen
Monique
browser
Bunn,
window.
who was
Very
close with
strange.
Wallace and other Bad Boy artists. To Shakur and even Wallace, Bunn says Combs was a corny executive. Instead, Shakur bonded with Wallace, whom he viewed as his peer, Burroughs remembers. As a result, he says, referring to Combs, there was someone on the sidelines jealous. Now, obviously, that friendship was short-lived following 1994's Quad Studios shooting, where Tupac was shot at Quad Studios. Pac blamed Bad Boy and Diddy for setting him up, which led to that classic diss track, Hit 'Em Up. Now, it's fascinating in retrospect thinking that Diddy spent that much time studying I Get Around, which is why I wanted to share that piece with you guys. I think that's a dope tidbit to really look at. That track is incredible. The piece also gives insight into Biggie's plans to eventually leave Bad Boy. Check this out. It says multiple reports allege Wallace had been preparing to leave Bad Boy shortly before his death. It didn't help that Combs had been fighting with Wallace's attorneys, who were trying to wrest back the rapper's publishing rights. I will never give it up until I'm dead and my bones are crushed into powder, Combs told the lawyers, according to the Big Payback. Biggie was absolutely about to leave Puff, Bunn says. I know for a fact because he told me that. Another source adds, everybody wanted to leave Puffy. Everybody leaves him. Now, the fact that Biggie wanted to leave Bad Boy has been out there for years. Biggie also referenced the commission on What's Beef. Awesome, awesome, awesome track. If you haven't heard it, punch yourself in the face. Dame Dash also spoke about this in a conversation with Hip Hop Motivation back in 2017 and said Biggie wanted to join Rockefeller. Here's a clip.
The crazy shit was Biggie's plan was to give like Puff and them 3 more albums, but that's whatever his deal was, and he was gonna come sign with us, and we was gonna do the commission. And we were like, looking, we was looking for like a Charlie Baltimore. It ended up being her, but that wasn't our choice. That was his. But you know, that's what was gonna happen. He was actually gonna come work with us. Or at least that's what was talked about very seriously. Right. You know, because I think he owed. That's why he did a double album, right? Yeah. Then he was gonna do a triple album, and he was gonna be out of his contract, and he was gonna come fuck with us.
There's Dame's take. Now, all of this adds context to that episode of It Is What It Is with Mace and Cameron, where Cameron asked Mace why Mace brought Cam to Biggie instead of Diddy for a potential record deal. We covered that in
Just real quick, in the chat, Sweet Lime Juice said he is a habitual abuser allegedly. It's past allegedly. I don't know if you saw that video. I'm not gonna play it because I don't think any of us really want. It's one of those videos when once you see it, you're always gonna be replaying it in your mind's eye because it's that kind of like. It's like watching a live leak video, but it's a video of Diddy shit-faced drunk, but somehow holding up his he's wearing just a towel over his crotch, and he's holding it up the whole time while he just beats the fuck out of his girlfriend, drags her down like the hotel hallway, just like stomping on her, just awful shit. It's like a camera footage, so from an above angle you just see like a whole minute of him just beating the fuck out of this woman. It is very unpleasant. So yeah, I would say we're a little past allegedly. He's definitely a serial abuser and a big time monster, and very much not a good man. Necromancer with $5 says, how do I explain to someone the appeal of experimental films? That films don't need a story or writing or even a message. By the way, seeing Haikyuu movie tomorrow. Well, it just so happens. We'll get back to Diddy's a monster. It just so happens I have a video about this from 6 years ago. So let's find out what I said back then. Art house media is that which majorly breaks from the standards of storytelling and aesthetic conventions. It is often seen as existing for its own sake, or being pretentiously confusing, distancing itself from the average consumer on purpose and appealing only to an elite, prestigious brand of viewer. But what is an elite viewer besides one who has seen much and pontificated long on what they have viewed? A lifestyle best lent to by privilege, no doubt, but not characterized by it. Art house can be for anyone, but it is more likely to ask you to seek its meaning than it is to invite you directly to it, and to do otherwise would erase its purpose. To make more obviously inviting media would be to counteract some element of what it is intended to convey, thus losing some of the meaning to the winds forever. Better to perfectly communicate with whatever small group might appreciate it than to never express a certain feeling at all, right? A lot of art house media can be construed as slow, but oftentimes it is paced that way in the interest of being more complete. Take for instance the short film Running Man, directed by Yoshiaki Kawajiri as part of the 1989 Labyrinth Tales compilation. Essentially, this is 10 minutes of watching one racer, dedicated long beyond the point of madness and self-destruction, annihilating everyone who stands against him in a brutal death race as his mind and body corrode into oblivion. It could be said that the plot of this film is very simple and straightforward, but the emotions are explored in incredible detail. Scenes of the protagonist's mad, suffering, berserk fury melting into a seemingly endless series of explosions convey a depth and severity of intensity which could not be felt without dwelling on it for quite so long and in quite so much detail. It may just be one emotion, one point being made by the film, but it is making that point as excruciatingly clear as it imaginably could. This is the opposite approach to a longer story which might attempt to condense as many ideas into as small of a package as they can, one which attempts to communicate madness in a few seconds or a few minutes as a piece of information relevant to the story, rather than the integral core of the story itself. We can understand this kind of madness in passing just by seeing it, but in Kawajiri's short film we feel it down to the core. It is so clear as to be confounding, as to make us ask ourselves what could have brought this about? Why is this happening? How does the human mind break so hard that it crushes everything else around it? And the effect is captured so profoundly because it is a film by Yoshiaki Kawajiri. That too is the appeal of art house, intimate specificity. There is no one else who could have made this short film. It is deeply soaked in Kawajiri's personal style. There's the complicated, extreme features of his characters, which can display a brutality that most designs wouldn't even be capable of. His ability to stretch just past the boundaries of reality into something horrific, while remaining grounded enough to never escape the physical viscerality of his imagery. His color palette of stark contrasting neon lights and and pitch-dark atmosphere, his predilection for quick but insanely brutal carnage that lights across the roof of your brain when you wince at it, and then of course the utterly captivating movement of the flames and explosions, presumed by Sakugaboru to have been animated by Shinji Otsuka. Becoming lost in these flames is when the beauty of understanding dawns on us, that it is all in service of being fucking awesome, that it is the pure desire to be fucking awesome that's driven all this madness to begin with. Art house media is perilously difficult to create. It requires both artists of obscene personal talent in creating unique ideas, as well as ballsy producers willing to roll the dice on creating something which will not even strive to appeal to the broadest possible audience. There is a hell of a lot of art house expression that only halfway makes it to the idea it's trying to convey, or doesn't even make it at all, or in which that idea was maybe never even that good, or was outside of the artist's particular skill set to truly capture. There are only a handful of master craftsmen alive and active in the arts at any given time, and with their passing may also go our entire connection to a set of feelings which only they knew how to convey. The value of said feelings may be in the eyes of the beholder, but it is both the most and the least valuable voices which fade just the same. Aside from all that, a big part of my personal love for art house is just in seeing things which I've never seen before. Some images resonate more than others, but anytime I witness a truly different image from any that I've ever seen is cause for excitement, in much the same way that mass education in public high schools could never teach you how to split the atom of a molecule. Consuming only mass media, which intends to reach as many people as possible, will never allow you to contact the individual elements of the human psyche which art house media can tap into. It might be harder to find things in this world which connect to you personally, but if you look hard enough, you might find media so oriented towards your specific mindset that they hold more meaning for you than anything else you've ever seen. It's a time-consuming proposition that doesn't fit into everyone's lifestyle, but if you are in a position to explore art house works and have an interest in doing so, then it's something which I would highly encourage. You never know what you might learn about yourself, others, and the world around you. Are you pining for the specific brand of art you've always known me for? Long-form analytical content about anime? Fear not. You are either watching this in the middle of a month where I'm about to put out an 80-minute analysis of the filmography of Makoto Shinkai, or you are living in a month where that already happened. So stick... That did already happen. I am living in a month where that already happened. How did I know? Stick around and check that out, and head on over to my Patreon if you want.
1 minute short from Anikuri 15, which is 15 1-minute shorts. Unless you meant this one, Kanamewa. This is a cool music video about a lesbian who is nurturing like some kind of weird earth god alien thing, but then it like dies. It's sad. Hey, somebody said I should put a ticker with how far we've made it on the chat revenue. So here you go, 166.50 currently, which is pretty fucking good progress, I must say. Pretty fucking impressive. I didn't expect to get this high. Like, I didn't expect to get this high. I didn't expect the chat revenue to get this high like before morning. So I'm pretty excited that there's a possible chance I will not have to stream all the way until midnight. Because maybe I'll make $400 before that. I mean, I could just keep going. Like, if I make $400, it's going to be hard to talk myself out of just continuing. Unless I'm, like, actually asleep on stream. I mean, it's possible I'll pass out and still pass $400. Like, I'll just be like, y'all got me, right? You know? Wake up and see what happens. Be pretty fucking funny. I don't know if it'd be funnier if I woke up without 400 or with 400. I don't know what people would think was funnier. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so Nekomata, was that a good answer to your question? I don't know if you had already seen that video before. Do I have anything else to add to it? I mean, I feel like I made my point pretty well in that video, because I was watching that back like, damn, I said so many fancy sounding words. But yeah, it really is just about like the specificity of it. Like, you're never gonna see something else like this. And to me, that is innately valuable.
Like, I might not immediately appreciate whatever is unique about it, but I'll always appreciate that I saw something unique. You know, I'm just always more willing to give my time to art house, and it's usually easier because art house is usually short. Like, bam, we just hit 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. It just happened. When I said bam, that was the exact moment. It was 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds of streaming. Just happened to be looking at it when that was coming, so I was really staring at it, waiting for it. Anyway, shit, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, art house. Yeah, the specificity, and that's really what I sell myself on, right? Is like, no one else can make Trixie content. That's why I keep arguing that, like, I'll never lose to AI, because you couldn't build an AI that was going to do what I'm going to do. I'm too unpredictable. You could build an AI that kind of talks like me or sounds like me, but it's never going to make the decisions I'm going to make. It might make better decisions. I could see an AI being a more popular version of me, but it won't compete with me. It'll just be it would just be an imitation. It'd just be a copy, you know, like, people might value the copy more than the original, but that wouldn't be something I would blame on the AI. That would be something I had to blame on people, you know? And yeah, I could collaborate with it too. That's a good point. No reason me and my AI can't work together. So yeah, I'm not afraid of the AI future, but yeah, my point being with art house, I mean, I don't try to ever, like, force people to get into something that I don't think they're going to like. You know, on the baseline level, I only recommend stuff to people if I think they specifically are going to like that thing. So if say for instance 1001 Nights, that's the first anime that always comes to mind when I think art house. It was the one that I was playing at the very start of that video, in part because it's by title, like, the first anime that shows up on lists, you know, other than like 07 Ghost and then 1001 Nights. But also because it's just like, there's no obvious plot, there's no dialogue, it's just Yoshitaka Amano art, like, evolving into itself with animation for a while, you know? And like, I wouldn't recommend it to most people. There are certain people I would. It's not unrecommendable, like unrecommendable anime that rule, where those ones, it's like, I don't know who the fuck I can remember. Like, I know who I could recommend 1001 Nights to, but that's it. Nobody else, you know? So that's, I think, with a lot of art house, like, this really just goes for any entertainment. Like, you just can't expect everybody to like anything. And however important you might think the thing is, if it's not going to be important to that person, then I don't think there's any reason to try to get them to engage with it. You know, just try to make specific people like specific things, because you know that they will get something out of it. That's the best way to approach recommendations. You're about to get some ads, some of you, apparently, so enjoy that, I guess. Always gotta warn. Gotta give a little warning. They openly hate some of them, which is cool, but they said they're not movies, which is so weird because they are more... Okay, yeah, so if you're... So that... I hate when people have to get semantic about that type of shit. Who cares whether they're movies or not? Who gives a fucking shit? Like, why would that... This is art. This isn't art. It's all No True Scotsman. Like, the No True Scotsman fallacy, it runs incredibly deep through everything, where it's like, it comes down to prescriptive versus descriptive language, right? Which any linguist will tell you is the difference between correct and incorrect language. Language is meant to be descriptive. It's like this object that I'm holding does not inherently have a word to describe it. People have to agree on a thing that they're going to call this, and that starts with somebody pointing at it and going, what's that thing? And you go, oh, that's my bucket. You know, that's my gallon. That's my jug. That's my, like, whatever somebody calls this thing, it only gets that name when somebody says it to somebody else. I was not born considering this a jug. I always would have encountered this object. I could have called it something. I could have made up my own fucking name for it if nobody ever told me that it's a jug. You know? I could probably get into an argument with somebody about whether this is a jug. I don't know why that's the word I chose. That's a strange word for this, actually. This is a bottle. This is not a jug. This is clearly a bottle. Right? I don't know. What the fuck is the fucking difference? Who gives a shit whether it's a jar or a fucking bottle? I sound like that Eyes Everywhere dude right now. Because I'm creating a straw man and having an argument with it like it's another person. But yeah, no, it's just like, who fucking cares? It's a jug, it's a bottle, it's a container of liquid. It's, I could sit here and play the similes game all day. You know, that's not even similes. Those are metaphors. Words that mean the same thing. There's another word for that, and it's not metaphors, but they are also metaphors for one another in the context of being synonyms? No, that's same names. They are... When you look something up in a thesaurus, you are looking up... Why can't I remember this word? This is an important word. It's a word I'm sure I use often. Words that mean the same. Not analogs. That's also appropriate. It's also an appropriate word, but there's like a word that's just for... Hold on. Sure, foist. No, I don't want the dictionary definition. I wanted a thesaurus because a thesaurus offers... Is synonyms what I want? I thought they just meant words that are the same word. Maybe synonyms is words that mean the same thing. I'm so fucking tired. I can't remember grammar rules. How did I get so tired? I was not this tired until just now. And I'm not tired in like the physical, like I'm gonna fall asleep way. I'm tired in like the... My mind has had so many thoughts in the last 5 hours that now they're all mushing into a fine Play-Doh. So I'm gonna let Justin Hunt, the company man, reactivate my brain as I chug Diet Green Tea and then go get another bottle of it.
In the Diddy Speaks episode of TCM News, I guess I'm calling it TCM News, video that's on the channel right now. Check it out if you missed it. But even if it took a triple album, as Dame Dash suggested, Biggie was ready to bounce. He was ready to bounce from Bad Boy, just like everybody else. Now here's the heavy stuff. The Rolling Stone piece also references the federal investigation currently underway. It says federal officials declined to say much after the March raids on Diddy's 2 houses, one in LA and one in Miami. But a source confirmed to Rolling Stone that investigators in the Southern District of New York interviewed potential witnesses as part of a trafficking and racketeering probe. Agents may also examine Combs' alleged ties to the infamous Black Mafia family cartel after the Detroit Jane Doe alleged in her suit that the group is rumored to have seeded Bad Boy. No criminal charges have been announced as of publication. BMF, the feds are investigating whether BMF funded Bad Boy. The enemy's at the gates. The enemies are at the gates. On that tip, CNN reported that federal investigators are possibly preparing to bring accusers before a federal grand jury and have reportedly seized video evidence of Diddy assaulting a male sex worker. Here's CNN.
Okay, this video has proven one thing to me beyond a shadow of a doubt. I cannot give a fuck about this Diddy drama. As upsetting as all the accusations are and the footage and everything, Diddy always sucked. Diddy's never been good. It's not like a tragedy to me. Even Drake, I've always thought Drake was a fuckboy. I've always thought he was a piece of shit. I've always thought it would be really funny to see Kendrick Lamar blow his ass out, and it was. But there was an aspect of tragedy because I still liked Hotline Bling. I still liked Nice for What. I still liked Sicko Mode. And all those songs are ruined for me now because he manages somehow in every fucking song he makes to mention dating high schoolers. I don't know how it took. There were so many sus bars that I didn't understand until the truth came out. Like, why did he say, I used to bus you to the dance in high school? What the fuck do you mean? When she was in high school, you bussed her to the dance? What do you mean? Were you driving the bus? How old were you when you bussed her to the high school dance? Fucking, or what's the one in Nice for What? Like looking at her high school pictures, you were banging even back then. Like, why are you you're fantasizing about fucking the way she looked in high school when current her is right here? Just, the susness is off the charts, and it's right there in those songs. And now that you know what it means, it's like, I can't fucking listen to this anymore. Diddy, the only song I like that has Diddy in it is, I'm pretty sure, a Mace song. And it's literally a song about how many people are willing to die for you. How many gonna die for you? How many get the key, slice the pie with you? That's about selling cocaine. I ain't talking about those that get high with you. They know infrareds on your head and they ride with you. They know infrareds on your head? Diddy, 1999, you're rapping about how you got infrareds on your head and people are riding with you anyway? You're literally only riding with soldiers willing to lay down their lives for you? What kind of person is willing to die for you? Like, why? What do you got on them, you know? Why the fuck you got people willing to die for you? It's not what a good leader is supposed to look for. We all learned this from what, Fate Zero, right? You're just supposed to be, like, unkillable. Anyway, Yang barely won the Yang versus Yin poll, by the way. I don't know how 51 versus 47% happened. I don't know where the fuck the other 2% went. I don't know what Black Void swallowed those 2 fucking percent from YouTube poll, but okay, they're gone. Sure. Makes total sense. But yeah, I just, when I think of Diddy, the first thing that comes to mind, no matter what, is Kendrick Lamar's line, Puff Daddy wasn't your favorite. And that's been for like 12 years. That's been my whole impression of Puff Daddy. Like, I remember him for Come With Me, which was where he made a song where he took that riff from that Led Zeppelin song and he rapped over it for the Godzilla soundtrack. And that, I did like that song as a kid because it was on the Godzilla soundtrack, but then when I grew up and I listened to it back, I realized it sucked ass. And I was like, wow, this song fucking actually sucks, even possibly even worse than the Led Zeppelin song that I already didn't like. So yeah, when Kendrick was like, Puff Daddy wasn't your favorite, I was like, you're right, Puff Daddy wasn't my favorite. Puff Daddy probably wasn't anybody's favorite. Diddy is a meme. I mean, when he first changed his name, I was reading the Boondocks comics. This is me as like a 13-year-old. Again, surprised I even knew enough about Diddy to think this was funny, but he did make that song for Godzilla. So in Boondocks, they would make fun of him relentlessly for the name changing, you know? And now I'm sure Aaron McGruder just knew that Diddy was a piece of shit, you know, and was like saying something about it. But YouTube's not letting you send super chats. This is a massive problem. Wait, it just let somebody else do it. Berserk with $5 says, get good Necromancer. That's fucking funny. That is the best, most spiteful use of a super chat I have ever seen. Like, sitting there on $5 all night, like, at some point I'm gonna make a donation. I don't know when. I know I'm going to do it. I know my time will come. I know there'll be a really funny way to use this $5 at some point. And then you just see Necromancer, it's not working. You're like, oh, really? It's not working? Bitch. BAM! Oh, that's good. Good one. Berserk, what's the full name? I'm zoomed in too much. Berserk Chip. There we go. Excellent. It's probably not a skill issue. It probably is YouTube being a huge piece of shit, if we're being honest. But it is really funny. Necromancer, I'm sorry you got dunked on so hard just trying to innocently give me money, and that I laughed at you about it. But you got to admit, I mean, if it happened to me, I would have laughed too, quite frankly. You know, comedy's comedy, no matter who it happens to. Anyway, yeah, I just, it's okay, I'll just fucking kill myself. No, thank you for not killing yourself. That's the motto of this podcasting universe I belong to. Unless you buy the shirt. That's the rule. Everybody knows about the shirt, right? Hold on. Since we're actually at the computer, we can do this visually. If you ever really can't live anymore, Dick's made a very excellent point that it's weird how many people like kill themselves but don't like just, you know, like spend a shitload of money on credit cards first. Like, you're not going to be around to worry about anything. If you're willing to fuck over whoever you're going to fuck over by killing yourself, why would you not just add some debt onto that? Like, you could have as much fun as you want. You could make somebody else's day. You could just pull out a bunch of money and give it to somebody, you know? So if you're really going to go out, Dick Masterson says, buy the I'm Done Dude shirt. Just take out some money, you know, whether you've got money or not. Find a way to get together $5,000, and if you're really serious about killing yourself, buy the Hang in There Buddy I'm Done Dude shirt first. It's only $5,000. You can't miss $5,000 if you're going to kill yourself. There's what were you going to do with it? So, you know, no one's ever bought this shirt yet. And that's either thankfully or unfortunately. It's hard to say, but nobody's bought the shirt. But so that's the thank you for not killing yourself. But if you're gonna do it, buy the shirt. That's the rules. Haven't made $400 yet? No, you can actually see right here on screen. Over here on this here is my current chat revenue. We're at $171.50 after about 5 hours. Actually, we just crossed 5 hours 3 minutes ago. So we're doing good. It's an impulsive thing most of the time. You just want to do it as quickly as possible when you wake up one day and you're really feeling like ending things. That's true. That's definitely how my cousin did it. Dogs bark. I told this whole story at full length in the Chris Chan medallion graveyard video. But around a little under 2 months ago, my autistic, very severely autistic cousin was woken up by the sound of these dogs barking that had been stressing him out for a while. He had a lot of stress going on in his life, and he just locked himself in the bathroom and set himself on fire. And burned to death. So, yeah, sometimes you just fucking go up in flames. Don't do it though, y'all. Keep your cool. Keep your head on. You know, keep yourself in a low stress scenario. Rock bottom shows you who's really there for you with 80 views. Let's see what kind of weird fucking shit YouTube's recommending me today. There's a hot shirtless guy in this video also, so.
Welcome back, everybody. Got another episode for you guys. This little Dream Chasers insanity stuff.
Never mind, this shit's too fucking quiet. I literally got it at full volume and I can't hear you. I thought my video was too fucking quiet. No. Come on, man. Could you even hear that back through whatever you were playing it through when you made that video? How can this be a 2-hour video? I guess that's the draw, right? That's how they get you. Oh shit, Necromancer with $5. Watch Offering, 1978. It's a 2-minute experimental film. I'd like to hear your thoughts and feelings on it. Alright, that sounds awesome. I love when I get paid to do stuff that I know I'm going to enjoy doing. I'm guessing it's not... Is this it? This piano thing? It's on Vimeo? Okay. This one? Ofrenda? Okay, Ofrenda. I already like the look of this first. Is this an anime? This looks cool. I love this. I love it even more. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much perfect. I could not imagine how that could be any better. It pretty much seemingly was morning to night. I have no idea how the lighting was actually done or what kind of camera is required to take those types of photos. The editing was perfect. The music was perfect. The guy's name is perfect. So yeah, you could not be altered in any way without making it worse, probably. Of course, what it immediately reminded me of. Who knows what I'm gonna play? What's the obvious thing that reminded me of?
Get up. These, not wasting, swallow my these. I stay these. I stay get up. These, not wasting, swallow my these. I stay these. I see foot, what's that? Can't tell, handheld drink, shot in hell, deep space shadow drink. Show me something I ain't seen before, mystery on that. That door juice, that blood electric, the book with the sign, somebody in that house, killing no go. One time, creep up behind me, over my shoulder. Turn around, try to see, but it's nowhere. Noise, static on my blaster. I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay, I see. Everybody's known where you think you're going and going nowhere. Saddle up, handle that, feel that part. Who comes his life? Who takes what's left? Who's next? On that next already, no more killer Cardi. Like I told you, don't trust me. What's up with it? I stay naughty. Stimulation overload with a care for it. Sensitized by the man, some mousy shit. I've seen it, I've been it. Can't delete it, feels like jam. Naughty. I'm alone in the clean shine and don't sleep so day. Let's close my bed. I see footage. I stay naughty. I see footage. I stay, I see footage. I stay naughty. I see footage. I stay, I see footage. I stay naughty. I see footage. I stay, I see footage. I stay naughty. I see footage. I stay, I see. Get up. These, not wasting, swallow my these. I stay these. I stay get up. These, not wasting, swallow my these. I stay these. I see I'm a cop of a 5 block on some kid who steps up. Fast was hard to grasp what even happened. You seen that hair blow off his shoulders in slow-mo. We won that, it's so cold. We won that, it's so cold. I see footage, I stay noise. 6-7 so much, boy, real looseness seem like no bones in his skin. My jaw hit the floor like this real floor. Gotta see that one more kid. I stay this here and went over. Pedestrian in Brazil. Little tiger, boy soldier. Juicy come back and kill. See crazy shit, man, crazy shit. See crazy shit, man, crazy shit. I say it, shit it crazy, 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 shit it crazy. I say it, shit it crazy, 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 shit it crazy. I say it, footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay naughty, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see naughty, I see footage, I stay naughty, I see.
It's definitely wild to me that the Money Store is 12 years old, because I think I expected like more to actually sound like it. Like Death Grips, I think they were influential in the sense that they opened the door for a lot more like loud and noisy hip hop to exist, but none of it actually sounds like Death Grips at all. You know, like everything that got compared to them did not sound like them. I got into them. No, I believe No Love Deep Web was already out, but not Government Plates. I know I was a fan already when Government Plates came out in 2013. So I probably got into them in 2012. But that purely from me was a... Like, I became a fan of Anthony Fantano because of his review of Good Kid, Mad City by Kendrick Lamar. Because I'd gotten really into that album, and then his review helped me to, like, fully appreciate what the album was trying to say, because I was like, okay, yeah, I think I agree with this guy. And so I wanted to see what his favorite albums of the year had been from the year prior, and The Money Store had been his number one. And the way he described it, I thought it was going to be like a crazy-ass metal album. So when I put it on and it was some weird-ass hip-hop, I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I think I gave it a second shot like a couple weeks later, and the fever just clicked with me. And like when the fever clicked with me and I got one of my friends into it, and that was just kind of, it was clinched from there, you know? I just slowly got more and more into Death Grips. Death Grips like, eh. Thank you for complimenting my follow-up to the film. And yeah, it was great. Thank you for showing it to me. Thank you for paying me to watch it. Getting paid to watch something and then loving the thing, it's like a 1-2 punch of goodness. I'm telling you, if this becomes my lifestyle, I'm going to be very happy. If somehow I develop a lifestyle of people who know about good things paying me to also share those good things with even more people, I'll take it. What the fuck? This is a new Eminem music video. And he's wearing the goddamn Robin costume. Oh boy. This will definitely create a copyright problem if I play a new Eminem song that just came out 4 hours ago on Vivo. But I am very curious. I mean, I probably just created a copyright problem with the Death Grips song, right? But I don't want to get blocked. Like, I know Death Grips, I might lose monetization. I know my video will not get blocked. With Eminem, I'm not so sure. I assume when you say, man, it's a song, you mean like, man, it's a song. That's the read I'm getting on the way you wrote that. What's this short here?
Shared social physical occurrence law, in which in a group of people who have to share the environment with each other, that if someone proposes an idea for what should happen next and no one else can come up with the valid reason to deny it or to say why it can't occur, then that route is likely to be taken. That same social structure that's acted out with our physical bodies, remember that we ourselves share traits with existence that can immediately mirror the properties surrounding us in the environment. And therefore, that same system of if nothing can say why it's impossible, then it can happen, is also shared with our communication with existence itself. All the way.
This guy's whole entire life seems to be arguing with himself about why he should be allowed to do shit. Like coming up with extremely detailed systems of logic for convincing like an emotional voice in his head about why he should be allowed to do shit that it keeps telling him he can't do. And talking about it like it's an external force. Unless there really is an external force that he just talks about like it's a headmate, but I don't know. I'm not sure what's a less confusing answer. Not a lot of intrigue in my actual sub feed right now. I guess we could revisit X-Men Mutant Apocalypse with SNES Drunk, just because SNES Drunk is such a cool guy. This guy literally runs the Super Nintendo subreddit and like a bunch of retro gaming community stuff.
SNES Drunk.
The first comic book series I got into as a kid was X-Men. I got into it right when the Fatal Attractions story arc started, and it eventually got me into the X-Men cartoon that aired on Saturday mornings on Fox. So, needless to say, I've been watching the reboot of that show, X-Men 97, and I'm really digging it since it features some unexpected twists and surprises while staying true to the characters. And if you're at all into X-Men, I highly recommend checking that out. But in the meantime, the reboot brought me back to the Super Nintendo game X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, made by Capcom and released in November 1994, right in the middle of the original cartoon's run. The game starts by laying out the usual X-Men story backdrop, where mutants are persecuted by humans for being different and scary and all that, and you've got people with varying approaches to deal with this problem. Professor X thinks that everyone can and should get along just fine, Magneto thinks humans should be left behind by the superior mutant race, and Apocalypse thinks everyone should die, hence, you know, the name Apocalypse. In this game, Apocalypse is using the island nation of Genosha to hold mutants captive for slave labor, so it's up to the X-Men to infiltrate different parts of the island to free everyone while defeating an army of Sentinels, including evildoers like Queen Brood and Tusk, before facing Apocalypse, and then the story goes from there. You start out with a Mega Man-style menu where you have 5 mutants to choose from: Gambit, Psylocke, Wolverine, Cyclops, and Beast, with each character getting their own stage that they need to complete with a health meter and 2 lives to do so. Right away, Mutant Apocalypse makes...
Oh, wait. Did me doing that just interrupt me being live at all? Shit, I hope I didn't just unlive myself. Okay. Well, now I'm actually confused how it was possible for me to do that, but I was just like thinking, oh, I'll just switch over to the We Watch Anime account because that'll have different recommendations, and I've kind of trained the algorithm on that account differently. And then I was like, wait a minute, how can I be live on Yig Studio if I'm not signed into Yig Studio? But actually, the streaming is happening through OBS, so I guess it doesn't matter, which is pretty fascinating. But rather than that, I'm just going to open up an incognito window because that makes a lot more sense. Then I can just be logged into both and not have to switch between them at all. Swap this over here real quick. Yes, that is the email. Can you please do the thing? Yes, thank you. Two-step verification. Okay. Hey, look, it's the stream we're in right now. That's the first thing being recommended to me. And the second thing is also that same Eminem video. So I guess it's not so different between my two channels that they wouldn't both get recommended that Eminem music video, but I know there's oh, hello, we got some new comments. Let's first go check out the new comments on We Watch Anime, shall we? Wait, what did I just click? That's not, this isn't my channel back room. Oh wait, yes it is. Never mind. Everything's just fucking at way too big of a scale. Let's see. This is on the Free Rent is Sci-Fi video. Tangentially related, but back in the day I thought Assassin's Creed was so interesting because the moment-to-moment game focuses on historical fiction, but it is very clearly a sci-fi from the onset, and then I think it becomes more fantastical from there on. I think I didn't play past the Ezio saga. Finally, a fellow cat soup enjoyer coming from a cat soup obsessive. Well, that's cool. And that's it. That's the two new comments. Okay. Back to... Hello, anime fans. This is Trixie. This is where, like, I will be shocked if Sewer Slut doesn't come up quickly in the recommendations on this channel, because it usually does. Oh yeah, there's a whole new Black Dresses album that's like 80 minutes long. I don't know when I'm going to find time to listen to all of that. But I don't know if I have to listen to it all at once. You know, it's a lot. It's probably got a lot of different emotional tonalities to it. Fuck over fit. I love this image. Nah. Cool picture though.
What makes you think you can get away with this?
I have mental illness.
What?
Like ADHD, depression.
I know what mental illness is. Why are you telling me this?
It would be problematic for you to criticize me.
You killed a bunch of people.
I am literally neurodivergent and a minor.
Okay, me too. I didn't kill a bunch of people, though.
I have trauma, Sonic.
Ooh, you're opening up. Let me hear the traumatic backstory that justifies all your actions.
Shadow bullied me.
Shadow bully you, and that's your trauma.
Oh, you think people can't be traumatized by bullying?
Not what I said.
Are you dismissing my feelings?
Most people who get bullied don't end up killing people.
Some of them do.
Shadow bullies me every day, and I'm fine. You are? Okay, maybe I'm not fine, but I don't kill people for fun.
Everyone deals with these things differently.
You can't just use trauma and mental illness to shield yourself from criticism.
Yes, I can.
Look, I get you're still a kid, but... He's 23. You're 23? Didn't you say you were a minor?
I'm a 23-year-old minor.
Okay, no, we're not doing this. I'm ending this here.
You would attack a neurodivergent minor.
I attack murderers.
Very well then, ableist.
Whoa, what's going on? His Adderall gives him superpowers! Adderall only does that if you don't have ADHD, which means you were lying about having it!
Unbelievable. My general rule is, if a video makes me laugh, I hit like. Why do I need $400 again? Because I only get paid on a monthly basis by YouTube. And I'm $400 short of getting paid $2,000 for this month. And I would really like to be paid $2,000 for this month. It's just a number I'd like to hit. You know, I mean, at this stage, I'll end the month with, what, $230 shy of $2,000, which is a lot of money, but I could have another $230 on top of that, and I would be happier. So I'm just thinking, like, what's going to put me in the best frame of mind going into next month? I won't even see this money until the 22nd. June 22nd, I'll get all the money I made in May. But I can spend that whole time either thinking I've got $1,700 coming on the 22nd, or I can spend 22 days thinking I've got $2,000 coming on the 22nd. I've got $2,000 coming on the 22nd. Bird Stork is awake. Good morning, Bird. Welcome back. Would you like me to help you out? Would you like me to come help you make a coffee? Getting $400 equals good. Not getting $400 equals not as good. Yes, exactly. You're understanding. Why 400? Simply for two reasons. One, I like rounding up. You know, hitting 2,000 is such a clean, nice number. And two, I think it's possible. I came to the conclusion a few days ago that I think it would be possible for me before the end of the month to do a live stream in which I made $400 or $500. I had come to that conclusion, but I also came to the conclusion that the only way that would be possible is if I streamed all night and day and made it very clear that there was a stated specific goal of hitting that amount of money. And I didn't know how to justify that other than that it's the last day of the month, and that is the amount of money that will take me up to where I want to be before the month is over. If it was any other day than the last day of the month, it would seem pretty random. But instead, it's a matter of closure. It's a matter of hitting that number, ending the month, and just resting easy, knowing like, all right, $2,000's coming, you know? That's the goal, essentially. And so far, it's been a really fun process because most of... this is an incognito tab I have open just for the sake of seeing what's recommended to the We Watch Anime channel. Who is Joseph Jacobs? This only has 500 views. Slapping like a like I'm just saying this would make a beat sample without having to change anything. You just throw drums on it and you got a good beat. Oh, there they go. Okay, it is a beat. It is a beat tape. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'll rap over it. Hold up, let me pull up some bars. I literally wasn't sure if this was going to be a beat or not, and then it became a beat. That's so fucking funny. Alright. Okay, yeah, I got the right lyrics for this. Yeah. Hey. Here we go. Yeah. Hey. When I'm on my Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko, you know I'm taking life slow. No dough in the dojo like Cobra Kai before becoming that guy. I was not fly in high school, and I'm not fly right now too. I'm 2 feet to ground and my head like ostrich down. No pheasant, you're my audio hostage now. Pleasant like a frown, hear my peasant sound. Drop a quarter in my cup like I'm corner performer down bad. It don't get glad, get mad, no sad boy shit. This is raging bitch. Alright, I'm gonna go make some coffee for Bert. And I guess I'll just leave this playing. This is fucking pleasant. This feels like a good way to start the day. says here that there's 8 of y'all. It's telling me there's 8 people here right now. I'm gonna need a sound off. Where y'all at? Where are all the homies? Where is everybody at? Whatever. It's 5:30 in the morning. People will be back. Or there'll be new people, whatever. Meanwhile... Why is that there? Okay, that's strange. Well, I guess I'll just watch stuff and shit and hang out till more people... Oh, hey, Leaf Blady's here. Since Inley 8 watching would now be an okay time for the Madoka vid. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I totally fucking forgot about that, but this is exactly what I was talking about the time that it would be good to... that it would be a good idea to do that. I've even got a whole fucking mug of coffee, so I could survive this... You said it's an hour long, right? What's up? I was listening to music. Me too, in my head. Yeah, so Leaf Blady said something about wanting to pay me to watch an hour-long Madoka Magica video. And I said, we can do that, but it's going to have to be in the early morning when there's not a lot of people around. Because... I won't be expecting there to be much going on. And Leaf Blady has patiently awaited this time. Or gone off and done something else and then happened to be here right at this moment. But whatever the case, now is a good time. But of course I'm going to have to first find out from Leaf Blady, what is this video in question? Community note added to a post. Okay, but what could possibly be... Oh, just who the artwork is by is the community note? Okay, sure. I didn't know it was used for that. Holy shit, Leaf Blady with a whole $100. Visual storytelling, breaking down PMMM dialogue 1 by Clear and Sweet. Alright, we're fucking doing this, y'all. Leaf Blady just nearly doubled the revenue of the stream just now for us to watch this video, so... Thank you very much. Oh wow, this is part 1 of a series. Alright.
We need to talk about something interesting.
Now you know that intro is Christina V, Homer's voice actress. It's not really relevant, but actually it's probably the most relevant it'll ever be. As always with these video series, this is a work of critical analysis. It is covered under fair use as a transformative critical work, but since I cannot tell that to the YouTube algorithm, I apologize in advance for any amount of slideshow that I'm inevitably going to have to encounter when editing these. Instead, the intent and assumption is that you would consume this as you would a podcast, only looking at the screen when there are moments where we bring up specific animation or directing choices. It is also unrepentantly unabridged, so if you would like a shorter version, Madoka Magica is a good show.
Unabridged.
If you're new to the visual storytelling series that I do on this channel, it is a critical analysis and a long-form one at that, where we deliberately go shot by shot, scene by scene, throughout the entire run of a movie or now a series, and talk about everything that really contributes to visual storytelling in a narrative medium. Purely due to my own personal biases, we like to talk a little bit more about themes and characters and writing overall, but I like to think we touch on at least everything that goes into making an interesting visual narrative, and of course conveying an author's message to a recipient. In order to do that, we're going to need you to have a background of Madoka Magica at least. That means you should not watch this video unless you have watched in full the 12 episodes of Madoka Magica, as well as possibly Rebellion. Any ancillary materials or spin-offs I think are also fair game, though I'll do my best not to spoil them. I think Madoka Magica is actually one of the series where I do think it is meaningful to consider the effects of spoilers on a first-time viewer's enjoyment of the franchise. That is to say, at a very basic level, the premise of Madoka Magica is that a magical girl show is not going to go how you expect it to go. Indeed, when the show was first airing, Gen Urobuchi's name was not associated with the show in any of the pre-release materials, lest his name and reputation give away the hoodwink, as his other works are very famous for the amount of violence and tragedy in them. In fact, it extended to other members of the team even. The character designer Ume Aoki was explicitly and deliberately not given the script for the show, or any other material indicating what this show was going to do before she drew the character designs. The secrecy obviously means a twist, but a twist means necessarily that there is a baseline. Though I have every intention to talk with you about Madoka Magica in all of its intricacies and details for hours on hours, I have no desire to revisit the endless arguments I've had related to whether or not Madoka Magica requires a background in magical girls to further enjoy. At the risk of running headfirst into several argumentative fallacies, I should think that anyone who has seen the 12 episodes of Madoka Magica in full would recognize it as clearly assuming, lampshading, playing off of, inverting all of the tropes that come to identify a typical magical girl show. However, if you recoil at this axiom, I will instead say to you that just please respect me enough and my thousands of hours of magical girl watching and background and thinking about themes and the genre as a whole, and trust me on a fundamental level when I tell you the best way to read Madoka Magica is as a magical girl show.
Yes,
that said,
I
of
agree with
course,
that.
we will necessarily need to make...
That's the kind of statement that I hear him make, and in my head I'm going, no shit, but I also completely understand why that is necessary, because I've seen Madoka discussion. Like, I get it. There are people who are going to treat this like it's literally not a magical girl show, which seems preposterous, because magical girl's in the fucking title. But I'm glad that he clarified.
Reference to a number of other magical girl shows, from Sailor Moon all the way up to Lyrical Nanoha. So any events from those shows, and especially the climaxes too, are necessarily fair game for this. I don't want to see anyone get mad when I tell you that in the 200th episode of Sailor Moon, love, justice, compassion, and understanding defeat the evil. And then in the final episode of Cardcaptor Sakura, the same thing happens. And in Symphogear, in Shugo Chara, in Precure, you get the idea. Having addressed that creepy circus elephant in the room, while I find it self-evident that Madoka Magica is best consumed as a magical girl story, I do not think that is the only reading or applicable reading, and certainly not the only one we are going to be engaging with. There, of course, are aspects of this as a classic Greek tragedy, of a work of both Gen Urobuchi and Akiyuki Shimbo. There are elements of Buddhism, there are elements of Hidamari Katamari sketch. Madoka Magica is a work that both directly quotes Goethe and the Beatles. We'll need to pull from a number of resources if we want to hope to talk about Madoka Magica with any sort of aspirations of being comprehensive. Though just like
y'all can
Homer's
adjust your
never-ending
volume accordingly. I'm
hellscape,
going
we
to turn
know
him
this
down
is
a
a
bit
losing
so that
battle.
when I talk,
That is
you
why
can
if
hear
there's
me
anything
also.
that I obviously miss or that you feel should be mentioned or relevant to the videos, please leave a comment or message me on Discord under Kai1144 or tweet at me at Clear and Sweet on Twitter. While going through the Haruhi and Utena movies, some of the most insightful comments that led to some of the best discussion were indeed from you guys, and not my brain alone. Well, that's a good 6 minutes of intro, but if you're thinking about the fact that we're probably going to be talking about this for over 6 hours, Puella Magi Madoka Magica, of course, is a 2011 magical girl show by Studio Shaft. The reason that we're talking about it in 2020 is that, well, it's my favorite anime of the decade, and it's had the biggest cultural impact of any anime since Evangelion. But those
That makes me really curious what his favorite anime of each other decade is.
are claims and topics for another video and another time.
I shouldn't assume gender.
However, the reason that we are able to talk about it in this way and in this sort of depth, that's what I'd like to explore. There is so much to say, but somewhat unfortunately I've chosen to do these chronologically, so I suppose we have to start at the beginning. To my previous claim about the show being so concise, the first 10 seconds of Madoka Magica are so packed with information and meaning that we're going to need to take a lot of time looking at them. Let's go orally first. Madoka Magica is bookended at the start of episode 1 and the final scene of episode 12 with an old school projector sound. For the benefit of everybody watching 40, 50 years in the future, a projector was something that we used before digital projection means to project movies onto a screen using celluloid film. That is, the sound that we hear when we start Madoka Magica is immediately recognizable to anyone from, let's say, the year 2000 and before as being synonymous with watching a film. Of course, the stuttering and the film grain effect further enforce this connection. Now, of course, this is rife with meaning in and of itself, but we need to talk about how the visuals also accompany this. It's a raising of a curtain. While definitely something you would still see in 2011 in a play, raising of a curtain hasn't been used in most movie theaters since the 1940s or 50s. Projection methods quickly became good enough that the film grain effect and probably the sound of the projector running too wouldn't be as prominent features. Using those three together, we kind of have our first round of implications that are thrown at us. Madoka Magica in its 12-episode entirety will be presented as a movie. That is, it is not specifically not an episodic adventure kind of like traditional magical girl shows. I think this reading is pretty solid and fits with the 12-episode structure of the show. However, I only read the movie theme that far. I think these sound effects and visual effects are vestigial and merely left over as the best way to represent a film. That is to say, nothing in Madoka Magica indicates anything about the specific time period invoked by those archaic symbols. But hey, if you want to do a reading of Madoka Magica as something out of the 1920s, then be my guest. I'd love to read it. I think there's something to be said.
Yeah, it's hard for me, while it's, just my thoughts on that. Because I am thinking, like, is there any more depth to it? It's always tempting to say, like, there must have been thought put into it. But at the same time, Madoka is a show of multiple teams and multiple creative voices. And a lot of that, as I understand it, a lot of the, like, mixed media aspect of the show is done by Gekidan Inukuri, which is, like, a separate studio that has done that aesthetic for other work. So that to me kind of feels like, if I had to say why I think it was done, it's actually more to set you up for the expectation of seeing that kind of shit later. Like, just the fact that those curtains are like some sort of photo or some kind of odd, like, they look like a cutout. Like, they don't look like drawings, is what I'm trying to say. And so I think part of this is also to get you prepared for the fact that you're going to see shit other than drawings later in the show in like a really subtle way. Like, it doesn't quite give away that like you're going to see this crazy stuff when you go into the witch world, but it does create an immediate sense of like, this doesn't just look like anime. There is something different happening here, you know? And yes, it is cinematic also.
About how a play operates. Plays in general are kind of exaggerated in a way that you may not see with something more realistic. That is, by using this opening, Madoka Magica and its creators have inserted one level of distance deliberately between us and the events of the story. We are watching something that has happened instead of experiencing it the first time. Now, not only does this kind of detachment fit in with Homura's entire story, but I think it says something about the genre too. Because the show is going to invoke and call upon references in other Magical Girl shows, that we kind of have to view the viewing of Madoka Magica as a viewing of an anime. This is a story. This is a play. This is a...
Yeah, he kind of... I'm surprised they didn't go into more depth about this. The idea of... Hold on, let me listen back to what was just said again.
As a viewing of an anime. This is a story. This is a play. This is a tale. Madoka, Kaname, and everyone else, yes, are characters.
Yeah, so, like, the idea that a flash forward, like, creates a sense of inevitability where it's like, you know that nothing, theoretically, unless it's like a time travel story, like, if you see an event from further into the story at the beginning, nothing that happens from then on out can from the beginning onwards can contradict that moment till you get back to it. So it kind of creates like a snapshot of like, okay, you know these characters will still be alive, at least as long as it takes to get back to wherever this is. So the intrigue is like, well, how did we get there? You know, how are we going to end up back there? So yeah, with Madoka, very much, you know, starts off with this scene that's like, how are we going to end up there, you know, after we cut back to the regular life. But it is interesting. He kind of cited how it creates this sense of disconnect where it's like, it makes it so the events that happen afterwards are events that happened in the past of what we saw at the beginning. I never really thought about it that way exactly, but yeah, like from our perspective, just because we came into the story late and then we jump back, it means everything contextually is historical and not, you know, it's not actually the beginning of the story. The actual beginning of the story is the ending, you know?
But there are characters portrayed.
They're not the ending.
They are representations.
Further in.
If you think of them as actors playing a part, then I think it's very easy to appreciate Madoka on the level of a Willy Loman or a Hamlet, where things are generally a little bit more exaggerated or left ambiguous in a way that is deliberate for the viewer to fill in the blanks. A play can't tell you everything that went on in Javert's life to make him want to jump off a bridge. It just needs to give you a murky or misty enough picture to generally point you in that right direction in your own mind. Great, now I need to put a Les Mis spoiler warning on here too.
Have a good one.
Let's talk about the diegetic level 1 being the events that the characters experience. In this story, we're usually seeing the events from the perspective of the characters or along with the characters. And I think most fiction operates in this level, unless deliberately trying to otherwise operate outside of it. Let's talk about diegetic level 3 as me talking to you about what happened in Madoka Magica. Then, just arbitrarily, let's consider the way Madoka Magica invites us to read it in this opening sequence is a diegetic level of 2. As if you are a historian, as if you are a voyeur, as if you are in some way disconnected from not only the character of Madoka, but also the plots and the events and the revelations. That in some way you're thinking about them as plots and revelations and character arcs. That is a very strange thing to do in a lot of ways for a thriller, which kind of relies on the plot ups and downs and swings to get you invested and have a visceral emotional reaction when watching it through the first time. In fact, I think the only other time I've seen a piece of media kind of deliberately invoke this, or at least the only one I can remember, is the day transitions in Majora's Mask, whereby the borders of the screen shrink and pull you further away from the action of the game. In that game, it's used to deliberately remove the player from whatever's happening on that first diegetic level in the game. This all has the effect of forcing us to look at the bigger picture. But that all said, this kind of methodology and symbology is not inherently repeated in Madoka Magica in the way that it is every 12 hours in Majora's Mask. So let's first throw that out there, and then keep it on the back burner until we find something later on in the show that might reinvoke it. In an effort to make some progress whatsoever, I'm going to skip over...
I just want to say, because he was saying he can't think of anything else that, like, pushes you out that way. And the Ocarina or Majora's Mask example is really interesting that he gave, because I can't think of one that really does it that way. But like in terms of that kind of in media res start to a story, I mean, I can think of a number of them, but the one that comes to mind the most is Final Fantasy X, where like it opens with a very late in the story scene. And, like, you know, all the characters are alive and well there. So, like, you spend most of the game knowing that you're going to end up at that point eventually. And it actually takes so long, it's pretty easy to forget. Like, by the time it happens, you're like, oh, fuck, that's right. This was how the game started, wasn't it, you know? But it uses it in a similar fashion. I mean, in the case of Final Fantasy X, Tidus is literally narrating the story the whole time. Like, it's basically him just... out loud remembering all of events is like the framework of the story, but that is also what allows it to sort of have this dreamlike continuity where when you jump across parts of time or stretches of space, there's this sense that it's happening because Tidus is just skipping parts of the story, you know. Prince of Persia similarly is particularly fascinating. The Sands of Time, I mean, in that when you die, because it's supposed to be a story that the prince is like telling his child, if you die, he just goes like, no, that's not how it happened, like implying that he fucked up telling the story, you know, which is pretty funny.
Intentionally the papercraft and texturized look of the curtains opening here. I think it's a much larger topic about the art design, and I want to talk about it when we get to some of the witches' labyrinths. There's two other aspects that we need to address in this opening title card. Those are, of course, the reference to Johann Wolfgang Goethe. I apologize to any German viewers, but come on. And of course his famous play Faust. This is a pretty large nut to crack, so we'll get to that all throughout Madoka Magica because it comes up multiple times, but just to whet your appetite in this area, I'll read you this excerpt from the Spark Notes site for Faust. This doctrine will be illuminated in the story of Faust. In this system, the only absolute sin is non-action. Man, despite many errors of judgment or wrong turns, can find the path of righteousness, but only if he continues striving. He will eventually succeed if he keeps up the struggle, because striving itself is a moral act, and his intuitive yearnings all point towards a good end. Yeah, I think you can see how Faust was going to be a very crucial thing. Just know that this references the prologue of Faust in the runes in the background here. But the first thing that we need to talk about now, as it's the first aspect of it in the show, but it will be far, far from the last, is that there are numerous differences between the original TV run of Madoka Magica and the final Blu-ray release. These aren't simply in the fact that they cleaned up some things and, you know, added an ending song for this first episode, things along those lines. I mean, they certainly did, but those are a bit less interesting. The more interesting is how they changed some shots around and added some additional detail that wasn't there when the series was airing. Now, to kind of understand why they would go about doing this, you kind of have to understand the mindset of when the show was airing. I talked about it a bit already, that Gen Urobuchi's name was hidden from the production. This extended even further into the show itself. The runes here in the archaic language that was, pieced together over examples and seeing more of the show was not filled out in the original airing. In fact, you can see here in a comparison of the original TV airing of this opening title card, no information is able to be discerned from this. Whereas in the Blu-ray release, we can clearly see that it is referencing Faust. Heck, even the obscure 2011 is locked behind runes, and that's not much of a spoiler or anything at all. Immediately, we know that this show, when it was first airing, was hiding even more secrets than a first-time Blu-ray viewer would know. This is an almost psychotic level of detail, but I think it does a lot to show how invested Shinbo was in creating this first-time viewing experience. This kind of hoodwink. I mean,
So, I am not sure how convinced I am that that was entirely the result of deliberate hiding, because Studio Shaft generally updates all of their shows on the Blu-rays, and usually the reason is they couldn't finish the shows. I mean, Monogatari is the most, over-the-top example of this, where, if you've never seen the original TV version of Bakemonogatari, the fight between Kanbaru and Araragi isn't there. It just wasn't animated yet. Most of the scene of Nadeko getting molested by snakes was not there. It's just blank frames, more blank frames than are already in the show. And, on the Blu-ray version, I mean. And they've always touched up certain frames where, people have... Probably the most famous is this one shot from Hidamari's sketch where, they basically completely redrew Miyako. Her foot's up in one and not in the other. Just the shading is, on a whole different level. It's pretty much just, they have always been incredibly understaffed. And particularly at the time, pre-Madoka, because Madoka's massive fucking hit. Monogatari was a massive hit. Madoka was a massive hit. Those two came out 2 years apart. Changed the way Shaft was, and then a lot of people left Shaft. They went and made other studios and shit. But, at this time, Shaft was really understaffed. They were always working on more shows than they needed to be. And they turned out incomplete episodes at a rate that they had to apologize for in the episodes sometimes. Episodes would come out with literally a message apologizing for the unfinished animation at the beginning. So, I think it's entirely possible that they just did as much as they could with the show, and then when it came time to make the Blu-rays and they were, they knew they had a hit on their hands, so they were able to, get the time allotted to, touch everything up. It's kind of when a game comes out and on launch it's bugged to fuck, and then they spend the first 2 weeks fixing it and then it's fine. That's kind of Shaft's anime. It comes out before it's done, and then they fix it on the Blu-rays. So, and it's possible even that some of this was detail they just hadn't thought of yet. That because they had the opportunity to touch things up, they just added shit that they thought would be a good idea or look better, Maybe they hadn't finished writing the witch language yet. just posing other possibilities. I'm not saying that what they're saying is wrong.
You are presented with a giant thing that reads Faust on the front here, deal with the devil, then that's going to color your expectations of what's to come, right? And so too...
And part of the reason I say that also, yes, putting Faust on there might have been a little too much, but the whole aesthetic of the show is off-putting. The soundtrack is off-putting, and Urobuchi Gen literally outright lied and said that it wasn't going to be a dark show. But there were people who my favorite. I don't think this post is still up because I don't think Oto-san's blog is still up. But Oto-san, one of my anime blogger friends, one of my mentors, he wrote a post when the first episode came out that was maybe Shinbo's not capable of making something normal. Maybe this is just Shinbo's idea of a typical magical girl show, and he's just such a fucking weirdo that it comes off-putting. And then, like, once the other shoe dropped, it was like, no, they were just fucking with us, you know?
That Madoka Magica has become this thing where the tragedy and the inversion of everything becomes the selling point, that somebody recommends it to you and you're like, oh, it may not be what you expected, because of course it's not, right? Your act of consuming this as a story has been tainted, and I wager that many of you had that type of experience. However, I'm here to say that watching the show the first time, as it was airing in 2011, I got that experience. And it's because of the dedication of Shinbo to detail.
And I'll say I also got, because of, like he's about to say, I fell for the trap. I thought this was going to be a typical magical girl show. I think I watched the first episode right when it came out, and I enjoyed it, didn't really know what to make of it. And then when episode 3 came out, I heard the whole internet saying that something crazy happened. And I thought it was just going to be that Sayaka's boyfriend died. Like, I thought it was literally just going to be like some like regular, I just thought death being in the show at all was going to be enough to make people freak out, because Mami was in, by far the biggest trick they played was that Mami was in all of the branding. Like, every single image of this show showed 4 girls, and Mami was one of those 4 girls. She died before the 4th fucking girl showed up. Like, that was in all the advertisements, you know? Well, I guess no, probably Kyoko wasn't. It was probably Homura as the 4th girl. But Homura was an enemy. So, like, before there became a 4-girl magical girl squad, like, was advertised, one of those advertised magical girls was already dead. That was the real shock. That was why my brain did not let me convince myself that Mami even could die until it happened. And even when it happened, I didn't even, like, understand at first. Like, I kind of didn't register, and then like it sank in and I was like, what the fuck, you know? And I was like haunted. I wrote a blog post about this. I could actually probably find this since we've actually got the screen here. This shouldn't take too long. Also, there's an ad about to play for some of you. This is not the right. My sword is unbelievably dull. WordPress.com. Okay. No, not that one. It's probably going to be really old. Where is this Madoka Magica post? Well, I thought this would be easy to find, because I didn't think I had written that. I was thinking that searching Madoka Magica would only bring up stuff where it's in the title, but actually it brings up every single time I use those words in the text of a post, which apparently is quite a few times. Apparently I mentioned Madoka Magica in about fucking 20 random posts, and none of the ones that came up are the ones I wanted to see. Well, whatever. It was a really short post where I was like traumatized by, is my Spirited Away video archived anywhere? I think it might be on BitChute. Is my BitChute called Digibro? I think it is. There's commentaries on here. No, it's not on here. Damn, I don't think it is anywhere. Because it had been on Google Drive and it got pulled off of Drive. And I don't know if I've ever... Let's see. I mean, I know the text of it is on here. So you can read it. But I don't think this drive link works anymore. This file is only visible to the owner. It doesn't say that it's taken down though. Huh. I'll have to figure that out, but I mean, you can read it here. It's like 30 minutes long though. It took me 30 minutes to read it, at least in the video for.
Details like this that I was able to have it. This kind of consideration for what the viewer is experiencing is something that I want to keep in the back of our minds as we go forward, because there's a lot more to talk about there. So we'll just also mention here that 2011 is the year in which Madoka Magic...
Regardless of whether it's online, I think I have the file somewhere. So I don't think it's like lost media, but... Hold on, let's see... Because it's possible it's like on a Vimeo or somewhere, you know, like if anybody's re-uploaded it, maybe. What is this? No, this is somebody else's video. Yeah, no, I don't think mine is up. If that Google Drive link doesn't work, could I put it on Internet Archive if I have the file? Maybe. If they don't get a, because I mean, the problem with it is, I did not make it for YouTube. Like, I made it because I had gotten my channel. The first time my channel got deleted, I basically was like, okay, well, if I can't make content for YouTube, then I'm not going to try to edit for copyright. I'm just going to edit the way the video should be, and then I'm just going to host it wherever I can. And at the time, that meant Google Drive, which eventually started having copyright takedowns itself. It could definitely go on BitChute. There's no reason it couldn't go on BitChute. So if I can get the file onto there, or Rumble, not Rumble, what's the other one? Is that what it's called? What's the fucking... I have an account on one of these fucking things. What's the other streaming one? Is it Rumble? Is that the one Nick Rekieta uses? I think I have an account on Odyssey. Odyssey would also work. Yeah. Any of the ones that like don't give a fuck would
occurs, and the events of the show and the arrival of Walpurgis Nacht line up almost exactly with when the show was airing. There's proof of this in the calendars in Homer's room and all kinds of things. People have gone pretty...
Okay, real quick though, I have to piss, so I'm gonna play something else for a second while I go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. I do like this video so far. I'm glad. I think this is good. We'll listen to Beecher. That's a good wake-up song.
Scorch my sorry eyes. If I fail to see the light, it's only cause it struck me blind. I was never for the beauty, but the intrigue of the different. The other way, the spectralite was gleaming on the remnants. I saw it in the distance and it brought me to the past. I was gunning for a picture, but it filled in only half. Now I'm coloring outside the lines and changing the perspective. And it's hardly what I saw, but I can hardly recollect it. Bang on the ground with the bass, and it falls to the wall for the back in place. Bang on the ground with the bass, and I have no complaints from it in my face. Bang on the ground with the bass, and it falls to the wall for the back in place. Bang on the ground with the bass, and I have no complaints from it in my face. Bang on the ground with the bass, and it falls to the wall for the back in place. Bang on the ground with the bass, and I have no complaints from it in my face. Bang on the ground with the bass, and it falls to the wall for the back in place. Bang on the ground with the bass, and I have no complaints from it in my face. Baltimore to ATL, put on your summer shades. It's another fucking scorcher up on the Chesapeake Bay. And another afternoon, I'll wait for calls from my supplier, wondering how a shut-in is meant to get a little higher. Till a ray of light goes shining out from those computer speakers all the way from up in Boston. It's in Huxtable, the preacher with the melody so locked into my head I had to feature. Now you've got another jam, and best believe this one's a feature, baby.
Shout out Zen Huxtable for the instrumental on that one. Alright, back to this Madoka.
In depth on this show. And before the film reel ends, a shot of Madoka's witch form officially named Kriemhild Gretchen. With no context, of course, this doesn't mean anything to the first-time viewer, aside from the ominous nature of it all. It is very good for the tone here, but with the benefit of knowledge, we can see it as a cyclical thing. Gretchen only appears when Homura has failed, and then she resets time. If we consider the next scene kind of one of the timelines in which Homura fails and she has to reset time, this could further just be reinforcing that type of cycle. As well as the ending of the very end of the series, cycling back to the film reel idea or the play closing idea. That all said, let's get into it. Let me tell you the story of Madoka Kaname. Or, of course, it's better to say the story of Homura Kemi. This intro scene is a little bit weird to start off with in the sense that it doesn't introduce us to any of the characters or any of the locations or anything really. In fact, I would say the Checkerboard Labyrinth is deliberately designed in a way and shot in a way so that it is not a place. Nothing is consistent, and our minds can't make sense of where Madoka is or what she's running to or from or why. It's kind of different too than the Witch's Labyrinth, because even though it is patterned, and we see that very much, it's also not representative of anything. That is, all the labyrinths have different things related to the magical girls and their desires and their failures and their, you know, who they were. This area that Madoka is trapped in is nothing. It's not her labyrinth. So devoid of any features or places or identifying anything, this is just a purgatory of nothing. It's a place Madoka is trapped in and then leaves. I think the important part about the labyrinth here is that she leaves it. And when she leaves it, she comes out on the roof where she then makes an action. A large thing that we're going to talk about and go over is how much of a character Madoka isn't. How she's really a representation of a traditional magical girl heroine and those values, and how she's deliberately, by Homer's actions over the course of the show, kept in a box and not allowed to express the realization of those values. She can't fall on the sword, even though she tries multiple times throughout the show. That's what Homura's wish was all about. And we'll point them out as we go, but every time Madoka has a chance or tries to engage in this type of, you know, self-sacrifice and understanding and, you know, bettering the world, Homura shuts her down. So I see the labyrinth in the beginning here as a representation of the events Homura does in the timeline that result in Madoka being unempowered, emasculated, or deprotagonistized. Another quick thing about the checkerboard, stark black and white is something that we saw in the Utena movie when we went through that, and it was a large visual theme. I think here too that you can kind of call the color theory of this show definitely coherent over the course of it. And I don't know whether it's as strong as a symbol as it was in something like Utena, but black and white is always and always has been in magical girl shows the wrong reading, or the reading of the villains, or of the people who have, you know, seeing the world in absolutes and are unable to empathize and understand things from multiple points of view and know that there are no happy answers. I think in the later parts of Madoka Magica that comes to fruition, and also in, you know, every magical girl show, the world is always a shade of gray. In some ways, the magical girl experience is a rejection of objectivism. It's only because we believe...
What a fucking sentence. Hold on, I want to go back.
Girl show, the world is always a shade of gray. In some ways, the magical girl experience is a rejection of objectivism. It's only because...
In some ways, the magical girl experience is a rejection of objectivism. Just saying. I'm a magical girl.
Because we believe that faith, hope, and love work and have meaning, and that miracles and magic can exist, that they actually do. So in this beginning scene here, we see Madoka trapped in kind of the black and white world that Homura thinks things are. She cannot let Madoka die. But of course, Madoka then busts out of this dichotomy, finds this entire gray world, and imbues it with her color. It's the entire show in microcosm in this first opening sequence. We're done here, go home. home. Just some other quick things I want to point out about this introductory sequence. Walpurgis Nacht is shown but not defined or explained. It's kind of just the symbol for destruction and ultimate destruction of everything. The level of violence here is very high, with the first shot of action being the building crashing into Homura. Put those two things together and it's very clear what the stakes are going to be for this show. I mean, all things considered, that's not much different than most other magical girl shows. It's just a bit more visceral. Magia by Calafina is the song that plays in the background, which will be the ending song once episode 3 happens. The lyrics of Magia are actually almost exactly what Homura is doing to Madoka throughout the course of the series that we just talked about. Some excerpts, you are a memory that continues to dream, I am the sleepless tomorrow. In a way, this very much is Homura's theme song. Another theme of Madoka Magica is the loneliness, and always somewhere someone is fighting for you. And in fact, Kyubey hits that line right away with, one person can't do this alone. But she knew this and came here anyway. With that good of a line and with this good of an opening sequence, any viewer is expecting to learn the why. What could possibly be so valuable that you would willingly have a building slammed into you and wouldn't try and recruit any help? There's some very good positioning of the camera when Madoka...
Hold on, I gotta go back a little bit. The song got into my head and I stopped paying attention for a second.
We just talked about. Some excerpts, you are a memory that continued the...
further. So I did not realize how zoned in I had gotten on the song in my head. I'm gonna play the song real quick. Just to get it out of there. I've never seen the video. That was enough of that. Yeah, it's a great song. I was introduced to that by somebody last summer. Definitely one of those all-time summer jams. I have not heard anything else by that artist. I should check out more of her shit.
Just opening sequence. We're done here. Go home. Just some other quick things I want to point out about this introductory sequence. Walpurgis Nacht is shown but not defined or explained. It's kind of just the symbol for destruction and ultimate destruction of everything. The level of violence here is very high, with the first shot of action being the building crashing into Homura. Put those two things together and it's very clear what the stakes are going to be for this show. I mean, all things considered, that's not much different than most other magical girl shows. It's just a bit more visceral. Magia by Calafina is the song that plays in the background, which will be the ending song once episode 3 happens. The lyrics of Magia are actually almost exactly what Homura is doing to Madoka throughout the course of the series.
I realized why I zoned out watching this is that there's something really fucking funny about watching this building crash into Homura over and over again. I know this video is intended to mostly be consumed as a podcast, but I've kind of been staring at it. And when he loops the same footage enough times, like, it takes me a second to realize, I'm just seeing the same thing over and over again. My brain keeps expecting it to change, and then when it's the same thing, it, like, creates a weird effect where I'm, like, not processing it anymore, because I've seen it so many times that, like, I'm forgetting that I'm seeing something. You know what I mean?
Series that we just talked about. Some excerpts, you are a memory that continues to dream, I am the sleepless tomorrow. In a way, this very much is Homura's theme song. Another theme of Madoka Magica is the loneliness, and always somewhere someone is fighting for you. And in fact, Kyubey hits that line right away with, one person can't do this alone. But she knew this and came here anyway. With that good of a line and with this good of an opening sequence, any viewer is expecting to learn the why. What could possibly be so valuable that you would willingly have a building slammed into you and wouldn't try and recruit any help? There's some very good positioning of the camera when Madoka falls to her knees and Kyubey is centered on the screen here, a little bit higher up with destruction all around him. Should we use it? I think it is probably more appropriate as a pronoun for Kyubey. I think my favorite shot in this scene is when Kyubey tells Madoka she has the power to change it, and her countenance kind of changes. And then it's immediately cut to a red traffic light flashing red twice. There's also some really cool camera work here, or effects work, where the edges of the screen are hazy or darkened, so that it does kind of look like we're seeing this through a dream or someone's incomplete vision. Of course, the shot of Madoka and Kyubey looking out at Walpurgis Nacht is almost exactly the shot of Cardcaptor Sakura looking at the Tokyo Tower from the first episode of Cardcaptor Sakura. And then, of course, she wakes up in the same exact way as Nanoha and Sakura and, other Magical Girl shows have also done.
Which we all need to remember that Akiyuki Shinbo also directed Lyrical Nanoha. Truly the god of alternative magical girl anime.
Big tropes, very big direct references. A smaller thing, though, that you may miss here is that Kyubey has a sound effect on its tail when it mentions a magical girl.
Come a magical girl!
This comes right as the big tonal shift happens. All of this is very serious. All of this is very intense. This sound effect and whatever happens after it indicates that it's not as serious as all that. That we're going to go back to the pretensions of this being a traditional magical girl show. The beat of Madoka waking up and having the line of, "That's one weird dream," and then cutting to the very upbeat intro sequence is all this same managing of the...
I'm thinking if Sailor Moon is like the Drake of magical girl anime, and Cardcaptor Sakura is the Kendrick, and by extension, Sailor Moon is the Michael Jackson of magical girl anime, and Cardcaptor Sakura is the Prince. Madoka Magica is definitely the JPEG Mafia. Who's a pop artist? Who's a fucking freak-ass pop artist that's even weirder than Prince? Who makes Prince seem a little tame? Madoka's the King Crimson of magical girl anime. Don't do this. Okay, we can stop.
The tone. Of course, it was not reverent in the way Cardcaptor Sakura was, and Lyrical Nanoha manages to do the exact opposite, establish a happy-go-lucky tone, and then give a bit of seriousness to it. I suppose what I'm trying to say here is that anybody familiar with the genre will automatically know that this is off. Even though it is going through the pretenses of the magical girl canon and genre and trying
Precure is the J. Cole
to evoke some of the feelings of a first episode of a magical girl show, it is still doing so with the kind of awkward tinginess of uncomfortability in the background, like a cake with too much salt in it. And I think for me, when I watched it through the first time, picking up on that was the reason I was so intrigued with Madoka Magica right away. You can see this exact mix in the opening sequence with the melancholy tone and lyrics and images underneath the surface of the hope and perseverance.
Sock Rabbit, we will be live at least until I make $400, possibly even after that. But as you can see on screen here, we are at $276.51. So the only way I can be relinquished from this purgatorium, I mean, I can't actually. We have to watch this whole video because that's what the $100 super chat's about. But, regardlessly of watching the rest of this video, also, it goes until I make that much money. or until the end of the day, should that come before.
I think we can actually break down Connect in its entirety more when we talk about it in the context of it being Homer's theme. There are, of course, a veritable litany of magical girl references in Connect. We can talk about a few of them, but first I want to say that it is very much a hoodwink, or a part of the hoodwink. While the visuals are a reference to things outside and later on in the show that'll become clear, this opening sequence plays at the end of episode 10. In there it's very clear to see that the lyrics are talking directly about what Homura had to go through. Heck, there's even a fully animated fan work where it inserts Homura into Madoka's place in the OP. And this inversion playing out over the course of the show is something, we'll look at a lot later as it happens. But for right now, the show's named Puella Magi Madoka Magica, and in every other magic...
Maybe he'll say this also, but beyond just being a hoodwink or a trick with this OP, actually, based on the title of this segment, he probably is about to say this, but, like, the impression I always kind of had was, like, this is... Like, if this show was Cardcaptor Sakura, this is Cardcaptor Sakura. Like, this is the OP for Madoka Magica if it was Cardcaptor Sakura. But, like, we never see her be a normal magical girl at all in the show. This show is just purely the supposition of, like, filling in the blanks of, like, well, here's what it would look like if she had been a magical girl all that time. None of this is going to happen. But here's what it would look like if it was like that, like... Just because
girl series,
you never get the experience of Madoka being a traditional magical girl in the show. Like, this is the only time it happens, is in the OP. But it's there, so it's still in your head. Like, you still have the imagery in your mind of, like, what does Madoka Magica look like as a normal magical girl show? It's here. It's just only in the OP.
They're a magical girl, the main character, by the end of the first episode. Seeing Madoka's magical girl form just shows us that that's going to happen.
Oh, and Percavia is saying, don't donate or you'll end the stream, gotcha. What would be even funnier would be if I made $130 right now and still had to watch the rest of this 40-minute video, or if all of those super chats were for me to watch other things, because it's pretty much like a... I have it on screen here. For $50, I'll watch an episode of anime. That's happened twice tonight. And Leaf Blady paid me, I guess, a little more than $1 a minute to watch this 76-minute analysis video. But I've also been pausing and talking about it a lot, so it's probably going to take 2 hours to watch this.
Direct references that I noticed right away. The foot touching the water and then the ripples going out is a direct reference to the second Sailor Moon opening, the Cardcaptor Sakura opening, the Lyrical Nanoha opening. The logo on the title card, too, is kind of exactly like Nanoha. That shouldn't be that surprising that there's a ton of Nanoha references in Madoka Magica, because Akiyuki Shinbo directly worked on the first season of Lyrical Nanoha.
Is that not readable?
Long before he did Madoka Magica.
Let me know if this is not readable.
The Madokami spirit embracing Madoka and giving a kiss on the forehead is likely a dual reference to both the third Cardcaptor Sakura OP, the most famous one, Platinum, where two spirits kind of twirl around and embrace and come into one, and possibly the transformation sequence for Sailor Moon Supers, where Sailor Moon and Sailor Mini Moon both embrace in the same way. Staying with Sailor Moon, the canonical reason Madoka became a magical girl in the first timeline ever was that she wanted to save a black cat.
Sweet. I can't read the full name. God damn it. Why? I thought when you clicked on a super chat, it was supposed to like bring up a little pop-up that tells you more about what it says. Well, anyway, Sweet Lime, I think that's your name. Oh yeah, keep it going for the fire analysis. Hell yeah, will do. This is a good analysis. Actually, I want to scroll back.
This is a pretty clear
because I was too busy trying to read that at first. Stop paying attention for a second there. Oh wait, it's you. It's Sweet Lime Juice. I didn't recognize your name when it's cut off.
Where Sailor Moon
like
and Sailor Mini Moon both embrace in the same way. Staying with Sailor Moon, the canonical reason Madoka became a magical girl in the first timeline ever was that she wanted to save a black cat. This is a pretty clear direct reference to the first episode of Sailor Moon, in which Usagi saves Luna. We can also call the hand-holding between the Madokami spirit and Madoka a reference to Futariwa Precure, who can only transform when she's holding hands with the other Precure. And finally, the cutouts and vignettes, well, themselves are kind of just random things that are happening, are a reference to many other magical girls, including Sailor Stars or the Sailor Moon movies, where the opening scene is played out over little day-to-day life and adventures of the Scouts. However, what's a bit more interesting past that is that they are all thematically referencing openings from magical girl shows. You may think the extended shots of Madoka's sadness and apathy and lethargy are something related to the inversion, the uncanny that the show is putting out, but I'll tell you that's very much not the case. In fact, if you...
Something about what he's describing here, my brain auto-completed, like, because I see in my mind's eye, like, the shots of Sakura kind of looking forlorn in the Cardcaptor Sakura OP, but also the Winnie the Pooh opening. And not the old Winnie the Pooh, no. The New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. The Winnie the Pooh I grew up with the tapes of, where it's got this song that's like, you gotta get up, you gotta get going, you're gonna see a friend tonight. Pooh Bear, Winnie the Pooh Bear, wherever you go, oh, won't you take me please? That one. There's a part in that song where it takes like a very minor downturn, and he sings, and when you're alone and there's nobody home, it's nice to be able to count on a friend alike. It's like the slightest bit of sadness so that you can build back up to the like ridiculously upbeat that you were already at, you know? So yeah, I do think this is like any song, any opening that's going for like full blast Genki has to have that tiny bit. Actually, Pinkie Pie, the Smile song. And when you're feeling sad and lonely, you know, and maybe you feel bad, but Pinkie will be there to show you that it isn't that bad.
You look at, say, the Sailor Moon R opening, or any of the Cardcaptor Sakura openings, or something like Shugo Chara, or any of it. You can see on the faces of the protagonists that this is not happy-go-lucky fun girl time. Of course, openings that feature those elements prominently do exist, something like Smile Precure or Magical Do-Re-Mi, something like that, but I think Connect does pay enough respect to those as well with the shots near the end. In fact, those are a great example, along with the shots of the adventures of Madoka as a magical girl that we see earlier, of another crucial thing that this OP is doing thematically, and that's to invoke the episodic Monster of the Day vignette episodes. Madoka Magica is obviously format-wise not in a same vein as some of these.
How much money did making you watch a 40-minute video cost? Well, it's actually a nearly 80-minute video, and the number is still floating around on the screen. $100 super chat sits there for, I guess, an hour, because it's been
traditional magical.
I've been pausing this a lot, so it's definitely been a lot more than 30 minutes.
Shows that had a lot of filler, a lot of episodic plots that could be resolved in the course of 22 minutes. However, it has an interesting aspect of requiring those types of episodes to function. That is, we have to be genre aware enough to know that that's how a magical girl show would normally go. And these shots in the openings kind of confirm that. We're supposed to have these small moments with...
I'm just going to go ahead and say, like, you know, Leaf Blady just offered to pay $100 for this because this is a video that Leaf Blady wanted me to watch. If you were trying to judge the rate, basically like $1 a minute for YouTube, like if you wanted to make me watch a 15-minute YouTube video for $15, I would be very down for that. I cannot really refuse $1 a minute. But I also see it as like this is basically an ad and also what everyone who's watching my stream is doing now. So like the payment is not just for me watching it or reacting to it, but also for the fact that it's going to be put in front of my audience, and also it then has to either carry my stream or, you know, maybe I potentially lose audience or people aren't interested. This video, probably most of my audience will be interested in. I think there's plenty of crossover in fans of Madoka Magica and long form analysis watching this channels. You know, I was worried that this video, if it wasn't good, would be a problem, but it's good. So I think if anything, it's more of a draw than a setback. So, you know, we all have to thank Leaf Blady for suggesting something good. Thank you, Leaf Blady, for using all that money to put us through something good.
Sayaka and Mommy.
Oh, speaking of, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I've been drinking coffee, and I'm gonna need a minute. So, well, I should play something with video. I keep putting on music that doesn't have any video content, and then leaving my video stream with no video going. So let's go ahead and put on a video. What do you guys want to watch? It's got to be one of mine. You want music? You want talky video? I'm going to be gone for maybe 10-15 minutes. Probably less than that, but maximum 10 minutes. Oh, I could put on Baby Stabber. Alright. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Unless somebody votes against Baby Stabber. I'm seeing a yeah, so alright. It's Baby Stabber time. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll leave Baby Stabber on. This book is about a guy who snatches babies and stabs them to the head with a big knife. Just letting you know. Baby Stabber. Part 1. The Newborn. Cold October wind bristles the cheek of newborn Chris Robinson as he is carried for the first time from car to house by his mother, fresh from the hospital. Beep! The harsh honk of a locking car stirs the infant. Chris's fresh father rounding the front of his vehicle to join his slow-shuffling wife on her way up the sidewalk that connects their driveway to the front porch of their modest one-story suburban abode. Watching her baby's face with utmost focus, his mother rocks him against her bosom and hums gently to remind him of the safety that he enjoyed inside her quiet womb. Unable to parse the overwhelmingly new details of his surroundings, Chris happily buries his capped and blanketed head up under his mother's breast, blocking out the lights and sounds of the unfamiliar world. His father carefully approaches and tries to ease the weight on his wife's arms by layering his own arms beneath hers. The couple, aflutter with the warmth and excitement for the true beginning of their new lives, continues up the walkway and the single stair to the house's bare front porch. "Oh shit, forgot my smokes in the car," the dad says, just after unlocking and opening the house door, and so he gestures his wife to head inside before snapping his body back in a hurried rush to the driveway to retrieve his cigarettes. As the mother starts her way inside the house, she hears a faint cough from Chris. Stopping in her tracks, she lifts him into eyesight to be sure that he's okay and finds his expression strained, like he's struggling to force something out. His mother quickly lay the child upon her shoulder, holding him up under one arm and massaging his back with the other. After a couple of seconds, she hears a spurting cough and feels the warmth of thin, milky vomit upon her shoulder blade. "It's okay," she whispers, petting the infant's back as he starts to regain his breath. Just as Chris begins to settle back into restful inattention, the grip of a heavy, rough hand suddenly takes him by the body, rips him from his perch, and tosses him up under the armpit of a huge, horrifying man draped in a mist of darkness. As quickly as Chris's mother can fill her lungs, lunge and scream in a aghast gesture, Baby Stabber puts a 13-inch cleaver straight into the top of Chris's cranium and down through most of his body with a gruesome crunch. His mission accomplished, Baby Stabber then uncaringly drops the stabbed baby, the hilt of the knife generating a limp thud as the infant corpse hits the floor. The parents, assumably, deal with that, but Baby Stabber is long gone by then. Part 2. Angel Baby. 2-month-old Eric McLeod is 10 seconds into free fall from the height of a 90-story building. Unluckily, there is not a safety net waiting to catch them below. Instead, there is only Baby Stabber, squinting skyward with a hand formed into a visor above his eyes, trying to spot his tiny target on its way to the ground. He twirls his massive knife in the grip of his other hand, anxious to get his timing right, like he's playing one of those Kirby quick draw minigames. or like someone in a real-life quick-draw duel. Aaron, blissfully unaware of all perils, somersaults through the air in their onesie pajamas, eventually becoming uneasy in the stomach and vomiting while their head is at the bottom of their spinning arc, then getting hit in the face with said vomit back at the peak of the spinning arc thanks to falling somewhat faster than the vomit. Below, Baby Stabber starts to see the speck of something resembling a puke and shit-covered baby hurtling groundward at an alarming speed. Baby Stabber shuffles a little to the left and then a little to the right and keeps trying to adjust, tensing up his knifing arm and convincing himself of his position. As the baby gets close enough to see the regurgitated soup on its face, there's a glint in Baby Stabber's eye, and he makes the plunge. Splat! Just like a fruit ninja, Baby Stabber slices Aaron entirely in half lengthwise. The force of his cut sends the two halves of the baby's body back into the air, and so Baby Stabber does a whole Metal Gear Rising bit and slices the baby into a bunch of bloody pieces, splattering gore all over the front window of the building that they fell from, and finally drives the knife through the dead infant's still airborne heart because he wouldn't be Baby Stabber if he didn't get at least one stab in on that baby. As it would happen, dying this way allowed that baby to go to heaven and become an angel baby. Not all Baby Stabber stories have unhappy endings. Part 3. As easy as. 9-month-old Elizabeth Manger probably sounds a little old to you by this point in the book. Like, maybe you felt relieved this baby was at least a little bit older than the last two? Or maybe you feel even worse, knowing that this is the first baby that's been alive enough to maybe have started to show some semblance of a personality. After all, this plump-cheeked little girl is currently clutching one of those classic cartoon suckers with the spiral and like a tie-dye pattern, and she's staring at it with such wide-eyed greed and obvious hunger that you couldn't feasibly question her intent to eat that sucker. Baby Stabber takes that candy from that baby, throws it on the ground, calls her fat, and stabs that baby in the face. Part 4. Lore. You might have wondered by now about Baby Stabber's motivations. Mainly, Baby Stabber enjoys stabbing babies. If convenient, he prefers to go straight down through the head and into the body, although in cases such as where a baby might be, say, falling from a 90-story building, and Baby Stabber isn't sure he can get a clean stab in a regular way, he might do some sort of Devil May Cry chain combo on that baby to vent his frustrations over the situation. Needless to say, he does make sure to stab that baby before it's through regardless. There is no specific age limit on what Baby Stabber considers a baby, but Baby Stabber does not stab toddlers. Baby Stabber knows a baby when he sees one. Baby Stabber was previously described as a horrifying man draped in a mist of darkness. I would like to be extremely clear about the lack of racial implication in this description. 99% of known serial killers have been Caucasian men historically, and so from a scientific perspective, it's safest to bet that Baby Stabber is white. But the mist of darkness surrounding him has made his race impossible to discern for onlookers. Beyond that, anything you hear about Baby Stabber is speculation unconfirmed by this author. I am by no means the world's #1 expert on Baby Stabber, but I will not share any information on the subject which I wasn't capable of confirming personally. If you have sources with information on Baby Stabber which you think I should know about, please use the link in the description to reach my contact. And know that in the time that it took for you to listen to this part, Baby Stabber also stabbed 4 babies. Part 5. 88. Remember the crazy 88 scene from Kill Bill? Well, babies can't do most of that shit, so it wasn't exactly like that when Baby Stabber came to the hospital, but he did assassinate 88 babies, by way of a knife through the head. Part 6. The end of Baby Stabber? I think we should probably do something about Baby Stabber, says Aaron McLeod, the angel baby from Part 2, to the angel baby council that surrounds a reflection pool in heaven, which allows them to gaze into the living world, which is currently showing them what just happened in Part 5. Huh, begins an adorably old-looking baby dressed like a military general. Sure, we have the numbers now after that hospital massacre, but that's only because 1 out of every 8 dead babies is randomly selected to become one of the next generation's guardian angel babies. If someone isn't actively out there ending infant lives, we won't be able to keep our numbers up with human inflation proportionally moving into the next generation. Yeah, see, you all thought that this was worth it when you were assuming that the families were just handling it after losing their babies, like you said in Part 1. When I got here, I decided to look into it, and turns out they totally don't deal with it. In fact, the probability of these parents ending their own lives and or the lives of others is 100%. You kinda actually fucked up really badly thinking Baby Stabber was a good idea in any context. Aaron retorts. Well, shit! A middle-aged angel baby in a cute little rabbit onesie with curly red hair chimes in, flicking a cigarette butt from her lips to the ground. It's a good thing we finally got a baby with some fucking brains around this dump. She turns around and raises her voice to address the whole platoon of angel babies hovering about the clouds around them. All right, new recruits and old heads alike, let's fly on down to the world we barely knew and get revenge on this fucking cunt with the knife. Flight of the Valkyries plays in your mind's jukebox as winged angel babies descend from the heavens en masse, Cupid-like bows in hand, and rain a blanket of tiny arrows upon the neighborhood block on which Baby Stabber is currently stomping towards a house with a yet unstabbed baby inside. Baby Stabber raises his non-stabbing arm to protect his head, grunting as a dozen miniature arrows stick into his flesh. Flexing the arrowheads right out of his arm like the rock busting out of that cast in that Fast and the Furious movie, Baby Stabber begins furiously swiping at the little cherubs fluttering about the sky above him, trying to catch a baby to stab. Don't let up, the bunny suit baby shouts to her platoon, drawing a baby-sized broadsword and charging in for close combat. Enraged from the continued rain of arrows into his back and appendages, Baby Stabber concentrates on a perfectly timed grab at bunny suit baby's feet, yanking her in and ramming his knife to the top of her head 4 times in rapid succession, goring her brain and insides and then splattering her corpse across the faces of nearby companions with a roar. Enraged and emboldened by the death of their commander, the Angel Baby Swords and Cords Division comes swooping in, driving tiny blades into the nape of Baby Stabber's neck and in his thighs and hamstrings. One really badass baby does some Attack on Titan Levi shit up Baby Stabber's stabbing arm and gets one of those razor wires around it, which, when Titan yanks the dangerous appendage clear off of the beastly man. Just as quickly as this brings smiles to the nearby warrior babies' faces, though, Baby Stabber wipes them off by getting that badass baby's head in his extant hand and pulverizing that head in his grip. Don't be scared, team, Eren exclaims, maintaining the blind spot behind Baby Stabber's back and driving blades into it. He's not even stabbing babies anymore. Baby Stabber is defeated. Now he just needs to die. Holding the gore of that last dead baby in his wet hand, Baby Stabber stops moving and becomes despondent, also unclear if he can really continue to identify as Baby Stabber after having not stabbed that baby. Just as the existential dread of the death of his identity begins to overtake the man that formerly identified as Baby Stabber, Eren McLeod chops his fucking big head off, killing him. Standing over the mammoth corpse of the former Baby Stabber, and facing the sunset with their living friends as they wipe the blood from their hands, Eren is approached by one of the younger angel babies and asked, "Do you think that's really the end of Baby Stabber?" "I think there will always be Baby Stabbers out there," Eren muses forlornly. "But it's okay, because there'll always be angel babies too, and that feels like some kind of karmic balance, I guess." Eren turns to the other baby for emotional confirmation, but that baby has already stopped paying attention and wandered off. Eren sighs, lights a cigarette, and exhales towards the freshly visible stars. The end? Oh, alright, y'all. This stream has officially crossed what I'm going to call the sanity threshold, which is to say the amount of the stream you can do before it is officially an act of insanity. The reason I say this, I'm not a very big coffee drinker, but, you know, I made coffee for Bird before he left for work at 5:30 in the morning. And so, you know, there was enough left. I filled up this coffee. I drank this much of it. I don't drink coffee. This is black coffee. And after about an hour of drinking that coffee, it finally started really working on my guts. And it just pushed everything out. And whatever was in there, you know, it was basically just done becoming poop. It wasn't like, it wasn't ready. It was just like, please, give me a minute. And I was like, no. The coffee said, no, get out of there. And it was very spicy because everything I've eaten has been spicy in the last day. And I went into a mild physical shock. Clearly the result of non-stop caffeine, marijuana, more caffeine, more marijuana consumption for the better part of 18 hours. What else? Oh, there was alcohol involved as well, though not very much of it. And not for a while since I had one. But lack of sleep combined with getting high and drinking caffeine for like more than half a day, it definitely all caught up to me at once. And right now, there's a pit right here in my stomach. I just took a couple of Tums. I got a glass of water with me. I've got that feeling where you're just like, I kind of think I'd be better off if I threw up. Like, maybe this feeling would go away if I threw up on purpose. I don't know if it's at that point. I want to let the Tums try to take some effect first. But, I'm wearing the blanket to keep myself from going back into a cold shock. I'd put on thicker pants as well. But I feel like an immense level of chills at the moment. Like I could go back into shock easily. So I'm going to really bundle myself up. I promised I would not abandon the stream even if I fell asleep. It would just become a sleep stream until such a time that I woke up. So I'm going to lay here until I feel better. It should only take a few minutes, I think. I am indeed literally pooped. I definitely just slept for like a minute. And then woke up. And I woke up in such a way where it took me a second to remember that I am on stream. I was like, oh shit, oh yeah, that's right, I said I was gonna do that. Okay, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay if it's a thing I said I'm doing. Experimental stream styles. Let's go. I've never slept on a stream before. I'm not nervous about it. I don't feel like I'm a weak sleeper or nothing, you know. I don't know if that's a thing, you know. Is there a way to be insecure about how you sleep? I think a lot of people just are for no reason. I don't think you need a reason. Oh god. I think I might throw up. not throw up yet. Ugh. Ugh. I feel more awake than I did a second ago. Nah, Lapusha, that's not how this works. Nah. What difference would it make if I was sick on stream versus sick off of the stream, eh? Am I gonna lay in a different chair somewhere else in the house? Eh? One of the nice things about this job is you can do this job and not get anybody else sick. I'm not actually sick. I just feel I consumed entirely too much caffeine. And this place here, this whatever is the stomach probably, is not having it. I'd rather not vomit on stream, but I don't think I'm going to vomit. I jumped up thinking I might, and then as soon as I was on my way to the bathroom, I no longer felt like I had to, so I didn't make it far enough to think, oh, it's definitely gonna happen. It was more like, oh, maybe it's less likely than I thought. Maybe that's just a feeling of the Tums working. Lying down in bed is nice though when you're unwell. Well, you see, I sleep on sleeping pads on the floor. So there is not really, I mean, there's a couch bed I could lay on that doesn't, it's not really more comfortable than the sleeping pads. So, you know, I'm not exactly imagining luxuriating in some big fluffy bed, you know. This chair is fairly comfortable. It's not awful. Sleeping pads are nice, you get to spread out. That's true. I do think probably sitting in the chair and the compounding on my lower back is probably part of the issue. But I don't think this is the type of feeling that won't just sort of pass in like half an hour, especially, you know, I took Tums. I already did take a big shit. So either there's more of that to come, and this is the development cycle of that, or, you know, my body is still adjusting to having rid itself of whatever was upsetting it, because it cannot seem to eject anything else. So, I don't know. Just residue of spiciness. Just gonna keep streaming until I reach $400, or until the month ends. I expect to reach $400 before the month ends. We have, what, 17 hours or something like that? 17 hours, and we've already made $300 out of the $400, so I have 17 hours to make $100. That does not sound particularly hard. But anyway, we got to get back to watching this fucking Madoka Magica video. I feel awake enough to handle this again. Am I going to stream for 17 hours? Hopefully not. I'm really hoping that I will make this amount of money. I mean, let's say I made $100 right now and I went straight to bed. I would then sleep until Bird got home at 2 o'clock. Assuming that doesn't happen, if I made all the money by 2 o'clock, I could end the stream and then hang out with Bird for a little while before I passed out. It's what, Friday? Is it Friday right now? Yeah, it's Friday right now. So tomorrow night we're going camping. Actually, I meant to book a second night. I need to do that. I need to make... there's no reason to think it wouldn't be available, but I gotta make sure... I don't want to do that on stream because I don't want to share where we're going to be exactly for the fucking weekend. You know, I post locations sometimes, but not when it's psychotic. That burp was actually, that was a actually very helpful burp that I just did. That burp gave me a substantial energy boost. Would we rather finish the video first or do this chart first? These are both Leaf Blady super chats. Leaf Blady gave another $20 while I was in the bathroom. Why did I just get a note from my bank? Did I just gain money or lose money? Let's find out. Bank, why are you notifying me? I gained money. What did I gain? Oh, I gained the $10 somebody gave me on Cash App yesterday. It hit my bank. Thank you. That was... What was it they paid me for? It was to watch a video, right? Oh, yeah, it was to watch the 10 minutes straight of ruining your favorite animals. That's what it was. I am Golden Witch Fire on both Venmo and Cash App. That would be another funny way to subvert this system, is like to keep me streaming by sending me money through means other than Super Chat so it doesn't count towards the total. Like somebody sent me $100 on Venmo and then I just had to keep streaming because I didn't make $400 on YouTube. That would be pretty fucking funny. Wow, this is a massive. Every Leaf Blady chart is the biggest chart I've ever heard of. But let's do this. Full-length Japanese Magical Girl anime plus Magical Girl adjacent show tier list maker. The entire history of the genre is listed by AniList tagging system from Sally the Witch to Tropical Rouge Precure for all your ranking needs. Excluded are overly ecchi and hentai movies, most short OVAs, extremely low quality shows, and foreign Magical Girl anime, but included are a few other tangential works like Rose of Versailles and Little Witch Academia. Create a full-length Japanese Magical Girl anime plus Magical Girl adjacent show. Okay, yeah. So, alright. The problem I have with this... Is there a way for me to alter this for my own purposes? Can I, like... Yeah, okay. Add row below... And that's going to be I haven't seen it. Because there's a lot of these I haven't seen, and it feels wrong to... But I don't want to have to leave them down there because that creates its own pain in the ass. So, alright. This is now my... Have I ever considered becoming a VTuber? I've answered this question somewhere else. You know what? I'm going to edit a clip of me explaining it. But I have a VTuber design, I just can't afford to get it rigged. Or don't understand how. Alright, so I never made it to season 2 of Ilia. I don't know 6 HP. I never saw Precure a la mode. Never saw Ako-chan in any way, shape, or form. Anyamaru Tante Kiriminzu, I would give a B. I've never finished this show. It's incredibly cute. I love the character designs. I love the gimmicks. I think the characters have pretty good chemistry. There's a lot to like about it, but the individual episodes are just not that interesting, and the overarching plot doesn't keep you very engaged with like feeling like you need to see all of it, you know. It's pretty standard episodic storytelling, but it looks cute as fuck. Arjuna, I would put in the A tier. I wouldn't quite call it... I'm tempted to call it an S tier, because it's such an individual work. Like, it is such a Shoji Kawamori, like, auteur piece, and I really appreciate all of its messages and what it's out to say, but it's just not quite so good that it belongs on S tier. It's not a god tier piece of work. It's just very, very interesting. Never seen Assault Lily. Don't know AXZ. Don't know Kanan. Cardcaptor Sakura is absolutely the goated S tier magical girl show. I mean, I made a whole video calling it the best magical girl show, so you know, just go watch that if you want my argument. I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes of Akazuki Cha-Cha at Landon's house. I know he's a big fan. Don't know Chappie. I only saw the first episode of Clear Card. Haven't seen Corrector Yui. I haven't seen Cosmic Baton Girl or even heard of it. Cran Kingdom, I've only seen the first couple episodes of this, but I really like it. I think it's probably better than Kiruminzu. I could more easily see myself watching more of this. Now, granted, I haven't gotten far enough to know if I would feel that way. You know, I've seen like 18 episodes of Kirimizu. I've only seen like 4 of Crayon Kingdom, but it seems like a better show. So I'm going to put it there. Creamy Mommy, I have seen a few episodes of. I really enjoy it. It's got such a strange aesthetic. It hasn't like grabbed me, but I've always felt like it's another show I could see watching more of. The Cute High School Boys, Buebu. I could not make it past episode 1 of this because just the sense of humor, I just didn't. It was just not funny to me. It was just like a weaker Gintama to me. I don't know, Cute High Kiss or Cute High S2. I never saw Cutie Honey Flash. I've never seen Honey Universe. I've not really seen original Cutie Honey. Daybreak Illusion. Oh, I watched the first episode of this and really thought it sucked, so that's going in D tier. Doki Doki Precure I haven't seen. I know I've only seen like a couple episodes of original Doremi, so none of these sequels. I don't know Etchan. I don't know Emmy. Fancy Lala is really cute. I think I've seen like maybe 8 episodes of it. It's one of the early works from Takahiro Omori, who did like the Bakano and Durarara adaptations. It's very like good and quaint, but again, not super engaging. Flip Flappers, I only watched I think 3 episodes of it, and I really didn't get it the way other people did. Like, I really wanted to like it because it's aesthetically super interesting, but it just wasn't clicking with me. The characters didn't click with me, the story didn't click with me, and even the aesthetic, I thought it was cool, but it wasn't like, oh my god, this is just for me. I think I've read a little bit of Full Moon the manga, but it was fucking 20 years ago, so I don't even remember it. Fun Pharmacy, I've never seen. Futariwa Precure, I've seen the first few episodes of this. It's definitely solid. I think the characters are well done. You know, it looks good. It basically set the standard for what Precure is. It's hard to see it as like a bad show in any way. Don't know Girl in Twilight. Oh, I only think I saw the first episode of Go Princess Precure, but I really didn't like it. I didn't get anything out of it. Didn't think it looked like a good show. So forgive me if it is. I don't know Kami-chama Karen. I watched the first episode of Grand Belm, I think, and remember it not seeming very good. So we'll put that in the D tier. Happiness Charge Precure was another one that I don't remember feeling really anything about from what little of it I saw. I think I've heard that one's good. Never saw Healin' Good. Now, Heartcatch Precure is one of my favorites. Aesthetically incredible. The characters are super lovable. I never finished this show, granted, but I really enjoyed it from what I saw. Don't know the third Ilias season. Higurashi Kira. I never actually saw that bit of Higurashi. Don't know Hinalogi. Never watched Hugto. Never watched Hyperdimensional Neptunia. No more Ilia. Don't know Jian. Never saw Jewel Pet of any kind. Oh, Kill La Kill. Well, Kill La Kill is absolutely S tier. One of my personal favorite anime. I do think it qualifies. It's obviously like very slant magical girl, but it qualifies. So, yeah, being that it's one of my favorite anime, it definitely goes in S tier. Still never seen any Jewel Pet. I don't know Lalabelle. I did not enjoy Genmu Senki Leda. Now, granted, I watched this 20 years ago. It's possible my opinion would be different now, but at the time, I really got nothing out of it. Lil Pri I haven't seen. Actually, I have seen the first episode of Lil Pri, and it kind of seemed like incredibly mid, so... I don't know Limit Chan. Luluko. I like Luluko. I definitely don't like it as much as Kill La Kill, and I know people who like it more. But I think it's strong. I think it's a fun show. I think it's overall pretty memorable, pretty good. Maybe only a B. Maybe Luluco only deserves a B, because I don't think it's on the same level as those shows I put above it. I don't know Loon. I've still only seen 8 episodes of Little Witch Academia, but I really like it. And, of course, the original OVA was fantastic. So I think that's probably an A-tier show. Lyrical Nanoha Original is garbage, but it's really interesting garbage, so I'll put it in the C tier. Machikado Mazoku. I feel like I saw the first episode of this, but I don't remember even enough to rank it. Madoka Magica. Alright, now Madoka Magica undisputably belongs in the S tier. I don't know if I personally want to put it there because I don't feel as strongly about it as I do about Cardcaptor or Kill La Kill, but I do feel at least as strongly about it as Heartcatch or Arjuna. Maybe not, I don't know, Arjuna I really like, so that's, I don't know if I'd put it above that. Magia Record I've still only seen the first episode of, so I'm not going to rank that. Doremi I've seen like 3 or 4, but it is another one where it's just an obvious classic. God damn it, I keep accidentally closing my window. I'm not going to put it on S rank because I don't know it like that. But I'm going to put it on A rank because I think it is obviously that good. Haven't seen Mahotsukai. Don't know Mako. Haven't seen Maribel. Don't know Matoi. Never saw any Max Heart. Don't know Megu-chan. Never seen Melmo. Never seen Mermaid Melody. Or Mukul Dreamy. Or Minky Momo. Although I love saying Minky Momo. It's just one of my favorite combinations of words. Minky Momo. Miracle Girls I never seen. Moe-tan is definite garbage. Definite lolicon trash. Definitely not good. Not even particularly funny. It does have really cute character designs. But majorly sus. Haven't seen Doremi past the first 4 episodes. Nanoha A's I like a lot more than original Nanoha. Substantially better storytelling. Just on every single front. I would say it's a B tier show. Never saw Nanatsuhiro. Or Naria Girls. Or Nurse Switch R. Or Okusama. I thought that there's like a porn with a similar name to that. Never seen Ore. Never seen Pastel Yumi. Penguin Drum. I think I've seen half of this show. And it starts off really, really strong. And then just the second it starts getting into its plot, I just kind of lose interest. And I don't know. I feel like this is a show that is probably good, and I'm just not seeing the point. But I've really struggled with it the few times I've tried to get through it. Don't know Persia, but she looks fucking adorable. Don't know Pig Girl. I only saw the first episode of Pleiades, and it was not my thing. Haven't seen PPGZ. Haven't seen Pre-Tier. Haven't seen Pretty Sammy. Princess Tutu is very good. Definite classic. Definitely close to S tier. I don't think it's quite S tier for me because there are some things I found frustrating about this show. But overall, it's incredibly good. Prisma Ilia is trash. I know there are people who like to act like this show has some kind of merit, but it's just lolly fan service. That is the only merit. Project A-ko I enjoy. I hadn't liked this when I first saw it that much. But later on, just like enjoying it as just a pure expression of like, here's everything cool about anime, you know? Like just, it's not particularly smart or interesting, it's just a good time. Magical Girl Raising Project. I watched the first few episodes of this. It was definitely not my speed. I don't think it's terrible, but it's really just not for me. Probably in the same boat as like these, you know, Flip Flappers or Penguin Drum. Of like, I'm sure this is good, but Not my thing. And I've still only seen the first episode of Re Cutie Honey because everybody has always insisted that's the only really good one. But just on the basis of that alone, I think it deserves a B because it is a really strong episode. It's kind of like Project A-ko. It's just fun. Oh boy, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Well, this is a clear S tier. One of my favorite anime. As we've been covering it for We Watch Anime, it's really ascended for me. Like, Utena has always been a legendary show, but it was not one of my favorites for a long time. Like, the first time I watched it, 2007, I think I gave it a 7 out of 10. I was not, like, horribly impressed with Utena, and I thought it was, like, a fun thing to analyze, and it was fun to see other people analyze it, but it wasn't until when I did the Prismatic Revolution of Love video, that was where I had gotten to a point of feeling like I was starting to have a real relationship with the show and starting to really understand it. But it wasn't until covering it on We Watch Anime that I realized I love the show. Like, because I was not worried about trying to, like, understand it or peel away its mystery and just, like, enjoying the bold-faced insanity of it, you know? Hold on, I just heard what sounded like somebody falling. You okay? Oh, it's a cat. Okay. It's just a cat running off of something or something. But yeah, no, Utena, definitely one of my favorite anime. Possibly my favorite one that's on this list so far. I think if you had to ask me, of these shows I've put in the S tier, which one do I want to throw on and watch right now? Revolutionary Girl Utena. Alright. Ray Earth, I never made it to Season 2. What I've seen of Season 1, this once again falls into the category of, like, it's definitely good, but not really for me. And what's weird is my favorite version of this story is the Sega Saturn game. Like, the anime has always kind of put me off. The manga really puts me off. But the story condensed into, I don't know what it is, the format of the Saturn game feels more palatable to me than the other ways that the story has been done. I don't know what it is about the way that the visuals of the story are handled in both the manga and the anime, but they just put me off. Ribbon-chan, I've seen the first couple episodes of. It's cute. It's fine. This is one that I would almost put in the B tier because it's like, it's decently entertaining, but it just gets old quickly from what I saw. Nurse Witch Ririka, I've only seen the first episode. Otherwise, I would rank it, but I do think it's good. Rose of Versailles, I've seen the first, like, 8, and I've caught other episodes, and I gotta say, I think this show might be really overrated. I think it is more, like, interesting than it is good, possibly. I don't know. Maybe it's another one where I'm kind of missing the point, but I have not really enjoyed it. I only watched the first episode of Sailor Moon Crystal. The only Sailor Moon I've actually seen is the first show. I watched it to write my video about it, and I thought it was straight mid-pack. Definitely C tier. Not that great. Saint Tail, I've only seen the first episode. It seems good. Haven't seen Sally. Haven't seen Sasami Club. Haven't seen Shamanic Princess. Haven't seen Shin Honey. When it comes to Shugo Kara, I watched the first, like, 8 or 9 episodes of this. I really loved it at first, and then really quickly realized it wasn't going anywhere. And then I bought, like, most of the manga, and I read, like, 3 volumes of it. And when it actually did start going somewhere, I realized I didn't care about where it was going. So I think Shugo Kara is the unfortunate case of, like, really strong character concepts, but then the storytelling is just not very good. So C tier, unfortunately. Don't know Sight, don't know Smile. Oh, I think I tried to watch Spec Ops Asuka and I really hated it, so that's going in D tier. This is one of those where it was like definitely not something I would enjoy. I've never seen Splash Star, never seen Star Twinkle. Wait, I might have seen a couple episodes of Star Twinkle, but I can't remember. Nanoha Strikers, I liked. A lot of people did not like Strikers for some reason. A lot of people saw it as... honestly, I think a lot of it is just people who were upset that their favorite lollies grew up. But I enjoyed Strikers. I think it's probably as good as Nanoha A's. Haven't seen Sugar Rune. Haven't seen Sweet. I've seen the first episode of Sweet Mint, and it seemed very generic. Like, it's cute, it's fine, it's well drawn. It's everything you would expect from, like, an early 90s magical girl show. It's just not interesting. So, mid-pack. Symphogear, I don't like. Symphogear is a fandom that the hype, I don't get it. Every time somebody has ever sent me like a clip from Symphogear to try to prove to me how cool the show is, I'm always like, this is the dorkiest fucking shit I have ever seen in my life. And I am an anime fan, you know, like, so I can't with that. Don't know GX, don't know XV, never even fucking seen that name. Don't know Taruto, don't know Tickle. I've only read one volume of Tokyo Mew Mew 20 years ago, so not gonna rate that. Don't know Tropical Rouge. I've seen the first few episodes of Tweeny Witches, and I think this is another one where it's like, it's good, but it's a little unclear what it's doing. I definitely don't like it as much as Little Witch Academia, even though it's got a more interesting art style. But it probably belongs in B tier, at least. It probably at least belongs in B tier. I haven't seen enough to know if it's better than that. Oh man, I forgot about Twin Angel. Actually, I have seen the first episode of Twin Angel Break, and it was just awful, so I dropped it immediately. So that's going to go in the D tier. But the original Twin Angel OVA is C tier. And the only thing that makes it, that elevates it, is that it has some like pretty decent action animation. And it's just like decently well directed. The same director as Toradora and Anohana. Just like some of his early directing work. It's definitely mid as fuck, but it's not the worst. It was watchable. Don't know Ultramaniac. Umi Monogatari I only watched the first episode of, and it seemed like something I wouldn't really enjoy, in spite of being what's his name? You know, the guy who did Princess Tutu and Ojamajo Doremi. Like, he's an incredibly strong director. Junichi Sato, and like Umi Monogatari has a lot of the qualities of his work, but just not the heart and soul that makes any of them good. Never tried Urahara. Utakata I did not enjoy at all. This was like the OG attempt at like a dark twisted magical girl, but it was just really boring and really stupid. So I did not enjoy it. Vivid Strike I really liked. The Vivid franchise is where Nanoha reached peak for me, kind of, because like, as much as I enjoy the goofy war stories and like overwrought melodrama, all that stuff hits harder when I don't have to pretend I'm supposed to take it seriously. And so like when it's MMA and it's just like little girls punching each other, it's way funnier. And like Vivid, original Vivid, the anime doesn't go very far, and I never finished the manga, so I don't actually know how this ends. It's solid. It's fun. I like it. But Vivid Strike told like a more compelling, complete story in anime. Like, this is my favorite individual season of Nanoha, and you can kind of watch it by itself. You don't really need to watch the rest of it. Never saw Vivid Tread. Never saw Wedding Peach. I did not enjoy We Cross. I think I watched the whole first season of this, and it was all just incredibly mid. There's like some neat aesthetic ideas in this show, but overall it just was kind of a letdown for me. I only saw the first episode of Wonder Egg. Everybody told me that it ended really poorly, so I didn't bother. Wonder Planet. I've never seen this title translated this way. I only know it as Fushigi Boshi no Futago Hime. I've only seen like 2 episodes of this show, but it is the cutest thing ever. should I ever have children, I am absolutely sure that I will show them Fushikiboshi no Futago Hime, because I need an excuse to watch it, and I can't do it by myself. I can't do it as an adult by myself. Yes, Precure I've never seen. Petite Princess Yushi, I think I've seen the first episode of this, but I don't really remember. Yuki Yuna Wayusha, I only saw the first episode and I didn't like it, but I'm not going to bother ranking it. Don't know this one. Don't know this one. Don't know this one. Oh, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. I love Panty and Stocking. This is another one where, like, I actually haven't rewatched it in full, but just at the time that it came out, it conceptually was not that intriguing to me, and now it is a lot more conceptually intriguing to me. So I just naturally think my opinion of it would have improved over time. But yeah, I think this is probably a pretty good view of my taste. This makes sense to me. Yeah, okay. I could see watching more Animal Tante Creamy Mommy. I actually can't see watching more Fancy Lala or Futari wa Precure. So I'll take those two down to C tier. No, A is Project Eiko. Like, these are shows I could rewatch and probably have a good time or continue. Flip Flappers, Nanoha, I would not want to rewatch or continue these. Fancy Lala probably belongs up here, though. Fancy Lala is good. Like, if I would not watch this of my own accord, but I would not be upset to, watch it with somebody who wanted to watch it. I suspect Penguin Drum could be B tier, but I'm not sure. But yeah, otherwise this feels pretty correct. A lot of shows I haven't seen. A lot of them. Chris Levin with $2 said, opinion on Voodoo Ranger beer. I believe... Hold on. Let's go. I'm trying to think where are they? They're from New Belgium. Wait, so is Voodoo Ranger just the one? Voodoo Ranger is like a sub brand, right? Like an imprint of New Belgium. I'm not a huge fan of Voodoo Ranger because I'm not a big IPA drinker. And especially, like, the types of IPAs that, like, this is one of those that you find everywhere. Like, New Belgium is very prolific on the East Coast. And, like, if you just go to any gas station, like, you're looking to get a tall boy, it's probably going to be a Voodoo Ranger. So Bird drinks them a lot just because it's, like, the high alcohol beer that you can find in a gas station. I don't need to drink the highest alcohol beer I possibly can, because it doesn't take that much to get me drunk. I'm tiny. I try not to drink too much. I try to keep my tolerance pretty low. So I'm more likely to pick something based on taste than on alcohol content by comparison. But even still, like, the types of high alcohol beers I like, Belgian triples are my favorite, or quadruples. Victories, Golden Monkey is a go-to. So, like, if I saw Golden Monkey, there's no chance I'd buy a Voodoo Ranger. Like, Voodoo Ranger would be a desperation pick if it's, like, the only thing that is not a draft beer, like, the only thing that's above the level of, like, a Modelo. Like, Modelo is probably my favorite standard, like, relatively cheap draft beer. And so, like, sometimes that's, like, the best thing they've got. And then Voodoo Ranger is the high alcohol option, And it's like, okay, I guess I'm drinking Voodoo Ranger. But I've never been, like, excited about it, I know they got multiple flavors now, too. But they're all just, I'm, again, not a big IPA person. So, if I see IPA, I tend to shy away unless I am desperate. Which does happen, it happens fairly frequently. By the way, that chat took us over 300. So now we're just $100 away from my stated goal of making $400 before the end of the month. I'm still pretty blown away because I wasn't sure I would make any money throughout the night. I thought it was possible I would only make money during the daytime. So the fact that we hit this amount before the day even really got started is pretty incredible. If anybody wants me to rant about anything, obviously you can, submit super chats. But in the meantime, I do have to watch the entirety of this Madoka Magica analysis for Leaf Blady, who has gone to work, but is planning to catch up on the rest of the stream later. So, yeah, let's go.
We're supposed to have these wacky wonky adventures. That'll be something they could laugh about later. We need those to know what this show isn't. And as Madoka Kaname, and by extension the genre, is padlocked behind Homura's wish, so too is all that episodic time spent together as a normal magical girl show. Indeed, that's the fantasy that Rebellion was conceived to provide, right? That, oh, you never got this type of episodic stuff, so here, have a taste of it. So for that awareness and for the hoodwink to work, the OP references that. And of course, on a first-time viewing, I don't think it's irrational to think that that's the type of show you would be getting into. I mean, heck, even Sailor Moon S starts with a premonition just exactly as dark and terrible as Madoka Magica, and later has the Sailor Scouts battle against a giant handkerchief. I suppose it's also a good time now to mention Madoka's character design. The character designer Aoki comments that I came up with something magical girl-like, and that it helps that Madoka canonically designs her own uniform within the story. Well, pretty much everything about Madoka's character design is magical girl-like, from her hair being wide and reddish like a Pretty Cure protagonist, or even Minky Momo going all the way back. This symbolizes her as the main character of the magical girl story. In fact, I don't think that there's ever been a magical girl protagonist main character that has had the long black hair of Homura. I guess Cure White in the first season of Precure, but even that. It's just to say that if you showed me just the hairstyles of the 5 girls of Madoka Magica, I would point out Madoka as the primary character. Her frilly skirt is very reminiscent of one of Cardcaptor Sakura's more famous outfits. Along with this, her red shoes match exactly with that outfit too. It's the one you can see in the first opening of Cardcaptor Sakura. Though I think there are a number of elements drawn from earlier Precure designs, especially the red ones as well. The twin hair ribbons, of course, tie back into the story and are a direct reference to the ending of Lyrical Nanoha. And of course her soft round eyes and general feminine and demure appearance lead to her being easily identifiable as a good person. That is, and something we'll say again and again about this show, it does exactly what it needs to and what it sets out to do. And what we need to know about Madoka Kaname right now is that she is very much in line with what we would expect from a traditional magical girl. One final word about her design before we move on is that her soul gem is a teardrop, and that's very in line with what we see from her out of the last scene of this opening. Let's press on a bit. Of course, the next bit is going to establish some normalcy, and the sharp tonal contrast, which we can already see in the art direction for this shot, isn't out of expectations for what a magical girl show will do. I do want to point out the architecture in Madoka Magica because it is something unique about the show. The real world architecture is this kind of near future modern aesthetic. Very clean, very rigid, very structured. I think the largest reason for that is to, of course, contrast with what we see in the Witch's Labyrinth, being so varied and non-Euclidean. Whatever chaos is, this shot right here is probably the opposite of it. That said, though, we see in Madoka's house, there's an element of surrealism to it, I guess. Or, if not surrealism, maybe a bit of randomness. It doesn't seem like this architecture is built first and foremost for functionality. The other big takeaway, of course, is that Madoka's family is relatively wealthy. Having an expensive house, a clean garden, and a father who stays at home. It's such a weird shot to have the father snip a tomato right to start off this episode. I mean, of course, it's really good to show that they're wealthy enough to have a garden that raises cherry tomatoes, to show the parents as providers, and it is used in the later scene when her younger brother stabs the cherry tomato. I don't think it's a reference to Mommy being decapitated in episode 3, but they do that later in episode 4, so I won't put it out of the realm of possibility. From the shot of the dad until Madoka runs out of the house, I think we need to talk about why all this footage is here. I want to talk more specifically about each of the things and shots that they do over the course of this scene, but I really want to talk first about the entire reason why a skilled storyteller like Ken Urobuchi would write this into the script. And in the context of the genre, I can tell you why in an absolute heartbeat, but I think it's better to hear it from him himself. Urobuchi states, "For me, I had this image that, in general, Mahou Shoujo works should have the family properly portrayed. In that sense, it can be said that Madoka's family, including her mother, are characters I forced myself to come up with, since usually in my works they almost never appear. And contrary to Madoka, there is absolutely no description about the family in Homura's case. And it is because she is a character who is not needed to be taken as a symbol for Mahou Shoujo. It is not that there is some reason that she must not have a family, but it is because there is no need to depict them, so they do not appear. Conversely, for Madoka, the family must be depicted." First off, what a quote. Second off, obviously this is concrete evidence that they're looking at the genre of magical girls. In other interviews that you can find all in the wiki, you can hear Shinbo say something along those same lines. Thirdly, it's clear that Gen Urobuchi values conciseness and brevity. It's not a coincidence that I laud this show as one of the most concise to come out over the entire decade. And fourthly, I want to get into the meat of what he's talking about, because while he admits to it, he doesn't further elaborate on why in this quote. Of course, on the surface level, yes, we want to call back to these other magical girl shows, make Madoka feel like a magical girl heroine, everything along those lines, so it has to be procedurally in line with other magical girl shows. Great, beautiful, but that's only surface level. You can start to get at it when you look at the other girls who aren't Madoka, that Sayaka has no family, that Homura has no family. Mami's family is dead, so's Kyoko's. But then look outside Madoka. Look at Fate Testarossa. In Sailor Moon, look at the Inner Soldiers. Amy and Mako have no one. Minako's only companion is Artemis. Rei has her grandfather, of course, but he doesn't necessarily fill the same role. Even the Outer Soldiers and the Starlights, no particular emotional attachment to anyone aside from each other. And the only real character who functions in that sort of role at any time during the series is Professor Tomoe after the events of the
I gotta pee again. What am I gonna play? Whatever.
Beware of straights, straight edge, straight lace, straight sexually people who couch their identity in how straight they are. They would destroy themselves if they did what you were doing. And so they will destroy you because they don't think you should be allowed to do what you're doing because it makes them uncomfortable. It makes them uncomfortable because they couldn't do it. So they're jealous. Just what it comes down to. I'm jealous of people who can smoke cigarettes. I've cut myself off completely. I don't even need somebody to not smoke in front of me. Hell, I don't even need somebody to not offer me a cigarette. I can have a cigar and go right back to not smoking the next day. Self-control, willpower, desire to live and succeed. These are things that weak people don't have and want to take from you. They want to sap it out of you. They can't make it in a world where someone better than them exists without acquiescing to you, without becoming a part of your enigma. And they don't want that. They want to be in control. They don't understand that there is no control. Beware of straights, straight edge, straight lace, straight sexually people who couch their identity in how straight they are.
Yeah. Straight hate, whatever. I don't care. Back to the Madoka.
Climax of Sailor Moon S. And you can go on and on down the line here. Nanoha A's, Symphogear, those are both shows that really use the standard family dynamic in interesting, more interesting ways. Because either the lack of this thing or the inversion of this thing, all magical girl works understand the value of this, whatever it is, to be found in family relationships. And of course, you could do an entire master's thesis on the value of family in magical girl works and what it adds to the genre. I'll have to give you the spark notes here, but the main idea is grounding.
Hey, there's a super chat here. Let's do this real quick from Misery XD for €10. Thank you. Could you rant about my top 10 anime in no particular order? Aria, Madoka Magica, Maiden Abyss, Kaiji, Your Lie in April, Sangatsu no Lion, Hunter x Hunter, Run with the Wind, Psycho Pass, and Monogatari. Well, first, I would say it seems like you really were heavy into anime in the early 2010s. because Aria ended around then. Madoka's 2011, Made in Abyss 2016, Kaiji 2007/10, I think. Your Lie in April was 2014, Sangatsu 2015, Hunter x Hunter 2011. I haven't seen Run with the Wind. I don't actually know exactly what it is. Psycho-Pass is 2014 and Monogatari is 2009. So definitely a late 2000s, early 2010s era bias I'm seeing here. Aria is like the most gentle, most laid back, character driven show, you know, with a lot of sentimentality behind it. The ultimate slice of life anime, so to speak. Madoka Magica, you know, we're watching it right now, the most dark and thrilling magical girl series. Made in Abyss. So when I see Madoka and Made in Abyss next to each other, I think these are shows with pretty similar themes. Both of them are like, you know, combining cute young girls with like really violently dark storylines. So I'm guessing that's a big part of your taste. Your Lie in April is also about like young cute girls like dying. I personally could not stand that show. I couldn't make it past the first episode. I've seen both analysis videos about how good it is and analysis videos about how bad it is, so it's very contentious. Personally, not my thing. Sangatsu no Lion is very much my thing, though, and there's shows that, aside from both of them, one being March Comes Like a Lion, the other one being Your Lie in April, so, you know, obvious reason to draw a comparison there. They're both like contemporary dramas about high school students from the same era. So I feel like they share probably a lot of fans, but they take such different approaches to how they do their drama. And Sangatsu no Lion is like, for me, the perfect approach. And Your Lie in April is the antithesis of a perfect approach, you know, for me. So yeah, it is interesting to me. Like, I can easily see why somebody would like both shows, but it's fascinating the reasons to me why I like one and not the other. I skipped over Kaiji there. Kaiji, big time thrill ride, also kind of about a weak character in over their head, just beset with like overwhelming circumstances. Hunter x Hunter is pretty much just the ultimate shonen. Like, if you like your shonen complicated, you know, it's the most complicated shonen. Psycho-Pass, really strong sci-fi parable, so to speak. But Madoka Magica and Psycho-Pass have the most obvious connection because they're both by Urobuchi Gen. And, you know, they're both dark and tragic kind of stories. Monogatari has the most obvious connection, I guess, to Your Lie in April and Sangatsu no Lion. Stylistically, it's similar to Sangatsu visually, but they're all like, you know, high school kind of talky dramas. But yeah, there's definitely, I would say, the sense I'm getting, and I know ads just got put in for some people, the sense I get from this is that you definitely like Shaft's visual style a whole lot. Because you got Madoka Magica and Sangatsu no Lion and Monogatari. So you're definitely a Shaft fan. You definitely like heartfelt sentimentality. Because Aria and Sangatsu no Lion and Your Lie in April. I'm sure Run with the Wind probably also is like that. Those are all incredibly sentimental and heartfelt shows. Madoka has aspects of that. Made in Abyss definitely has an aspect of sincerity. But you also really like desperate, dark stories about a character like struggling. You know, like Madoka, Made in Abyss, and Kaiji are all basically the same type of struggle. Sangatsu no Lion is more on the emotional level. Aria, she's kind of, there's an aspect of character growth. So like Aria is not necessarily that Akane, is that her name? It's not that she's like struggling, but she is trying to grow. You know, Psycho-Pass really does feel like the odd one out here to me. It's the one that feels the least in line, because it's just, I guess Psycho-Pass and Kaiji are maybe a little closer in tone, but Psycho-Pass feels so much less emotional to me than anything else on this list. It's definitely the one that's like, Psycho-Pass, you know, like. But then again, I see the Madoka connection, so it's not totally weird. Depending on how you look at it, Arya could be seen as the odd one out, or Monogatari could be seen as, but like they all kind of make sense together. Or even Hunter x Hunter. Actually, Hunter x Hunter might be even more of the odd one out. But it is also just very dark and violent. It does come with that like cute kids in dark situations and, you know, overwhelming circumstances. So yeah, I would say there's definitely some themes running through here. You know, let me know if that seems, if my assertions seem astute or whatever. Gary always at $2 says, "Holy crap, all night for real. Good morning." Good morning. Did I make 400 yet? No. You can see here on screen, I am at 313.35. We just between you and Misery XD, we and maybe this, no, yeah, between those two we climbed over 300, over the 300 mark. So yeah, we're at 313 out of 400. But we are also locked into this video that Leaf Blady paid $100 for us to watch in its entirety, which is a very solid visual storytelling analysis of Madoka Magica. I'm pretty sure this whole hour and 15 minutes is just for the first episode. And we're not even like 5 minutes into that episode at this point, but you know, we will be watching this whole thing. Whether I hit $400 before then or not, we will be watching this all for Leaf Blady, who had to go to work, so is not here to watch it with us right now.
You can see it in the conversation that Madoka has with Junko. You can see it in the directing of what happens while they're having this conversation. Junko asks Madoka what's going on with her. It implies that she cares about what Madoka's going through and what she's feeling. Compassion and understanding. She doesn't belittle their talk of young love. She takes it seriously and gives a value judgment. She provides Madoka advice on her appearance, on what's valuable and how things go based on her experience. She's providing her a grounding for what's important in life. She's basically being a parent. The value of that then is what we see in the course of the Magical Girl story. Madoka can function as an emblem of righteousness and of justice and of hope and compassion and love because she learned hope and compassion and love. She has people that she knows can love her, and she wants to love them back. She has something worth fighting for and something at risk when the world is threatened. She knows the values of life and love, and Junko has taught her how much her life and her love is worth and should be worth. Throughout the rest of the show, we'll see examples of the other four girls not knowing this. Four girls that were not raised in the same circumstances as Madoka do not have a Junko in their lives, or a father and younger brother that they want to protect as well. Family in Magical Girls is almost
I never really
always
thought about
used
how
in this
absent
way. Nanoha,
that influence is from all the
Usagi,
other
especially Sakura, all of them have very strong connections to their nuclear family. Because in a Magical Girl show, it's going to be the magical parts, the glamour, contrasted with the girl parts, the simple moments of grace. And to get to a worthwhile contrast between those two, or a push and pull back and forth, you need to exemplify the grace. Now, a lot of what Madoka is assumed from what we know about Magical Girls in general, but this reinforcement, this scene, is such a strong indicator that Madoka should be read in that way, and it's so very good at doing that. The wake-up scene is especially great because it manages two separate references. You have the Sakura Nanoha classic waking up early to prepare everything for your family, and then you have the magical girl that needs to be woken up forcefully, like Usagi. That's kind of an interesting idea that we've stumbled upon here by comparing Junko to a magical girl or an older magical girl. That's because in the shot where Junko is awoken, we see a number of out-of-place, rather unusual empty chairs. This is obviously highly unusual as it doesn't make sense intradiegetically. No person would have that many chairs around their bed. That and the architecture here, look at the stairs in the background, not making a whole lot of sense. It's kind of going back to what we said earlier about this being more of a play or a representation, or not to be taken as literally as you might want. What's more interesting is that these chairs, while they're in the original, were added and the torso in the background removed from the Blu-ray release. These chairs are a recurring symbol that comes up later, most notably in episode 9 when Kyubey is explaining everything about the system to Madoka in her room, though in other places as well. The Madoka Wiki says it's a reference to a Gonzo anime from 2007 called Bokura no. I've not seen it myself, but it certainly does share a number of similarities with the general plot structure of Madoka, e.g. the whole contract with the mascot character and getting into something bigger than they know what they're doing. Certainly a possibility, but it would have had to come from Shimbo himself, as it is something that occurs over the course of the series, was planned ahead of time, and is influenced or made more of a symbol in the rest of the extended universe or re-edits. I think we can pretty safely go with Occam's razor on this one. That is, if I ask you what you think these empty chairs mean in the rooms of Madoka and Sayaka and the rest, if you think about it for just a second, you're very likely to say that they're the past magical girls, or the other magical girls who have turned into witches, or have yet to turn into witches, something along those lines. And yeah, I think the biggest selling point for that is that they all have a unique and interesting design to them. That, as we'll see in detail later on, is a very large identifying quality for all of the magical girls and witches in their design. So using that same sort of visual symbology with the chairs leads us to call back to that. If we take that to be true, it's fairly obvious why the chairs exist in the scene when Kyubey is explaining the mechanics of thermodynamics to the magical girl. Likely it's not the first time that exact scene has played out for it, but it's a bit passing odd that we would see such a representation of magical girls associated so closely with someone who is definitively not a magical girl. That is, the story seems to be suggesting here that Junko has the power or opportunity or values to be a magical girl. This is kind of a very juicy thought for me in particular. I love the idea of an older magical girl, or the previous generations of magical girls who fought their battles and waged their wars, or a magical girl that...
This is reminding me of the fact that we all on stream began writing a direct sequel to Madoka Magica about an older magical girl, about an old lady who finds out that she is living in the post-Madoka universe where it was reset, and then starts trying to create new magical girls. Go watch the Storytelling Snorlax stream if you want to see the first part of that. And I'm going to continue it eventually.
Never was or didn't come to pass. I think you can see how enticing that idea is with some of the Precures that have done that, specifically like Heartcatch, or even the temporary Precure throughout the franchise. In the vein of Grandma from Heartcatch, or Neo Queen Serenity from Sailor Moon R, or even Adult Hannah in the future in the final episode of Hugto. Of course, there's no evidence that Junko was officially a magical girl or anything like that, nor do I think the show invites any crack theories or speculations along those lines. I do think, however, that this perspective can help understand and color the rest of the scenes that feature Junko throughout the series. Also, just a little pun, but the kanji in her first name mean to consult with and then child. For me, she's one of the more interesting characters to break down in this show because she does not share the limelight, and a lot of her nuances can go unnoticed or unappreciated. We'll talk about it more later on. But for now, let's go through and pick out a couple of the cooler directing choices of this scene. First off, you have continuing the impossible, almost ridiculous architecture. No bathroom would be like this. What is this? But also, this shot goes directly to the next shot, which shows a mirror behind the pair. The previous wide shot showed there was no mirror back behind the pair. So we've already enforced the non-Euclidean nature of this world that Madoka lives in. Furthermore, we have reflections here. Usually a pretty good symbol that this has happened multiple times. That goes along with Madoka's familiarity with how waking up her mother went. Two other shots that I really love are Junko pushing the towel towards Madoka when she has washed her face. It's one thing to say
There's multiple layers to that sentiment of this happened multiple times, like not just in the sense that it's her daily life, but also that literally time has been repeating. That's really interesting.
I'll always be supporting you, Madoka. It's one thing to write dialogue where she is supporting Madoka, and it's another thing to visually show her, without words, support Madoka, even in the smallest moments. The other shot is this top-down of all the beauty products. This again strikes me as surreal. Nobody numbers their beauty products, even if you have that much makeup. And there's no real other indication that Madoka's mom has OCD. Though it does synergize perfectly with what Junko is saying in this scene. Take pride in yourself, you're worth it, you gotta manage your appearance so that other people will think of you highly. And to her credit, she gets some sparkles. That may not be...
Gotta pee again.
That's drunk. Usually when I revisit something for the channel, it's for a game I've already done a video on, but Phazanadu is an exception. I've only talked about this one here and there over the years, and I did crank through this game way back when. But after stumbling upon it again recently, I realized this is one of those games that should really be considered one of the most fun playthroughs on the NES. It's a straightforward linear action RPG that looks a lot like Zelda 2, and while it still offers a good amount of challenge, it's still a more streamlined and more player-friendly game that I think deserves a lot more love. It was released in 1987 and made by Hudson Soft, who you'll recognize from games like Adventure Island and Bomberman. The story is taken mostly from the manual. You play as an elf returning home from a journey, only to find his hometown deserted of people and taken over by monsters led by the Evil One. No, really, that's his name, although maybe it's a more proper name pronounced differently, like Evil One, but that kind of makes him sound like the starting center for the Orlando Magic. Anyway, a meteorite fell from the sky into something called the World Tree. It woke up the Evil One and caused a bunch of dwarves from underground to come up and attack the Elf Town. In the game, you're actually traveling up a giant tree, as shown by the manual. Despite this game looking like Zelda 2, Phazanadu is very linear. The main structure at work here is strictly going from town to town, visiting shops and buying stuff, going to the next tower, defeating enemies, and finding the item you need to progress to the next area. Once you leave a section of the overworld, you can't go back. You might get the impression...
Enough.
Traditional magical girl transformation, but maybe she's past the role of that. The contrast between her waking up in her disheveled appearance and then her as businesswoman in full go mode is stark. And if you think about the transformation sequence as means of empowerment, as a woman gaining ability to do something they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, then is not this Junko's transformation? I think I like to see it as, an evolution. Something that's played with very well in Princess Tutu, I think. If the external nonsense of transforming and fighting the bad guys is what the magical girl does, and if that external glamour doesn't really,
I think I'm gonna sleep stream some more. Let's go. comes, I'll be back. You'll pay me $10 to say to Takashi Kokugo music. Go ahead. I'll do that when I get back. I'm back. I'm back with a vengeance. What was I told to listen to? I was super chatted to play songs. Hopefully that was the last shit I have to take this morning, because that was brutal. Alright. Full length. Let's go. Thank you to... Who was this? Your stuff is cool. Alright. Okay, I guess this is very pleasant, so I'll be listening to this. This is the EP Triceratops. This is the pillow that, for whatever reason, gives me the least neck pain when I sleep on it. Also, check this out. You shove your fucking arm all the way inside. So that you can Now we're really streaming. Now we're cooking with gas. Shamanite with $3 says, high respects are good. I recommend Relativity and Pushback. Okay, we'll check that out too. Is this a sleep stream? Yes. Yes, this has become a sleep stream. The donation was from yesterday. I was just broke then. That's funny. Well, I'll check that out. This music is the most like arpeggio ass music imaginable. It's a good thing, I think. Worst case scenario, if this video does get like blocked, it will allow me to trim out the segments with the copyrighted music. So, you know, worst case scenario, the stream goes down, I have it edit out the stuff that makes it blocked, and then it becomes unblocked. But otherwise, I'm more likely just to lose monetization and get blocked in like just Russia. And that's already definitely gonna happen because I played a shitload of copyrighted music in this stream, but you know, the ad revenue take would be incredibly negligible compared to the amount of super chat revenue. So, like, it would take an unfathomable amount of views to, maybe not unfathomable. It would take like 500,000 views for it to make as much money as what we've done in super chats so far. Direct donation is so much incredibly more powerful than monetization that it's not even like comparable. You really do gotta be famous to make money just off of monetization, and even then you're taking sponsorships at that point, you know, on top of it. Soundtracks that sound a lot like this. As Sarah said, thank you, Deez. Very cool. Oh man. Oh shit, our phone's at 7%. I had to pee. I'm going to sleep.